Dreaming of writing the next great love story? Here's how. Step 1. Start with compelling characters. Give them real flaws and dreams. Step 2. Create genuine chemistry. Let your leads connect, clash, and grow. Step 3. Build tension. Keep readers guessing if love will conquer all. Step 4. Show emotion. Use dialogue and moments that make hearts race. Step 5. Resolve with care. A satisfying ending brings hope or heartfelt tears. Remember, the best romance novels come from passion and honesty. Happy writing!
Hi, I'm Benjabite. What's the story? What do you think is happening in this picture? Create your own story idea and drop it in the comments below.
My name is Althea Sorrento. My poem is titled Hobbling Through Life. Lady, oh lady, what is wrong with you? Why is your left foot in another shoe? Why are you smiling as you're hobbling along? Why are you humming such a cheerful song? My child, the journey has been difficult and long, and so I've learned to sing a different song, one of praise, one of joy. For all the graces I receive, you really would have to walk in my left shoe to believe. As I hobble and wobble, held on to survive, my experience unwrapped a package of joy to be alive. My dryness is being watered by the dew from above as I experience such warmth, such caring and love. Thank you, family and friends, for showing me how much you care. I'll never forget the experience as long as I'm here. Being taken care of by all the love you gave, I'll savor it and take the memory to my grave. Until we meet again, playing ring-a-ring roses and jacks. I'm healing and peaceful and can relax. In His time, in His love, in His grace.
Hi, my name is Lana Gispadal, and I'm originally from the lovely village of Litsavan. However, I currently reside at Bellevue Chopin, and I am the writer of one poetry book entitled The Greater You. The Greater You is a poetry book that was published in the year 2015 with the assistance of my beloved late brother David Kist, who's also a poet and writer himself. And The Greater You was inspired by him, of course, because he always wrote books. He has about 4 published books of his own, and I always wanted to have a book published, and I'm so blessed to have had him assist me before Tropical Storm America happened, where he passed on, and he had the time to assist me to publish this book. So this book means a lot to me, and he's my greatest inspiration, and I have been writing because of him. I've always tried to walk in his footsteps and continue the writing legacy. And so this book was dedicated to him and my late mother. I've always loved writing. I've been writing ever since I was probably 6 years old. Always writing something, some poems, some composition, short story. And of course, my brother would review it and let me know how bad or how good it is and what I had to work on. So he was my editor, you would say, and my greatest inspiration. I have a blog that I write in. Um, it's called Longest Publicist, where I publish short stories and poems there. You can check it out. And as a writer, I have I won the 2016 Outstanding Youth in Literacy Awards presented by the National Youth um, Council, which was the greatest milestone in my writing, in the writing journey. And that's it. This piece is taken from my book, The Greater You. Now you fly. Lift your wings, butterfly. Flutter them swiftly across the blue sky. Paint her with your pretty colors. Yes, it may take us a while to catch up with you, but we'll get there. Dance your dance, butterfly, for you are worth every ounce of happiness. The world watched while you crawled in the uncertainty of your identity, curved up in obscurity, but now you've changed your fate. Today you fly in awareness of who you are. You are beautiful, magnificent, a radiance of beauty and hope. And my book, The Greater You, can be purchased from me for only $10.
Good morning. It's the 6th of November, 2022. I'm here at the palatial home of Judge Irvin Winston Andre, PhD, a member of the Superior Court of Ontario, Canada. He's been on the bench now since 2002. So in a sense, this is his 20th year on the bench. But it's also the 30th anniversary of the founding of Poncassi Press in 1992. And on November 4th, 2022, at the William Dew Auditorium of the University of Toronto, it was announced to the world that the University of Toronto Libraries had enrolled the back catalogue of Poncassi Press's works on Dominican and Caribbean literature and history into its global digital library. That high honor had much to do with the leadership of Irvin Andre in Poncassi Press. So Irvin, I'm going to ask you a few questions. What do you believe, if you were to reflect on this, was the significance of Friday's event in the history of Poncassi Press and the history of our people in way of literature and history?
Well, the significance probably lies in the fact that at least persons the world over can get a glimpse, can get an opportunity to scrutinize, to read, to reflect, to analyze the works we've produced, which deal with virtually every aspect of Dominican life. They can read historical accounts. They can read about whether it's the political history of the island, its economy, its people, its short stories, its sporting history, its economic history, its leaders from every sphere of life. They now have an opportunity to have a look at this information in a manner which previously was unimaginable. So this, in my view, is the singular importance of this development, courtesy of the University of Toronto.
Irving, let's talk about the foundation of Poncassi Press in 1992 with one Gabriel Christian. How did that come to be?
Well, it came to be because of our mutual love of history, our belief that our history has a significance which is no less important than that of the history of some of our neighboring islands. We believe, growing up in the 70s, being exposed to some of the existing literature, that quite frankly, more needed to be done to document our history. We also believe that those who will do so are those who've been nurtured in the island, not someone, a stranger who comes, visits the island, develops a love for it, and put pen to paper. So we took upon ourselves the task. And why did we do so? Because one, we had an academic interest in things related to history. Second, we'd spent hundreds of hours at our library in Roseau, pouring through old works written by colonial authors about the island, which reflected a very Eurocentric perspective. And we felt that we had to alter that because it did not fully capture the experience of our people. We believe that the works that had been written then, although laudable, did not go far enough. We were also fortunate in that we were nursed in the radicalism of the 70s. We were part of a study group, Popular Independence Committee, set up by the Rosie Douglas, and we had certainly engaged in analysis of many of these political writers, whether it's Marx, Engels, and some of our third world theoreticians, Franz Fanon, for example, Walter Rodney. So we had a perspective which at the time was regarded as somewhat radical. Not only that, we honed our skills writing when we founded a newspaper called Vanguard, in which we wrote articles about current problems or current issues in Dominica at the time. We printed it on the then ubiquitous Gestette machine, and that gave us a bird's eye view of the world of printing or publishing. And need I say, it whetted our appetite.
Were you saying then, Irving, that the fact that you were able to create something, the art of creation, the process of creation, inspired in us to believe that we could do something majestic?
No question. I'm not sure about the majestic part, but certainly something worthwhile and something notable. So by the time we left Dominica and blundered into post-secondary institutions, whether in your case in Washington, in my case, University of the West Indies, and by the time I came to the States to do some postgraduate work in history, we were committed to such a degree that every month we made a pilgrimage to the Library of Congress in Washington with one purpose: to research, to copy as many documents on Dominican history we could find. And
Irving, stick a pin in that for a moment, because, as I reflect, we were part of a generation where, under Edward Oliver LeBlanc, who was a social reformer who had expanded the bounds of education, where you had people like Dorothy Levy, recently graduated University of Toronto in '66, Alwyn Bully, who graduated from University of the West Indies. So we had a new cadre of Dominican teachers who had been educated at the university level. So we had a degree of educational achievement by Dominicans, unprecedented in history of the island, certainly the post-colonial history, the post-Columbian history, the history that proceeded after Columbus came to the island. Why is it then, of all those persons who attended high school and went to university, it turns out that we got together and we were able to embark on this press? Why did others not find it fitting? I mean, is this about providential intervention, or is that a question of just personal choice?
well, here's how I personally look at it. That generation, for the most part, of Dominican scholars, many of whom had returned and subsequently left, while they were very much involved in the radical politics of the period, and while many of them wrote articles in little newspaper in pamphlets, such as by, for example, the Movement for New Dominica and so on.
The pamphlet called Travail, which is Creole for work.
That's right. But many didn't proceed from that basis. Many did not regard that initial foray into writing and publishing as a mere starting point for greater things. And I think we were quite aware of those limitations. And certainly in my case, that was a motivation to shift the paradigm, to carry the journey one step forward, to move from that initial foray into writing and printing pamphlets and so on into the writing of books. And as certainly I gained more exposure at the post-secondary level, then it became apparent to me that look, certainly with some dedication, commitment, research, and perseverance, that certainly we could definitely make a serious contribution to the writing of Dominican history by embarking on a work of ourselves.
And in 92, you and I, after having graduated from Georgetown University, of course, you graduated from you graduated from University of West Indies, were at Hopkins for 2 years. The call went out through your good offices to several other Dominicans who were highly educated, very competent, very capable, to get this book as we approach the 500th anniversary of Columbus's encounter with the Americas. And what was the response?
The response was somewhat lukewarm, to be honest. It was a little disappointing. Some folks basically expressed the view that they were otherwise engaged. Others, before the book was even written, wanted to know about the royalties and so on. And I basically said, look, I mean, I respect everybody's view, but with or without the involvement of others, then this project is going to be done and undertaken. So what I did, as you're aware, that I basically came up with a tentative contents page with a number of different chapters. I communicated with you and I asked you if you will write these chapters on these various topics while I do the others. And as the saying goes, the rest was history. We persevered, we toiled, we went through the birth and pains of any type of new baby, so to speak, and I'm happy to say that we were able to fulfill that mission. And it was a very proud moment was it in Virginia when we
Yeah,
traveled?
Fredericksburg, Virginia, with Book Crafters Company.
Very much so. When we got the first, how do you say that, shipment of boxed books, and it was celebrated with cheap champagne in Maryland, United States.
And Joan, of course, we had the good fortune to have Joan with us. Kathy wasn't able to make it, the kids were young. But Irving, looking back at those 30 years, what do you believe is the importance of this collaborative of the University of Toronto that we're celebrating this weekend?
Well, first of all, it's certainly, insofar as Dominique is concerned, probably the other islands, it's probably the first such collaboration with the University of Toronto. There may be other collaborations with other universities in other countries, but insofar as the University of Toronto is concerned, which has an extremely vast digital library, to be included in that collection, I think is something to be quite proud of. But not only that, it bridges a significant challenge and hurdle that we had: how to increase access to our writings in face of what would have been a significant financial obstacle. And the fact that we could give those books to the university, PDF copies. And the good thing about that is that, at least insofar as my works are concerned, at least I had an opportunity to have edited some of the works before giving it to the University of Toronto, something which is very important to me. But they have enabled us to reach as broad an audience as possible through their vast resources, without any significant outlay of funds, which would have basically exceeded whatever resources that we have. So this is very important to us. It's a culmination of what we've been doing, and hopefully it's not just a destination, but it's the opening of new doors, new vistas of opportunity for our writings. And that's certainly how I see it. Not the end, but hopefully a new beginning.
Irving, as we conclude, let me ask this question about the value of writing Dominica's history from the perspective of those who come from the very breast of the country, but also with a perspective rooted in our role in the independence movement as student activists who sought the improvement of the lot of our people by securing independence from Britain and focusing on different aspects of our history, which had never been written about. You know, you talk about the sports like cricket and football, what they call in North America soccer, the biographies of our greats, the carnival tragedy of the 1963 fire, those who had served in World War I and World War II, the trade union movement, local politics, the whole upsurge of Black consciousness and Black power. What value do you believe resides in those efforts we made? And as you assess that value, tell the audience, those who listen to this tape, what was it that allowed us to endure over these past 30 years? What was the character of our relationship as two writers who met when we were teenagers? What was the character of that relationship that made for our success, where we had success?
Well, 30 years is a long time by any stretch of the imagination. I think what assisted us was that, again, we went back so long. We had great affinities, not only our love for the history of the island, but the social milieu from which we came from, and our realization that, look, if we don't do this, it's very unlikely, not impossible, unlikely that others would take up the mantle, would take up this burden or this challenge. We also believe that we had over the years armed ourselves with a body of knowledge gleaned from both primary and secondary sources that placed us in an ideal way, in an ideal position to undertake this task. Furthermore, through our respective work situations and so on, we were able to marshal some of our financial resources to write these works. Additionally, we had the support of our partners who were very much involved or very much supportive of our efforts to document this history and to play a role defined by themselves in this development of this body of work. So there were a number of factors: economics, social, familial, a recognition of the significance of what we do, in an understanding that even if today we are not necessarily celebrated in our own country as someone who are making a valiant effort to document our history, but we were buoyed by the realization and belief that somewhere out there at some point in the future, there are those who will certainly look towards these works for a source of information and a source of understanding. So the main thing, as I said, is that relationship capital, however you want to call it, familial capital, economic capital, all of this were brought together, in my view, of a worthy initiative to salvage Dominica's history. So I'm proud that we've played our role in that process. Others will come, others are coming, and we're happy that at least we have set the stage for others to take our works to the next level.
I mean, I just want to salute you on 30 plus years. And I say plus because we started in the 70s. So if one were to incorporate what we did in the 1970s, it would be beyond the 30-year period. But certainly Podcast Press from 92 has blazed the trail. And I've been fortunate to be with you on that journey. You've shown great leadership. I regaled or regaled, if you want to say, the crowd on Friday evening by saying to them, you set a fine example. And when you'd call me to inquire of how I was getting along, how I was progressing with my pieces. And on one occasion, Joan picked up the phone and I said to Joan to tell Irving that I'm not there. She let the cat out of the bag by saying to Irving, Gabriel said he's not there. But, that jocularity aside, the fact is we were able to stay keenly on task and to complete the mission and the mission, in fact, continues. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as I said, it's a great ride. I hope it continue. But these days we have to be mindful of the precariousness of life, given what's happening in the world, given the onsets of some very increasingly pervasive medical ailments. And your product, your own progression has been slowed up considerably, given the fact that you're on a perpetual or persistent honeymoon. But hopefully that will also continue and rather than be an impediment, be a spur to your own creative endeavor.
Thank you,
very
Irving.
much.
Thank you, Irving. I just want to say all of that. If I were to be, well, I guess you'll get to ask me a few questions, but certainly, God bless us both. God bless our families. One love.
Wonderful. Yes, good morning. It is November the 6th. We're in the beautiful city of Brampton, and we've been graced by the presence of the Christians. The Christians, Gabriel Christian and June Christian, his partner, his wife. They're here because they attended a function on November 4th at the University of Toronto, in which we celebrated, at a time coincided with Dominica's National Day of Independence, an agreement between Forecast Press and the university, in which they have obtained a license to make available to a worldwide audience digital copies of our books published by Forecast Press. Gabriel, tell us what you thought about this event.
Well, first of all, thank you, Irving. Thank you for taking the time to ask me a few questions. And thank you for having us here at your wonderful home with your beautiful wife, Kathy. And of course, we met your daughters on Friday. Irving, the event on Friday evening was outstanding. It was a groundbreaking event. We do not know it to be the case that the University of Toronto Libraries has engaged any other Caribbean press in such a collaborative. So it's a first for Dominica. It's certainly a first, maybe for the Caribbean, as far as we know. And for our work now to be recognized as valuable by a major university on the world stage and to be inducted or enrolled into what is the largest digital library on earth in any language is a high honor. It does this high honor. And, you know, memory takes me back to when we first became friends. It was in the research section of the Roseau Public Library, which itself was a collaborative between two persons of European descent, the British administrator then Hesketh Bell, and the Scottish-American philanthropist Andrew Carnegie, who donated £1,500 or thereabouts to the forming of that library, which served us well. And so, you know, it's been a long journey, but one that was full of love of country, love of history, love of literature, and a desire to pay compliment to both our parents. Your father and mother done much to educate all of you, and our parents, Albert and Myrtle Christian, had done much to educate us. And so we wanted to bring satisfaction to them so they would understand and did not waste their time in sending us to the Dominica Grammar School or Sixth Form College, and to a wider community or Dominican society, that we had not forgotten from whence we came, that we are children from suckled on the breast of Dominica's education system by some brilliant teachers like Dorothy Livy, Josephine Josephs, Kate Polidor, Orrin Bully, and others. And we wanted to pay tribute to the nation of our birth by recording its history, writing its literature, living a written record of our march as a people through time, as part of the nation building enterprise. And so Friday represented all of that by the recognition given us, so that that which we had created would now be part of the universal patrimony, that the person in Afghanistan or Ukraine or Kenya or Indonesia, Japan, Korea could open their phones, open their laptops or their computers and be able to access the world of Dominican literature, world of Dominican history. A great, great compliment was paid us on Friday, November 4th, 2022.
Now, in the audience on Friday, there were a number of persons, also a number of persons resident in Canada, but originally from Dominica. And I certainly know that you interacted with some of these folk both before and after the event. What was your impression as to the views of some of these folk who were present at the function?
Great, great pride, great joy, great satisfaction. They felt lifted that our island, our beloved homeland, was being recognized. They each felt part of that victory, part of that success. It was not that we were being honored as Gabriel Christian or Irvin Andre and Poncassi Press. They felt a collective sense of accomplishment because they intuitively knew that all that we had done was to manifest in reality that little bit of genius and creative spirit and innovative capacity that all Dominicans possess, and that we exemplified the best of our community in a way of effort, that the effort we had undertaken over 30 years. And Ms. Charles, Jennifer White, the Siemens, LeBlanc, Joseph, Trevor Bertrand, all the persons who came, Carew and others, were there because they wanted to be present at the resurrection of our best hopes in a way. And they all drew some encouragement and some inspiration from what we had done and what was being recognized on that cool Toronto evening.
Now, I know that in the audience there were folks from other West Indian islands. What do you think is the significance of the fact that these folk should know about Dominican history? Why is that important?
Irving, you made a very good point. You know, they say sometimes great things come in small packages. Oftentimes, the Caribbean is reduced, if I can use that term, to just simply being spoken of from the perspective of the bigger islands. Cuba, if you're talking about the largest island in the Caribbean, or Jamaica, if you're talking about the largest English-speaking island, Trinidad coming up behind that, and Barbados. And you hear very little about the smaller islands. Yet it was a smaller island, Dominica, which was being recognized. And they took pride. You know, I've heard from Ambassador Curtis Ward, Dr. Claire Nelson, the Noel family from Trinidad, and many others who are not Dominican born, and they all have taken a collective lap of victory. They've all shared in our success because we've always done the work of literature and history, not from an insular perspective. You know, simply Dominicans. We're proud Dominicans, but we're also proud West Indians. And you, Irving, brought great credit to the Caribbean community in Canada. I've sought to do the same thing in the United States. I speak very proudly of Dominica, but speak very proudly of my Caribbean heritage. And we always seek to advance in the best spirit of the old West Indian Federation of 1957, 1962, within which the folds of which we were nurtured. We always try to promote the best of the Caribbean at all times and to be good exemplars of transcendental Caribbean civilization, one that was born of that victory over oppression, the oppression of chattel slavery and colonialism, reaching out and compassing different strands of the human family, those who are European, those who are Asian, those who are African, and the indigenous people coming together to do something meaningful and grand. And so I think the other members of the audience who were not Dominican were as gratified as we were at what happened.
Where do you go from here, Gabriel? I mean, now that at least you received a modicum of acclaim and recognition, what is the next step for you?
The next step is to continue to build. Nation building is a lifetime pursuit. I do not believe that we have the luxury of resting on our laurels. I believe that to those who much has been given, much is required. And you said something very interesting in your portion of this interview series that we did this morning, and that was we had when I asked you the question as to what made for our success, you said we had the familial connection. We had a degree of affinity. We also had a belief in the meaningful nature of our relationship, that God somehow had conspired with us to have us be born of decent families who were keen on uh, educational accomplishment and who nurtured us and who pushed us. We responded to that stimuli and to that impetus by embracing opportunity, by going to school, staying in school, completing our tasks, doing our homework sufficiently so to pass exams. And then when that educational process was over, we got into the professions. You became a crown attorney. I became a private lawyer in Washington, you here in Toronto area. And when we had a few pennies, instead of chasing after the mirage of materialism and self-aggrandizement, to use your very cute term, we resided in our own financial wherewithal, to use your term, mypocket.com, as the means to finance our work. We could have gone on a lot of cruises and built mansions on hills, but we decided to engage in community service as we did with the Cicero Club and the Commonwealth of Dominica Canada Association of Washington. We were part of the Dominica Association of Washington, D.C., and rebuilt Dominica. So by engaging in community service, by saving our pennies, by using our limited financial resources to do things that were meaningful in gathering our history, publishing our history, we showed the way, and we hope and trust others will follow. And I believe we, by being blessed, have sought to bless others and provide knowledge that we've had to others, to share our knowledge with others through the world of publishing and the publishing of our history and our literature. And I believe that this is the opportunity that we have, maybe not at the same pace in our younger years. We're now coming up in age. We can maybe rest a little bit, but I believe we have to keep pushing on, because you've always been inspiring. You've always been inspiring to me, Irving. And recently you've been fond of the term that we are seized by the fierce urgency of now.
Thank you very much. Let me end by asking you this last question, Mr. Christian. What words of advice do you have for budding writers, whether in Dominica or elsewhere?
I believe that we must always be sober. I think we need to stay away from strong drink and other mind-altering substances best we can, and organize our thoughts around a keen appreciation.
If I may ask you to stick a pin, are you suggesting implicitly or otherwise, based on the words of Shakespeare, that alcohol may stimulate the passion, but it takes away the performance? Is that what you're suggesting?
I absolutely believe so. I believe that in our West Indian civilization, in our Caribbean culture, as a nation, Dominica, we tend in recent years towards a certain crass, celebratory, circus-like debauchery that demeans sober reflection. To build a nation, to write a book that is meaningful, one needs to apply that old principle. I think it was Thoreau who said, the heights attained by men reached and kept is not attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward through the night. That's what I did, that's what you did, that's what success requires. And so I say studied effort. We need to be more engaged with research and development. Build fruitful and meaningful relationships. Don't be a sometime friend. Good friendships are forever. You and I have had that. I've been very blessed. Had we not had that sort of cohesive, purposeful connection, we would not have been able to build Pontcassier Press. And when you have attained a degree of education, when you have attained a degree of operational cohesion, when you've engaged in sober reflection to produce some work of art, some work of literature, some technological process, something that is scientifically driven, do not forget to share it with those from whence you came. That is how you build community. That is how you build nation. And it is by an unselfish devotion to excellence in all things. And that's for that reason, I believe what I would say to a young person is to prepare yourself by sober engagement in professional development, Read and read widely. Also keep a diary, because a diary is a conversation with yourself. And try to select friends who can burnish the best aspects of your character, not the worst.
Thank you very much, Gabriel Christian. Very well said. And hopefully, this will inspire your listener to march on resolutely in terms of achieving their own literary goals. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Greetings. Thank you to the Write-Tukubuli committee for inviting me to share my works. It is a great honor. I would also like to acknowledge that this reading is taking place on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, the Huron-Wendat, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. Greetings, Write-Tukubuli. Greetings to all members of Dominiche Poetic Circle. Big up to Ron, the founder of Dominiche Poetic Circle, and also a big honor to my friend Rasmo Moses. Always been a great inspiration in my life. I want to read to you a few of my poems. The first one I'll read is called Roseau River Dreams. It is about a childhood memory of, a childhood memory. So here we go, Roseau River Dreams. Dreams of an age when I pause at the water's edge, my refuge where I watch the water flow. Over stones, white, gray, black, and brown. One smooth in flow and time. In the water's flow, times of hurt, confusion, sorrow, and anger swirl. My mind I empty in the water's flow. In the water's flow suspended, meditative, I watch millet swim up current feeding. My father claimed that I am not his child. My mother in England to work to provide. I am cursed. I am blessed. I alone at the water's edge. I am Melchizedek. I perch at the water's edge. Solace and peace wash over I. Over stones, white, gray, black, brown. Millet swim up current feeding. I am the Prince of Peace. Yeah, so that poem, it represents a time of healing for me. And it's one of the first poems, that really showed me that, I was a writer, right? The next one I want to read for you is about my grandfather. It's called Papa Fanso. Papa Fanso, my memories of you became real only after I realized you were resident within my pantheon of mythological figures. Papa, it is a child's memory and I miss you. Those days in your shop, you at your anvil, swinging the sledgehammer high at will, raining down on hot molten metal, flattening the tops of steel rounds, then filing them into doves in flight, assembled into someone's barrier fence, gate, railing, enclosure, doorway. Beauty, deceptive, effective, strong. A monument of a man at 6'4", muscled hard from hard repetitive work. You champion of the art of metalwork. Only one of only two on the island then. I would watch you work as my small arms ached from turning the forge to turn the metal red hot. You turn, teasing me about my weak arms. Turn that forge, boy. Put your arms into it. I did not get vexed then, as even with your child, I could see your eyes melt as you looked at me. Your chest swelled with pride. I felt love then. You, with all your animals flocking around you, the glint in your eye, an easy rumbling laugh. You were everything to me, to everyone who came to you to fix a cup, an earring, a shoe, and everything possible to fix. The farmers came with horses to be shoed, shoes you crafted with your large hands. Caressing, you calmed each nervous horse, assured they would stand still. Let you remove their worn shoes, shave their shoe hooves even with a file, then nail the new shoe in place. Turn that forge boy, make the coals hot. My arms keep moving from pride. The coals start to glow red and spark. You shuffle the metal further into the glow. Finally, the metal grows red amongst the coals. You smile at me and start to pound them flat, to bend them at right angles and into circles. Even the mechanic next door, who would who would tease you about being outdated, became humble when they could not find a part and come to you to ask, you can make that, Franco? Then you would smile and promise to try. But I knew you could and watched you as you measured the old part, examined the form, and then freehand construct what had been mechanically fabricated. Then, with pride, proclaim success. It will work better than the original. This one is for Dominica. It will withstand seawater. Papa, when I grew up, I learned from books of the role of blacksmiths in Africa. The blacksmith was the center of the village, considered sacred, creator of the prayer fetish, and a leader in the social order. It made me remember the shop, the laughter, and the gratitude. I miss you, Papa. Yes, fond memories of my grandfather. Now I'm gonna go to mothers. You know, mothers, the subject, mothers can be. So anyway, here's mothers. Mothers, I have lived. I know I have lived. My mothers told me. Me, I have two, three mothers. In my house, there were no fathers, just mothers. Mothers did everything. Go to work, wash clothes, cook, clean, comfort. Mothers give a million instructions. Child never know why until I have lived. I know I have lived. My mothers told me so. Mothers go to England, send pictures and clothes, toys and books, and mothers get you other mothers, auntie mothers, granny mothers, and mothers take over for fathers. And children say, I have two, three mothers. And then the epiphany, I have lived. I know I have lived. My mothers told me so. Mothers will come back in many different forms when sons become fathers, and daughters become mothers, and mothers become grannies, and sons become fathers, and mothers become partners. In my house, there is a father. I knew, I found out, I am living. I know I am living. My mother showed me how. Yes, a tribute to the mothers. And with that, I want to do one last piece. This one is for my granddaughter. It's called For Serious and for Real Life Motion. Taylor, my 4-year-old granddaughter, challenges me, hands on her hips. Her large black pupils search my face. For serious and for real life motion? She asks. She knows me. I'm a storyteller. I love the Cree moniker she addresses me by. Musha means grandpa. Her eyes say love. But it is the question that has me intrigued now. Taylor is 3 generations deep in the age of television, 2 generations into the internet and cell phone age. Today, fiction and illusion pose as reality. They see Taylor's generation. They know, are wise to that fact. In my generation, we did not have to ask the question. To them, it is important. For serious and for real life, they want us to differentiate, to situate our truth. It is exciting to anticipate what that generation will bring. a double dose of reality to wake us up from techno dreams, self-induced delusions signifying progress, mechanical progress. Musham for serious and for real life. Musham, Musham. Yes, Taylor, for serious and for real life. I love my Taylor. Okay, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. Big up Write-Tukubuli, big up DPC, Dominican Poetic Circle, and keep writing, everyone.
Blessings all, hello. My name is Rosalind Severin Mutin. I'm the best-selling author of Oceans of Thoughts Book 1, available on Amazon. I will recite a couple of my poems, and I will start with poems from the selection series, so the convent series. These poems are written with a slight twist of Dominica dialect, using D for the and they for they. And that will show you, take you on the journey in real time. Teach your children early when they cannot say no. It's a quote from Macmillan John Baptist out of Dominica. Montessori class and first division. Class of 1958. January was mine. Tots and dolls and pillow. School bag and recess. School uniforms and beret. Perfect in size. Curious and sweet. Happiness. To school we go. In the old Hillman. The best car rides. Slow in style. Convent school was the aim. And Virgin Lane made fame in the old academy. Miss Garrett's class, Montessori it was. Sweet angel lady we knew. Kindness and grace all children face, swept in her tender embrace. 1 and 1 is 2, ABC in it too. Arts and crafts, draw and color, pencil and slate, play and learn. Hands up, in turn, we learned it. Music and song, all band instruments, all children's chorus, all children singing, all children excited. Speech day to come. End of school year, we blossomed, we grew in the old academy. Miss Bully's class, gentle, elegant lady, first division was our mission. Some classmates, yes, permission. Roddy and Connie, Eric and Marina, Lincoln and Joanne, among many. Oh, he forgot. 0 + 1 is 1. Lincoln to the blackboard, Stuart to the rescue for the arithmetic. Yes, it's true. Long, thick black pencils on paper we knew to trace the penmanship and arithmetic too. Dictation and recitation, spelling and phonics, rhythms and rhymes, we learnt it. We sang many songs and practiced happily. The little band instruments, the clack-clack, cymbals, tambourines, drums, flutes, triangles, fat wooden sticks. Come speech day with prizes, with acting and singing, with both classes. When both classes sing with the little band. Come speech day, to celebrate at St. Gerard's Hall was decalled come speech day to mark the end of that sweet era in the old academy.
Poetry is more than ink on a page or writing about the chirps of crickets in the graphite night air. Our words hold the power to transform silence into song, to break barriers that walls could never hold back, and to remind us of the humanity that we share. I am Blanche Athanas Winston, a senior graduate teacher for the past 24 years, certified academic coach and public speaker, doting mother of two and wife. Writing has been my passion from my high school days. Back then, I scribbled thoughts on scraps of paper and behind my notebooks, hoping teachers would not notice. Today, I am able to pass on my love for words to my students, particularly those in our DGS Choral Speech Club as their director. My work has been awarded first and second place in Dominica's Independence Literary Competition and also gold and silver medals at the National Schools Arts Festival, both for 2 consecutive years. My poetry has also been showcased in the Caribbean Union of Teachers magazine and on our beloved Esperias Creole program. Later this year, I will be publishing an anthology of short stories and poems. It is my great delight to be invited to the first ever Write-Tukubuli festival, and I really hope you will enjoy my poems. This poem is entitled Nostalgia. I gasp and shiver at the first glimpse of her silhouette in the distance. She is tall and well built, exuding elegance. Her striking, shapely frame gradually emerges into sharper focus. If this isn't a love affair, then I don't know what it is. She rises from nature's bowels, confident and strong against the backdrop of tranquil blue skies and fluffy white celestial pillows. I revel in her splendor as the lustrous sunshine illuminates her and a royal glow emanates from her deep, inscrutable valleys. Wave after wave of sweet nostalgia inundates me. I'm awestruck at her towering peaks, dominating a majestic world that is a paradise second to none. Everything about her is perfectly detailed, sculpted meticulously by her artist's chisel. My senses are suddenly activated, possibly in overdrive, as I taste juicy varieties of mangoes, pineapples, guavas, and oranges that I yearn to pluck from her fertile bosom. Unimagined but seemingly realistic fragrance of Raf Douad and Vian Parfumé, Yamba Litania's dashing cola, Dombwe, and carrots that I long to savor fill my nostrils. And I salivate at the thought of a dessert of Nenen's sweet potato pudding, tangy tamarind balls, or juicy gooseberries served on a cocoa stick. Waking up to the aroma of hot stone oven mastiff bread, served with fried plantain, sauce, black pudding, roasted yampe, and hawasson, with a ripe zabuka and cold lime squash to wash it down. Sweet torture. The aircraft's descent permits me to marvel at the endless groves of resilient coconut trees that imitate vibrant bois swaying to tropical calypso rhythms on Carnival Monday. Row after row of bananas that nourish the days of my youth unfold. Then the sparkle of a meandering river captures my attention, and galvanized roofs far below will pleasantly remind me of my childhood dollhouses. The final touchdown interrupts this reverie, excitement and joy overflowing in a feeling that cannot be contained. Tears from licks in my proud eyes. as at this overdue reunion. The welcoming chorus of a choir of nearby cities enjoying nectar from colorful nature island flowers is an exquisite melody. The sudden urge to run and tumble in the dewy grass of a carpet green hills out in the countryside where I long to be possesses me. A satisfied smile stretches across my face. No more long distance love. I am here, home at last, in Dominica, the land that birthed me. This one is written in Creole and it's entitled Weste Levi Write-Tukubuli. Me sa nou katan la, so pa feb, kite, pa viwe, e las body. That's really, say sa nou di, le nou kite this country, ki pa afua wi, say au revoir, bye bye, pa oti mersi. Papa met, once is that, sa se pale sot, ebe nou fini bat. Nou vle ale langrite pou fe nos epi dopte. Nou vle moute l'Amerik, pis nou las maje sirik. Nou vle mette pelhad, zong, epi long zanou. Nou vle mette kotete, machi, atalo. Koute, epi koute biye, si nou tout kite, kouman nou kay femeye, Dominique bouzwe nou pou develope, Dominique bouzwe nou pou eleve. Nou vle weste isi, jis le nou mo. Nou ke wende Dominique vini pli fo. Piti a piti, zozyo finish li. Nou pa ka pati, ko Ophelia di. Fo nou weste leve, Write-Tukubuli. Nou chase pou vive, ada o plas, le moun ka vini fe vakas. Nou pa ni laje, nou ni bel la vie, glo koko pou bwe, glo chou pou beye. E la men nou djou ko kalalou. Nou ka oui mesye bodye, pou sa y fe banou, o ki te ki wish pou leve zafanou, was Afriche, fwa se pi angle, nou kwe apwe bodye se late. Iba nou moun komamo, Felix Olwin PJ Piero, nou pasa lobili rasmo, ka batabal asiel aho. Dominique pa plewe me pote dey, pis moun kweyol pa kwe somey. Ou sav se vwe, la verite, valeja diaspora vle viwe, l'Amerik ni yon de twa bota, me Dominique si yo peyi viva, ata Noël nou ni rough and ready, pou kanaval bou yo pasa fini. Ata kweyol nou ka koute chobi, Dominique tou pou vwe si ou kachile, la verite, la verite. Ou pa sa maje organik lot peyi, me a Dominique ou sa maje dwi, ou sa maje dan Chine, bo o voise. Tout moun se fami, nou pa ritwen. Ou sa trigwiyav, zowe, mago, fe boafe pi fik dombwi kombo. Peyi belte, peyi kwade, peyi pou tout dou eve bel. Nou ke sone klochou tout patou, se a chouel malot peyi ke jalou. Vini duvan gaso eve fi, chebe la men, pa jamais mori. Anou weste leve Write-Tukubuli. Weste leve Write-Tukubuli.
Hello, viewers. Welcome to the Write-Tukubuli Virtual Literary Festival. And today we have another author showcase, and we have the lovely Joanne Skerritt with us today. So, hi, Joanne.
Hello, it's so great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Very excited about this.
Great, thank you. Well, let's jump straight in. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your writing journey? Did you always know you wanted to be a writer?
Yeah, I did. It's kind of interesting. I remember being a student at Dominica Grammar School in the early 80s. And, I think my teachers might have seen something in me. I remember Mr. Lockhart, who was the principal at the time, he brought me to a meeting of the Writers Guild with him. And I think I don't know, I might have frozen up anyway, but, and I had, a short story published in our grammar school newspaper that one of my friends, Gloria Walsh, actually, she showed it to me like a few years ago. I was like, oh my gosh, I might have been 11 or 12 at the time when I wrote it. So I think I always knew I wanted to do it. I didn't know that I would actually achieve it, but yes, I always knew I wanted to be a writer.
Awesome. And about how did you actually learn to be a writer? How did you learn about the craft of writing? How did you go about that?
So I think, for writing, I think reading, being a bookworm always helps. That's, I think, a big part of the journey is that reading a lot of books teaches you to assimilate and, absorb writing, the structure of telling a story and that sort of thing. But I think the training for me began when, in my first career, I worked for various newspapers out of college. Well, during college, I had an internship at the Boston Globe, and that kind of opened up my career as an editor. And I worked for newspapers in North Carolina and Chicago. And then I was at the Boston Globe for a number of years. So I think that's where I really learned how to, kind of write, from reading and editing really, really great writers. So that was the beginning of my training. Later on, I went on and got a master's in writing. But I think it was working in journalism, having to deliver headlines and copy on a nightly deadline basis. That's what's really helped me develop my skills.
Okay, wow, cool. And I'm very familiar with your books, but for those who don't know about you and your books, can you tell us about some of the books you've published?
Yeah, so I started out in like 2005. That was when my first book was published, and that was during the quote unquote chick lit era. There was just like a lot of young women's fiction being published at the time, and I just sort of like rode that train, wanting to just get my foot in the in the publishing world any way that I could. I think in at least one of those books, in each of those books, I do mention Dominica, but I didn't get to write my first book that was set on Dominica until Pauly Petullo published Abraham's Treasure, and that was in 2011, I think, and that was just such a joy to write that. It's about two teenage brothers going on adventures across the island and searching for treasure. So that was really fun. That was my first book that was set all on Dominica. And then my latest book that came out in 2023, and that's Island Man. And that is kind of like a bigger span in terms of setting. A lot of it takes place in Dominica. Some of it takes place in Boston. It's really the story of a family with roots in Dominica and their immigration journey. With 2017 Hurricane Maria being sort of like the anchoring backdrop for all of it. So that one is I think probably the hardest thing I've ever written. So very proud of it.
Yeah, for both those books, Dominica really stands out. So, you were brought up in Dominica, right? Mm-hmm. What age did you leave?
I was 15 or 16. Yeah, I was a teenager already. Yeah.
Okay. So for those two books, how does Dominica kind of inspire and influence your writing? Because as I say, Dominica is so it's so prevalent in those books.
Well, I like to say that Dominica is the perfect literary character. I mean, Dominica itself, the island is beautiful, it's mysterious. It has, a very interesting history and past, whether it's political or just the mystical past. I think everyone who has lived or lives on the island, you probably hear stories, but I think that the island itself as a character, it does things, whether it's the unpredictable weather or just the beauty of it that is like untamable. It's sort of like a femme fatale, I guess. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's the perfect setting and the perfect character for a writer to play around with.
Yeah, I see that quite a bit, I think, with writers from the region. So yeah, and let's touch on Island Man, because I thought that was such an excellent book, and you cover an area that I don't often see written about. So it's set. Some of it is set during the political, like, turbulent times of the 1970s and 1980s, and also you have some of it set after the turbulent post Hurricane Maria period. So, what made you want to choose both those kind of flashpoint times for settings of this book?
Well, it's just me. I think I was, my uncle had recently passed away, and that was his era, 60s, 70s, and I was a child during a lot of the political stuff that was going on in the late 70s, early 80s. I had no idea what was going on. I remember one time walking back from the Roseville Public Library, and there were all these people in town, and I guess there was shooting and whatever. It was during one of the Patrick John things, and I just kind of I ran home, and I had no context. I was too young to really understand what was going on. So I knew that these things had happened. And so I had gone back and done some research, really reading Dr. Honeychurch's books and, any other history I could find. And I just found it fascinating that, that all this history was happening while, I was growing up, while my family was there, my parents' era and all of that. And I couldn't find anywhere where that had been written about by other authors, not about Dominica anyway. Other islands have their own, their own. But yeah, and I'm not a historian. I think and I had to improvise a lot around it, so I can't really just say, oh, this book is all facts. I was writing about a family,
yeah,
and how they were navigating the times that they were existing in. So I used, the what I had learned from reading the history, from talking to my father, and other older people in my life who were still living on the island. And I did the same thing for the post-hurricane, because I wasn't there for Maria, but a lot of my family members experienced it. So it's really their experiences of it that you read in the book, how they felt the aftermath of it. And yeah, so that's what I used. It's just what I could glean from other people and other sources.
Okay. I thought you did a really good job of that. And again, it's not something that we read a lot about. So kudos to you for tackling that. I mean, did you have any concerns about tackling that subject matter, about how you would portray people and politics? And did you feel any kind of sense of responsibility for doing that?
Yeah, and I still have concerns, but I think, I know that, especially with the stuff concerning the Dread Act, and I know that, it was a painful time for many families during the time that happened. And I feel I know that it's a sensitive topic, but again, I felt that, I hope that people understand it's a work of fiction. And again, I was writing about a particular family, fictionalized family, and how they were experiencing it. So it's not a book that is fact. And, I hope people can appreciate that this is just, a rendering of how any Dominican was experiencing life during turbulent times. And it's not meant to, it's not meant to deliver a certain narrative in favor of or against anything. It's just, this is what was happening, and this is how a particular character or family experienced it. So.
Yeah, and hopefully, it will inspire others to consider like writing about that period, either in fiction or non-fiction, creative non-fiction work. So you mentioned about using Lennox's books a lot for your research and speaking to family, etc. Did you do, was there any other type of research you did for The Island Man?
No, there is a great, it came out, oh my gosh, a few years ago. It's why can't I remember? But it's an anthology of Caribbean literature and history. I'm trying to remember, but it's like a 3-book series. And I remember just devouring all of that. It came out of professors from UWI, I believe. And I read that, and I got a lot of context just for writing about, the Caribbean and, the small islands, and some of the, the writing that had already been done, and how, even just how to write characters and how to, deliver language and dialect and that sort of thing. I think that reading those 3 anthologies helped me a lot, but I would say a lot of it is just me flying blind. Again, I'm not a scholar. I wish I was. I'm not a scholar of any of this. A lot of it is lived experience. And again, it's just talking with people. And yeah, so.
Yeah, cool. So have you had much feedback from people in Dominica particularly, or Dominicans? Have you had much feedback? Have they said they've read the book? Is it available in Dominica as well?
There were a few copies at Jay's. I'm not sure if they still have any more, but there were a few copies there. I have had feedback from a few Dominicans, and they have loved it. They have, I think, some of the things that brought back painful memories for some of us. And again, for me too, like writing it, there was a lot of times of just like, yeah, this is sad. But yeah, I know it's not well known or well talked about on the island. I would like to change that. But, I'm patient, however long it takes that people will find it and, interact with it, even if it's in a negative way or, in a critical way. I'm open to that. So yeah, but I had some good feedback, and I appreciate all the feedback that I've gotten so far, and I hope to get more.
That's great. I always say, it's so important to go back. I like the term Sankofa, which is, go back and find what has been left behind, in the sense that everything that's going on today is because of the past. So sometimes it is painful and it may take some time, but I do think it's important that we look at those times in history, because it's why, everything has an impact on the present and the future. So thank you for tackling that. So I just want to ask, generally, what has been some of the highlights or not so great times of your writing journey? How long has your writing journey spanned, your professional writing journey? So just some of the highs and lows.
Yeah, so I'd say, it's, off and on over 20 years. And I started before, social media was so prevalent. So, you would have, even if you weren't like a, top of the line author, I think publishers would kind of think, okay, well, we have to just do this amount of marketing. You would, go to the bookstores and try to go to book fairs and do these events. And that would actually help sales. Now, I think with social media, it's just a different game right now. You have to be social media savvy and very present if you build that following. And I've actually heard like it doesn't really translate to sales. It might translate to popularity, which is good. You get your name out there, but I don't know how much that translates to sales. So that's some of the biggest changes that I've seen. And you asked about highs and lows, and I think that's kind of a low for me. I think for most writers, we're probably like introverted. Yeah. I don't enjoy being on social media, doom scrolling politics or whatever. And I don't enjoy that. But I don't like the marketing process at all. I have never liked it. And I'm very
I'm
happy.
feeling you there for sure.
Yeah, I'm very happy to just sit at home and write. And, I'm okay with that. But the actual marketing of the work, that to me is just, that's always just been a chore. And,
Yeah.
I try to say I should be more grateful. I really ought to be. It's really a privilege to be able to share your work with other people and have them read it. And I enjoy when I do get out there, I enjoy meeting with people and talking with them about the work. I think it's just the nervousness of going out into an unknown situation. It's nerve-wracking. But yeah, I don't like social media.
Yeah. What about some of the highs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the high points. What are some of the high
So
points?
the high points are, well, actually writing and finishing something is no great feeling in the world. It's just like, oh my gosh, I am done. I wrote this thing and I feel good about it. It's done. And then, and meeting people that, enjoyed the work, and they want to talk about, this character, or I hated this person, or I could identify with this person, or I really connected with this place. I like, I think those are some of the highs of the writing experience, is just meeting readers, because I'm a reader myself, and just talking about, the experience of a book, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's so true, because I think people forget it's quite, you're alone quite a lot of the time when you're writing. So when you hear from a reader, it's always such a joy. So I really try to feed back to writers, because I know it's so nice when I myself hear from readers. So yeah, cool. So yes, and you talked about, I know Abraham's Treasures was published by Papillon Press. Your other, Island Man, was Red End Press, I think. And what about your first book? So how did you go about getting publishers for your 3 books?
So my first 3 were published by Kensington Publishing, and that's a house in New York. And I went the traditional way. I remember just writing dozens and dozens of query letters. I would finish a book, then, you would write the query, just asking to various agents, literary agents, asking them to represent you. You tell them about yourself in the letter. You give a summary of your book and who you think your book will appeal to. And, back then, you actually did it on paper. So you would have the first 30 or 50 pages printed out in an actual letter.
Wow.
Go to the post office and mail it out and wait and wait and wait. And you would get a rejection, for me anyway, you would get rejection letter after rejection letter in the mail. Eventually I got an agent, and it was, he was a well-known enough New York agent. And, I look back on it now, I'm like, wow, that was really, it was really a blessing, because, it was just a really hard thing to do, but I did send out tons of letters.
Yeah.
And eventually got an agent, and he decided to represent me. And so the great thing about having an agent, you don't have to deal with the publishing houses yourself. They have the contacts with the publishers, so they do the work of trying to sell your book to a publisher, and so that's how those 3 books got published. I think it was a 2-book. Yeah, I think it was a 2 or 3 book deal. So I already had 2 that were done. So yeah, he was able to sell those, and so that was the process. But there was a lot of rejection, and I was just comforted myself. I'm like, well, I have a job, so I'm not waiting on this to eat.
Yeah.
And that's very key, because it's, again, I think trying to be a successful writer is trying to be like Michael Jordan. Is just only a few people get to be that NBA level of making enough to live on. So you have to be humble and realistic. So
yeah, and it really needs stamina and perseverance, right? Never giving up, really. Yeah, those rejection letters, they're not easy at all. So yeah.
No.
So
no.
yeah. So just generally, how have you found the whole publishing experience, the editing process, that kind of thing? How has that been for you?
Yeah, for me, I mean, so I think I credit, my years at the newspapers for, at least training me to write clean. So I've never had like an experience where I had to have a major edit. So that's been good. I think once the publishers have had the book, they will come back. With the manuscript, they will come back with questions that I can usually answer, or they'll want to make certain changes. I think the biggest the biggest edit I've ever had is one editor who said, but this is for one of my earlier books, that I needed to have more explicit, romantic scenes, because I'm very comfortable writing those. I was just like, oh my gosh. So I was like, no, you need to just tell a little more of what's going on here. I was like, I'm a good Christian girl. Yeah. So I think, those are the kinds of things I've had to, navigate, but no major edits. I've never had a situation. I know it happens where editors, you want to. So I did have one situation, I think, with Island Man. My new agent, she's not that new. I've been with her many years, right by now. And we were having trouble selling Island Man at first. People loved it, but this was 2020, 2021. And there were a lot of things going on at the time, COVID. And in America, there was sort of this, I think it was shortly after the George Floyd, thing. And I think at least one editor said, can she make the main character a woman? Because in that case, they would have been more willing to take it. And I said no.
Wow, that's major, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, well, I'd have to rewrite the whole thing. Yeah. And it was so hard for me to write a man in the first place. And I was just like,
I know, you put all that work into, and that was another thing I was going to say, you put yourself into that character, to write that character. Yeah.
It was very challenging. So I just wasn't, so I said, no, I'm not going to do that. So I gave up that opportunity, and it was a good publishing house, but at that point, I just said, I'm not going to do that. So,
yeah, but you got a good publishing house in the end. So that's cool. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask about you published for the YA audience, right? And the adult audience. So do you have a favorite genre, and including that the romantic genre as well? Do you like any one over the other?
I prefer, the YA, I wrote, I think, 2 short stories that are YA, and then Abraham's Treasure. And I had a lot of fun writing those, but I still feel like, I think it's challenging to me because with every year I get more out of touch with what's going on up there. And I would love to write another YA, but I'm very intimidated by the fact that, teenagers now, it's almost like they speak a different language.
Yeah.
And, so the learning process of writing that authentically, that would be interesting and probably very challenging. So I think that's the biggest thing for me. I enjoy writing it to the extent that I, think back on, the fun of being a kid or a teenager or this, but wanting to strike the right tone, I think that's very challenging because, again, it's very hard for me to identify with teenagers now, and I don't have many teenagers in my life to give me,
first-hand experience. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be interested to know, if you've had much feedback from men about the male character and whether they felt you'd got that right, the emotions and stuff. Obviously, there's no one stereotypical man, of course. So.
Right. Yeah, right. I mean, the one guy that I know who read it very closely, I mean, he did not mention that. He just really, he was overwhelmed by the story. He really liked it. He grew up in
Yeah,
Jamaica.
great,
So,
great.
I think that he was not really focused on that. But yeah.
Okay. And like, you mentioned you had, obviously you've got full-time job. How do you balance the writing? Do you have a strict writing schedule that you give yourself? How do you work it out?
So, with my work, I'm an attorney, and so for many years I worked for law firms, and honestly, there was no writing going on during those years. Not writing for fun, because I was very, very busy working extremely long hours. So I would say for it was 5+ years, I really wasn't doing much of that at all. And so that was between Abraham's Treasure and Island Man. I was very, very busy. So I wasn't doing a lot of writing at that point. And then I changed jobs. And so I'm still an attorney, but the work that I'm doing now, I have a little bit more time. So I have more space in my head to be creative. And so I wouldn't say I have a schedule. I'm one of those undisciplined writers, and I write about I forget the name. Was it John? I don't want to say John Irving. I don't know, one of those really, really well-known writers. I forget who it was. It's like they get up in the morning and they write for 8 hours a day or something. That is not me. No. It's like it's when the spirit moves.
That sounds familiar.
So I just, I'm not a disciplined writer. I hate to admit it, but I mean, if I'm at a point where I have to edit something, the manuscript, and deliver it by a certain date, I will get into it and do it.
Yeah.
But if I'm just writing at the beginning stages, it's just because for me, a lot of it comes from feeling a certain way. I'm sure you can identify with that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And if it doesn't feel right, then nothing good is going to get on that page. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's important, though, to share that with writers, because sometimes I find it quite intimidating when I read all these rules of you have to have these set things that you do as a writer. And I always think, well, that's not me. Maybe I'm not a proper writer so I think it's important when writers share those things. But yeah. So, one of the things I've been asking writers who live in Dominica as well are some of the advantages and disadvantages being a writer living here. So you don't live in Dominica. So what are some of the advantages and disadvantages, especially when you're writing about Dominica, living outside Dominica, do you think?
Well, I don't have a community. So, I'm sure there are plenty of people in Dominica who've never heard of me, and that can be kind of frustrating because I write about Dominica, but and I think it's just the feeling that whether it's true or not, this question of legitimacy. Even when I go home now, because I've pretty much lost my accent, and that's a whole other story. But it's just people, and again, whether I'm right or wrong, I think, are you really, did you really grow up here? Are you, what do you know about Dominica? And I have to okay, all right, I did grow up here. I did go to grammar school, go back and check the records, all of that. There's my house in Bath Estate, all of that, our house and my family's house. But so I think it's just dealing with that. The question of are you legitimately a Dominican writer if you don't live there, then not feeling connected to the community. And number 3, which I think is really important, is having a real pulse on life in Dominica today. I mean, I visit 2 or more times a year, so I feel that that's only been in the last few years. So I think I'm kind of conscious of the fact that, I may not be getting all the nuance of real life on the island, right? Because I'm still just kind of dipping in and dipping out, so that's always a concern for me. Like, oh, am I writing it like a tourist or someone, who's just so far removed? So that person who actually lives there, when they read that, they're like, that would never happen. Right. So yeah.
Yeah. And it's so deeply layered, isn't it? Community, it's so entangled and deeply layered. Yeah. So, yeah. And what about the advantages of living where you live in terms of the publishing industry and getting your book published and things? What are some of the advantages that you recognize might not exist in Dominica?
Well, yeah, I mean, being in, America, and I'm guessing if you're in the UK as well, then you have, this direct exposure to the publishing industry there. And, if you have a good product, you'll find somebody to publish it. And you will get, the marketing of these big companies behind you. They will print your book and, distribute them to bookstores all over the world. I know, like, my first couple of books, they were like all over the world, translated into different languages. So I think, being in a big wealthy country, you have those advantages. And being, I think if you're writing Dominica and trying to break through, it's going to be very much harder, I think, because I think the first question, it's a business, publishers want to know is like, who's going to buy this, right?
Yeah.
And so I think for them, if they're like, okay, well, you're from this island, a small island, and you're not here, you can't go about and go to Barnes and Noble and sit there on an afternoon or whatever. So I think it's just being closer to where the action is. That's one of the bigger advantages. And the other one is kind of like, well, I guess it's the flip side of what I said was a disadvantage, is that for me anyway, Dominica exists in a very, I have all this nostalgia and idealization of life. Again, I know there were ups and downs and, negatives and all that. And I do address that in my writing, but it's still sort of just like, when I think of Dominica, it's just this Isle of Beauty, Isle of Splendor, right? And, sometimes I hear people who live there, they criticize, and say, oh my gosh, things are so terrible. I'm like, could it be? So,
Yeah. living realities. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just like, it's stuck in your brain at a certain point in your life. And it's just like, that may not necessarily be reality. But you get to make it a Dominica you want to be, because you don't have to live there and experience it every day.
Yeah. And I often wonder, is anonymity a thing as well? Like when you live in a place, with so many people like America, you can write something and be pretty anonymous. But I always think if you write something in Dominica, related to Dominica is quite a small community. So I always find that, that might be well, anonymity can be both a plus and a minus. So I just wondered if you felt that living in America.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. I think even, what we talked about earlier with Island Mountain and feeling brave enough to go there, talking about, some of the things around the Dread Act. I'm like, well, I don't, even if, someone is, I don't know, sore about this, they hopefully can't possibly think I had any evil intention. I haven't, lived there in a while. I haven't interacted with anyone there. I'm not trying to, make anybody, I'm not trying to do an expose on anyone. I think for someone who lives there and has relationships there, it's different, because then you have to see people in the market and they're like, well, you portrayed my family this way or whatever. And, you did it with an agenda in mind. So you're absolutely right. And the anonymity, and I guess just being removed from, from some of that, some of those possible emotions that could come up, I guess it helps. And again, I hope people can see that, I try to be objective, and about that is there's no agenda there. So,
yeah. Cool. I've just got a couple more questions. I really enjoying talking to you, and just a couple more questions, if that's okay. So the one that we all want to know is, have you got anything new in the pipeline that you don't mind talking about, or is it too early in the stage for you to mention?
I'm always working on something when I finish it. That's the other story, but I'm always working on it. My aunt told me one of the craziest stories that I've ever heard, and I thought it was fascinating. We were talking about something else, but she said, "Oh yeah, you can, what some people have said in the old days, you can light a candle and put it under somebody's bed, and then it's some form of doing evil to the person, and eventually the person will die or the person will get sick." Like, that is ridiculous. How would they not know about the candle? Wouldn't the house burn down eventually? But it's just, and again, it's just
research required there. Yeah.
Right. But it's this whole, and again, I was just, oh yeah, magical realism,
Yeah.
So that, instantly resonated for me. And again, my family members just know, don't talk to Joanne. Do not ever. Don't say anything to her. Just say, how are you, and keep on.
Yeah, I think writers, people are always a bit wary. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, we'll look forward to that then, whatever that turns out to be in the end.
Yeah. Again, that's the thing about Dominique, it's just so rich in stories and possibilities. Yeah. It makes it very easy to write about. So,
yeah, absolutely. I agree. And we're hosting quite a few Lit 5s discussion, and one of the things we're going to be discussing is AI technologies and the use of AI technologies for writers. About the future of that, but also how do writers feel if perhaps some of their books have been used against their permission to train AI models? So do you have any strong views about that at all?
I wouldn't say my views are strong, but I definitely am wary. Just to see the way AI is showing up in so many parts of our lives, that I think it's definitely a concern. I am not an early adopter, so I haven't even messed around with ChatGPT or anything like that. But I was joking with my agent a couple of weeks ago, because for the latest novel I'm working on, I said, you know what, one of the worst things I hate, because you have to do like a 2-page summary of the entire novel, and that's one of the parts of writing. I should have said that earlier. I really hate summarizing the whole thing in 2 pages. And I said, I'm gonna use AI to do it. And she's like, don't do that, because it's going to take all of the information and and she's like, it's gonna be out there and searchable. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that's how it worked. So I think writers have to be have to educate themselves on what AI does, what it can do, and how it can. It can probably be helpful, I'm sure, but in a lot of ways, it can steal your intellectual property and all your hard work. It's just going to be, out there, and you have no recourse, or I don't know if you have any recourse. But I think, it's better to be informed and wary than just to be, I think, fully embracing of a technology like that is so dependent on, existing
content.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And the other discussion we're going to be having, one of the other discussions, is about, this thing about how do we get our work seen? You, for getting your work seen in Dominica and other islands as well, how can we improve the distribution of Dominican books to locally, regionally, and wider afield? Do you have any ideas or thoughts about that at all?
Again, so I follow a few authors, and, the ones that are known are the ones that are out there, and I don't know if it's them posting or if they've hired someone to post for them, but it's just being ubiquitous, I guess, being where the readers are and going to things, I think, there's going to be some outlays going to, I guess, Calabash and these writing festivals across the region where you can meet other people who can, introduce you to other people. I think forming writing communities. I had a really great, when I lived in DC, I had a really great writing community of, Black women writers, and some of them were very well known. And, just knowing those people, they can pour into you and, they go look at your stuff and help you. So I think it's number one is community and working together with other people. Like even like what we're doing now, Celia. I mean, I was so grateful when, you reached out because I'm like, well, yeah, I love talking about Dominica. I love talking to fellow Dominicans. I can do that. So I think even things like this, that gets the word out because you never know who's going to come across it online,
Yeah. And I think it's just so important. It's a way of networking as well, that as we were saying, a lot of us don't really know each other as well, linking the diaspora with the local community as well. This method is just the best method to do that, so that we can all get to know about each other. So yeah. I was also thinking about, there's quite a few Dominica associations everywhere that Dominicans congregate. I mean, that's one of the things I really enjoyed about your book was seeing these communities that form where people help each other and support each other when they come over from Dominica to America. So I wondered if there's a way to work more with those Dominican overseas organizations or associations. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts about that.
Yeah. So one of the things that I found helpful, again, in Boston, where I live now, there are a ton of Caribbean people. Well, it's a very international city. So I go to, like Jamaicans will have certain events. They will have the Caribbean Carnival, like that was last weekend, and there's one in Cambridge as well. And I've gone to do promo there. I'll just go, I'll have a booth, I'll have my books there. And I connect with people who are like making shea butter products, artists who paint, but these are all Caribbean people. And that's how you just connect with all kinds of artists, singers and poets. And I think that's really helpful. It's just like not, looking for just the writing community, just look for people in the diaspora who are artists as well, because we're all looking for the same thing. So, and, in New York, which is not too far from me, there's a ton of stuff going on with, writers, Caribbean writers. I'm sure you've seen that in the Brooklyn Literary Festival. So just being a part of those things, I'm not always great at it. I get lazy sometimes, but yeah, showing your face and following people and reaching out to them and being where they are. And I think that can be achieved in down there too, is just connect with people. And even if they're not a writer, but there are a lot of artists in Dominica. So an art showcase that features all artists, that's building a lot of awareness.
I always feel that you just need to make sure that's done on an authentic basis. Sometimes you can feel like, again, with the whole marketing world or whatever, this pressure or network and connect and stuff. But I always feel if it's not authentic, if it's not a real authentic connection, I always think that, that's a bit maybe not so effective. And I just think it's so important that everything's done from a place of heart and real connection, as opposed to just marketing that you can just feel you're being pushed into those things.
I so agree. And I think that's the issue for some of us who are like, we don't want to do the marketing because we know it's just, this is not really real. I'm just, trying to sell a book or whatever. But when you come across people that are just, passionate about the same things that you are.
Exactly.
It's so easy, like the conversation that we're having now. And one other thing I forgot to mention was universities, because they're always, we have conferences or whatever, and and if a person is connected to a university, just getting that, oh yeah, you're having a conference, I'll come and do a reading or do a panel. So there's and you get exposure to a whole, bunch of students and professors that could use your book in teaching. So that's
okay. That's interesting. Yeah. And just the final question I have, I'm so grateful to you and your time. So just wondered if you had any advice for people starting on their writing journey. Is there any advice that you want to leave the viewers with at all?
I would say, pursue, more than proficiency. There are a lot of good writers out there. And if you respect the craft, I think, and you have determination, I think you'll be successful. Maybe not John Grisham or whatever successful, but you will, but yeah, do what you have to do to get better every day at your craft, whether it's reading better books or, just practicing writing, just become good at what you do. And at least at the end of the day, you can say, I'm a decent writer, and feel confident about that. So yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for your time, Joanne. I really enjoyed the conversation, and I really wish you all the best with your forthcoming books. And I'm looking to see what transpires with the spark of the story about the candle under the bed. So, and to viewers, thank you so much for listening. Please tune in to the rest of the what we've showcasing during the festival, the virtual festival. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is Write-Tukubuli, and check out what you may have missed so far. And please, the most important thing is, if you see something you like, you've enjoyed, please share it. Share it with your friends, your families, share it on your social media, and just help us encourage up and coming writers and not so up and coming writers. And please use the hashtags #Write-Tukubuli and #Write-Tukubuli 2025. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Really enjoyed it.
Great.
Hi, my name is Joanne Scarrett. I'm going to be reading for you a small portion of my book, Island Man, which is based in Dominica and the United States. In this section, the main character and his uncle are driving across the island shortly after Hurricane Maria in 2017. So they're just seeing some of the devastation that's happened. So a small section. For all of Cousin Eddie's pessimism, things were actually moving along. The first international aid ships had come in, and people were queued up for water, canned goods, and toiletries. International news reporters were filming from atop piles of twisted rubble and interviewing teary-eyed Dominicans for the entire world to see. We need help. Dominicans need help. Please help us. Don't close your eyes to this suffering. Please help. Ay, 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 people suffering. Cousin Eddie shook his head as we dropped off a couple of people to join a throng of grim-faced locals walking purposely, most likely to check on their loved ones. Devastation quieted us the further we drove out from Canefield. It shocked our bus riders into a numb silence. Piles of rubble where houses once stood. Sand, water, dirt, tree branches scraped clean everywhere. Brightly colored houses still standing but roofless. Crumbled walls leaving an unobstructed view of domestic wreckage inside. Weary residents hauling out trash, piling up the effects of their lives on the roadsides to be burned. They moved slowly, lacking the natural cheeriness and liveliness that envied the day I landed here. The lady behind me covered her mouth as she glanced out the window. They tell me it was bad, but not this bad. Magwesa. Another passenger gasped as Cousin Eddie slowly steered around the massive boulder in the middle of the highway. Papa Boje. She got out in the town of Maho, which was still mostly underwater. I racked my brain for the little Creole that I tried to pick up. Magwesa, Magwesa? Look at that awful sight. What a tragedy. What wickedness. Dominica had been stripped bare of all her natural beauty. Gray skeletal tree limbs bracketed the road and peered eerily over the vast blue sea, or stood scarecrow-like in the dilapidated forest. The landscape appeared worse than the dreariest of New England winter days, with the trees shivering like withered octogenarians, shorn bare of leaves and branches rudely snapped off, leaving them armless, headless. It took an hour to travel just 2 towns over the Merrow, where 2 other people jumped out. I don't know if we'll make it to St. Joe, Uncle Eddie warned. The 4 men in the backside. I cannot believe what I see in their partner. I don't think Dominic can ever come back from this kind of thing, Lucia.
Hi, I'm Benjabite. What's the story? What do you think is happening in this picture? Create your own story idea and drop it in the comments below.
Welcome everyone to today's author showcase of the Write-Tukubuli Virtual Literary Festival of 2025. My name is Anthony Drago, and I am proud and honored to be the host of this showcase because my guests are a very exciting guest, and we have a really intriguing topic, the Maroons of Dominica, which is a book that was written by Dr. Thompson Fontaine. Dr. Fontaine holds a PhD in financial and economics and international economics from Clemson University. And he is a very experienced and world-renowned economist. He has worked with the IMF as the economist, and he is just getting out of a stint from South Sudan, playing a very pivotal and critical role in the making of peace between Sudan and South Sudan. But as I said, the reason why he is my guest tonight is because he is the author of the book, The Maroons of Dominica, and he is a unique storyteller. The book, The Maroons of Dominica, does a brilliant job of tying together history, resistance, how would you say it, overcoming insurmountable or seemingly insurmountable odds by a people who were enslaved and destitute. His story speaks about the Maroons of Dominica. Most of you are familiar with Maroons associated with Jamaica, but the Dominica also has a very deep and very rich history of Maroons, and so it is indeed a pleasure to invite Dr. Thompson Fontaine to the stage so we can do the author showcase of his book, The Maroons of Dominica, from 1764 to 1818. Dr. Fontaine, welcome to the stage. Welcome to this interview on author showcase.
Well, thank you very much, Tony. It's great to be with you, and certainly thanks for the introduction and the opportunity as well to talk about a truly exciting piece of work, the Maroons of Dominica, something that I believe all of Dominica should be aware of and should know. And so I'm very excited as part of the Write-Tukubuli Literary Festival. It is great that to be able to be a part of this and to share as much as possible on this fascinating period of Dominican history.
Yes, the Maroons of Dominica. It is so wonderful that this book is being featured on this virtual literary festival. For those of you who may not be familiar with the name Write-Tukubuli, it's a play on the word. The Kalinago name for Dominica is Write-Tukubuli, which translates into tall is her body, because Dominica is so mountainous and with lots of peaks and superimposing mountains. And so the white was replaced with right, and Tukubuli was kept. So I think it's a fascinating and very creative and imaginative name for the festival, which connects it directly to Dominica, and because because the name is referring to her mountains, it is very, very relevant to today's conversation that I'm having with Dr. Fontaine, because he's writing about people who escaped from slavery into the mountains of Dominica. So there's a direct tie-in to that name. Dr. Fontaine, I am going to give you an opportunity to further introduce yourself to the audience, and then we will start in earnest our conversation about your writing and the book. But let's introduce you properly to the audience.
All right, Tony, I thought you had done that already.
I did, but a
yes.
person with your accomplishment and stature cannot be
Yes,
introduced in
yes.
2 sentences. By
Well,
no means.
and then also now I'm the political leader of
Exactly.
the United Workers' Party, Team Dominica. I've been for the past 3 years. As you rightly indicated, I'm just finished a stint there in South Sudan, 7 years, by the way, in South Sudan, working in the interest of peace there in this country. And otherwise, an international consultant, economic consultant. I've been doing some consultancies, most recently, just as recently as last week, in Bangladesh. So I continue to straddle the professional world, in the political world, in the literary world, and have a keen interest in writing. I've done my first book. I am now in the process of writing my second, which is a little bit different. This one is actually supposed to be a statistics textbook that is targeted at first-year college students. I'm trying to kind of produce a kind of very user-friendly type of statistics book. So someone who is not too familiar with statistics and having to do it as a course will be able to get a book that they can go to that explains in some detail, has many, many worked examples and so on. Make it easier, drawing on my experience as a former lecturer in that area. And so it's I think it will be a useful addition. It's different from my first work, but it's something that I'm equally as excited about.
Yeah, because it's different from your first work, but that's because you wear several hats. As an economist, it's almost natural that statistics will be an area that you have expertise in, and I think it is a very critical. I'm excited to learn more about your project once you're ready to share it, because that is one of the things the Caribbean is lacking, is the availability of good data in a timely manner that our leaders can use for decision making. And so me hearing you say that you are in the process of developing a textbook on statistics, I think it's something that is timely and needed in the region. But we will talk about that. Also, you said that you are the political leader of the main opposition party in Dominica, which means that you are the aspiring prime minister, the aspiring leader of the country, and so that also ties in both your experience as an economist, and I believe that if we have leaders who are as intimately familiar with our history as you are, my hope is that it would definitely inform the way you approach leadership. I think someone who understands the history of our people would lead with a lot more compassion than we're seeing right now, but also with a little more urgency about making the life of our people easier. Because we know, it's as if you have a child that you adopted and you know that child was, has been through a traumatic experience. You want to accelerate how soon you can get that child to be enjoying a better life, which is what I think we need in the Caribbean. But let's talk about your book, The Maroons of Dominica. And when you read the back cover of the book, Dr. Fontaine, when I read the back of the book, it says the Maroons of Dominica are very different from the Maroons of Jamaica. And so that is where I would like to start it, because even when we did history in grammar school, when I did history as a high school student, there was a section or a chapter on the Maroons of Jamaica. I don't remember ever recalling in all of my history lessons in high school a session on the Maroons of Dominica, which is ironic because I grew up in Dominica. So I want to take this opportunity then for all the people like me who did the history and maybe familiar with Maroons and Jamaica, to introduce them to the Dominican Maroon and highlight what is different from the Jamaican Maroons and what role they played.
Yes, indeed. It is truly, truly remarkable when you think about it. When people think of Maroons, they think of the Jamaican Maroons. But interestingly enough, it was the Dominican Maroons that had the tremendous impact on the end of slavery. By 1763, when the story of the Dominican Maroons begins, the story of the Maroons of Jamaica had already largely ended. They had surrendered through treaty to the colonials, because bear in mind, slavery started in Dominica as much as 100 years after it was introduced in Jamaica and Barbados and the other countries, because Dominica was a neutral colony for all of those years. It was only in 1763 that slaves started to come into Dominica in any great measure. By that time, slavery was already well established for over 100 years, as I said, in Jamaica and Trinidad. So the Maroons had already lived out their time, so to speak, and it was the Maroons of Dominica in the 1760s, going into the early 1800s, it was their action that caught the attention of William Wilberforce, the main abolitionist, and others like him. And the fight in the British Parliament to rid the Caribbean of slavery was born out not of the work of the Maroons of Jamaica, but the Maroons of Dominica. And it is clear, even the book, for example, has a quote from one of the parliamentarians, Samuel Rutilli, who made it very clear that the Maroons of Dominica are nothing like the Maroons of Jamaica. In fact, I think it is worth reading this particular line to kind of give some guidance as to what I'm talking about, because here's what he had to say, right? And in fact, that was, so Samuel Romilly in the British House of Commons. It says, Negro slavery as it exists in the West Indies is more cruel, more degrading, more alien from humanity than any such event which ever before disgraced the history of mankind. That was at the heart of the discussion of slavery. And he made that comment because he was commenting specifically on reports that had come out of Dominica about the treatment of the slaves on that country and the work of the Maroons on Dominica. But listen to Robert Heron, who says that the Jamaican Maroons are a body of men originally composed of the Coromantine Negroes. The Dominican Negroes, on the contrary, more numerous and far more savage, consisted entirely of runaway slaves, never acknowledged by any treaty or truce whatever. They cultivated some provision grounds, but their chief dependence was on plunder, robbery, their subsistence, their occupation, murder. So what he was basically saying is that the Maroons of Dominica were by far more in number than the Maroons in Jamaica. The Maroons in Jamaica surrendered very early to the colonialists. They signed treaties of peace. The Dominican Maroons, they never surrendered. They literally had to be exterminated by a very cruel governor, Governor Ensley, who came to Dominica in April of 1813 and immediately set out to kill every single man, woman, and man that was a runaway. So he had his people chase them and he said, whoever you catch, when you catch the men, you catch the women, don't bring back any prisoners, kill them all. And it was that barbarism, it was that savagery that really caught the attention of the British, and in particular, an individual like Wilberforce, who at the time was working for the past 6 years, because I know wrong, just before the end of the slave trade in 1807. And it was he who took all of that information and brought it to the British Parliament and says, here is what is going on. We have individuals killing women and children, all to get rid of the Maroons of Dominica. And that is where a lot of outrage was built up, and eventually the slavery was abolished. I may not talk about Wilberforce again, but let me just make a very important point, which is in the book as well. Wilberforce, who started his campaign as a 32-year-old, he basically died the day after slavery was abolished in Britain. So he lived just long enough to see slavery ended. But a lot of his involvement, a lot of what he brought to Parliament, which is quoted in the book itself, the excess of what transpired in Dominica, and a lot of that was brought to light by the Maroons of Dominica, our famous Negmawa. And that, to me, is something that the Dominican public is probably not aware of if they have not read the book, or they were not aware of the significant role that our Negmawa of Dominica played in the abolition of slavery. We can take credit that our ancestors were the ones who brought to the fore the cruel treatment of slaves in the British West Indies, and who helped to hasten the end of slavery.
Right. And so that distinction, I think, is important to make, because there are a few points that you made that I would like to reiterate. One was that the Maroons of Dominica never signed a treaty. Maybe because they were runaway slaves, so they had experienced slavery. And then when they ran away, they had a little taste of freedom and knew that they could never go back to slavery. And so they never signed the treaty, and they actually were in a position where they had the colonials on the back foot. If you read the book by Dr. Thompson Fontaine, The Maroons of Dominica, you will understand how much of a force they were, with limited resources and always being on guard. So Thompson, what are the factors that created that sort of condition where we had a group of people that ran away from slavery and were able to stand up and resist the getting overrun and overwhelmed for decades? What about Dominica? What about, I don't know, sometimes when you read stories about a particular rebellion, you find out that it was a leader that came from some location in Africa who had maybe was trained, or I don't. Were you able to come up with a 3 or 4 or 5 conditions that came together that made that possible in Dominica. I don't think it was possible anywhere else. I don't think it happened anywhere else during that period of slavery.
You know, Tony, we've just started talking, and I'm trying not to be emotional, yeah. But I'll tell you, the story of these guys is so fascinating, because one of the major highlights of the Maroons is the fact that a lot of the leaders were actually princes. So, for example, my book starts with the story of the Princes of Caliber. These were two princes of royalty from Africa who were brought to Dominica at the very beginning, like 1763, when it's the very first year. And they managed to escape to England. All right. They did not say Dominica. They ended up in England.
Wow.
And then they were able to buy their freedom. They were able to buy their freedom in England and return to Africa. That is that's the setting on which our story is built, because you find following them now a number of others. So, for example, one of the most noted Maroons of Dominica that every Dominican know the name on is Jacko. We have a place named after him, the Jacko Flats in Bells. Jacko was a prince from Guinea. Okay, he was a royalty from Guinea. Jacko lived 46 years in Dominica and did not spend one single day as a slave. He did not spend one day as a slave, because on the same day that he arrived, he was able to escape into the hills of Dominica. And the reason why he was able to do that is because already there was a community of slaves that were helping slaves as they were coming up the ship, helping them to escape and to run away. And then he was able to dodge capture, even after all of his other mates like Bala and Mabuya and even Fasel, all of these guys were killed or captured. He was able to evade capture. And it's because you had a group of men who I believe who had a certain level of intelligence, because coming as a prince of Africa, you would obviously have grown up in royalty and you'd have had some different opportunities that the average person did not have. So guys like Bala before Jacko, and in fact they worked together, Bala and Jacko, they spent some time, quite a number of years together, building the rebellion in Dominica. They appeared to be guys who were highly educated, and they used their influence to be able to draw people and then to plan strategy. These guys were strategizing on how to kill the white man, how to invade the plantations, how to get rid of the cows and then to feed themselves, and so to go raid the plantation so they can have salt and so on to be able to cook and to thing. And they were raising families. They were raising families who had never seen. In fact, in the book, we give the story of when the camp of Bala, which was just over Rosalie in the Grand Fort area there, when they discovered the Bala camp, they met a number of children, and they were seeing the white man for the very first time. These were children who were born as the children of the Negmawo, and they were living in the bushes of Dominica and had never set eyes on a white person. The first time they saw them was when they overran the Bala camp. And that is the reason why the world was so shocked and outraged when Governor Ensley in 1813 said that they need to kill the children as well, not just the slaves when they hold the runaways, but they need to execute the women and children. He put that by way of proclamation. So I'm saying this to say that I believe that what we see, or what I'm gleaning from where those individuals came and where they were captured, these were highly skilled individuals, highly intelligent individuals who were able to strategize and, quite frankly, outwit, using the natural advantages of Dominica, which, by the way, they were showed and accommodated by the Kalinago Indians. It was the Kalinago Indians who had never been enslaved themselves, but whom the white men met on Dominica, who knew every nook and cranny of the island, who actually helped our Black brothers in the very early years to know where the hideouts were, to know the places. In fact, there is a quote in the book that talks about one of the governors saying it has about over 100 places that they just could not access, but where the runaways were located and where only they knew, because of the familiarity with Dominica and the Kalinagos. So the advantage they had was that they were able to use it, although they come into a country that they were new and fresh of, but they were also coming to a country that the Kalinagos were already well established. They were not enslaved, and they were able to give them that assistance to escape.
So that I'm so happy I asked that question, because there are a number of factors that you said came together. The fact that Dominica is one of the islands that up to this day still have Kalinagos living there. So the slaves in the other islands would not have had that opportunity to have local intelligence that they could use.
Also, I mean, imagine a slave in Antigua. Where is he going to hide? They're in the mountains. They would find them the following day. The countries are small. Barbados is extremely flat. The difference is that Dominica as well was also extremely mountainous, with all the valleys and the mountains. And that's the reason why you found Mount Maroons only in Dominica and Jamaica. Jamaica also had the Blue Mountains, where even today you have communities there, where they actually left and they were able to hide out. But Dominica was the country that provided the most unique circumstance to allow the slaves to stay free and to stay, basically unhindered, until, of course, the governors began, because they would come and raid the estates. And every time they raided the estates, they would take some of the slaves back. For example, when they raided the Rosalie estate in December of 1783, 20 years after slavery was introduced in Dominica, 180 slaves in Dominica, only about 3 slaves stayed behind. They liberated the entire slave population and took them back with them to the camps. So that was the kind of activities that was going on in Dominica with the Maroons, and that is why, and Tony, the other thing is, you may ask me that question later, but that I since I'm thinking about it now, one of the motivations for me in writing this story, and as I'm talking about it now, is the Rosalie estate. Because as you know, I'm from the village of Grand Fort. Our parents and our great-grandparents are children of slaves who worked on the Rosalie estate. And I grew up all of those years. I mean, I was a history school teacher in the academy, a high school history school teacher. I taught history. I always loved the history. I know Russian history, American history, Cuban history, but I didn't know the Dominican history. I had never heard of Bala raiding the Rosalie estate. I'd heard of Bala back here because we know about everybody talks about the some of the most well-known Negmao. You know of Bala and Jacko and so on. But what I never knew until I was listening to a lecture by Edward Scobie a few years ago, when he mentioned Bala was living in Grand Fort and raided the Rosalie estate and destroyed the Rosalie estate. I was like, what? I never knew that. I'd never heard about it up to that point in my adult life. And that is what triggered my search, to say, no, that story must be told. We cannot have that kind of history. It is hidden. It is not known to the world. And it has to be told. And Macchio, that is critical history, because later on, as we go through, as I discuss the method that I used to research that book, going online and finding over 250 accounts of the raid on the Bala estate, of Bala's raid on the Rosalie estate in the newspapers of the day. That is equivalent to the September 9/11 attacks, where every newspaper was reporting on it. Practically every newspaper in existence, not only in the United Kingdom, but in Scotland, in Ireland, in the United States, where the colonists were fighting against the British, they were reporting on the Maroons of Dominica. They were reporting those stories. They were reporting on Bala. They were reporting on what happened in 1783. And so it was huge news at the time. And that is part of our history. And very few of our Dominican people are even aware of it.
So this conversation is It's a conversation that we need to have, but it's a conversation that leaves me not well angry and frustrated, because here we are just not being able to record our history, and we still don't record our history. So Dr. Fontaine, when you say that in starting to research your book, you found newspaper clippings about this incident that happened, and it was published all over the world, but yet you and I, we we went through all the education system in Dominica. We went through A-level college, and we went to university. And in university, I fraternized with a lot of people from Jamaica and the other islands. As a matter of fact, one of the most surprising things that happened to me when I came to the US was that I met Jamaicans who had never heard of Dominica. And those are Jamaicans that went through the entire education system of Jamaica and were in the US, some of them in their PhD programs and so on. And they had never heard of the island of Dominica because we just refused to give any significance, any type of gravitas, any type of weight, any types of relevance to our stories. And I don't want to take us too much off topic, but I'm saying even after I was in grammar school when CXC started in 83, 82, 83. So that gives us what, 50 years, 20, 40 years, let us say.
40, yeah.
Of 40 years of we supposedly being in control of our curriculum. And those things still haven't been added to the curriculum of the Caribbean islands. Stories of so I don't want to take us off the book too much, but that is something that because you've done the research, because you've worked in developing like the start of a new country, South Sudan, because you've had all of this experience. Why have you come up with any type of explanation? Because for us to solve it, we have to know why that is.
You know, I told you I was a high school math teacher. I math teacher, but also history teacher. I was teaching history as well. Same time I was doing math at the academy, and I was teaching Russian history. I was teaching our Dominican kids about Rasputin and the Tsar and Nicholas II and so on, the Russian Empire. And so a country far away had nothing to do with Dominica. And there it was, the history of Dominica was not being taught. I remember, in fact, when I saw the curriculum, I was quite disappointed. And I found a way towards the end of the each year, I would introduce the Black Jacobins, a book by C.L.R. James that talks about the history of slavery. And I was able to at least introduce some of that to our students, but it was not part of the curriculum. The part of the curriculum was European history. Because that was what the exams were on for the CXC. So you prepare the kids even from third form to get prepared to do exams in history. Right. So I think it's just a mismatch of a whole. But unfortunately, all of these years later, it has not been fixed. And part of the problem is that we simply has not done enough. You know, we have not written the history of Dominica enough. I mean, I'm very happy that we have had the work. We've benefited from the work of Lennox Honeychurch. He's done quite a bit. In fact, I learned quite a lot from his book on the fighting Maroons of Dominica. He has a very interesting piece. I quoted some of his work in my book as well. But I approached this work with a great interest in history, but also got very fortunate in the sense that I'm not a historian. All I had, and the only knowledge I had, was a knowledge of research. I knew how to research. So I can research a document. I know how to fact check. I know how to double check. So I thought, although I'm not a historian, but I can bring that ability to do research to that project, which is what took me to the internet and to those archives of newspapers that was chronicling the activities of the Maroons of Dominica over many, many years. They were all there in the archives, right? But nobody had quoted them. Nobody had mentioned them because traditionally, even with the work of Lennox Honeychurch and others, they were relying very heavily on the records of the national, what do you call it? Not the heritage, the National Archives in the United Kingdom that relies heavily on the records of the view of the governors. A lot of the material around slavery and so on and the Negmawa was coming from the pen of the governors and the colonial office and individuals who were writing about that period. But then I come across a source of kind of an independent source of newspapers, especially newspapers from the United States that were putting, if you like, putting blows on the British for the system of slavery. And they were reporting on it. So you had a lot of good information that I was able to cross-check with the traditional archives. But those newspaper accounts were invaluable to the work that I was able to do. They were not always. I had to actually go to the archives and get some of those records as well. But I also got a lot of good material from hundreds of newspapers that are archived going back to that period, the 1763 to 1818 period.
So, folks, if you're just joining me, if you're just joining this conversation, I'm having a conversation with Dr. Thompson Fountain, the author of the book The Maroons of Dominica. I'll put it up here: The Maroons of Dominica, 1764 to 1818, Resistance, Rebellion, and Freedom from Slavery. This is part of the author showcase series as part of the Write-Tukubuli virtual literary festival. Write-Tukubuli virtual literary festival. I'm saying it that way because it's intended, I know, to hopefully it becomes an annual event. We got tremendous response from the authors. It's Write-Tukubuli because the first focus was on Dominican writers. Dr. Thompson Fountain is Dominican, born and raised. He's an economist with a PhD from Clemson University in financial and international economics. And he has written the book, The Maroons of Dominica, 1764 to 1818, to tell that story. Because what we are going through right now is the fact that we were not taught that history. We were not taught that history in detail from the people who were enslaved. And when we were kids, Dr. Fountain and myself were high school kids and so on, our education was tied to the University of Cambridge and London University in the UK. And so they set the curriculum. And so we could probably sort of understand why a lot of those stories of our people, our grassroots stories, did not make it into the curriculum. But we've just, revealed or pointed out that the Caribbean Examination Council has been in charge of our curriculum from the early 80s. And now they're fully in charge because there was a transitionary period, but they've been fully in charge for at least 30 to 35 years. But those type of stories still haven't made it into the curriculum, where every boy and girl that grows up in the region reads those stories and understands their identity and what it means to be a West Indian. What we see right now that's associated with being a West Indian is carnival. Carnival is the biggest heritage and culture that we see out of the West Indies. But even that, a lot of the folks who are celebrating carnival and taking part in the bacchanal don't even understand that a big part of the history of carnival comes from the enslaved people taken to the streets and celebrating. on the announcement of the emancipation, the abolition of slavery. And so the book that we're featuring, that I'm talking today, I have the pleasure of talking today with Dr. Fontaine. The Maroons of Dominica is extremely important. It is really at the nexus of our identity as West Indians. And if we have to find a way to get that knowledge into the heads of every single boy and girl from primary school, so that we can change the outcomes of our people in the region. We have to be able to get our folks to understand exactly what it is to be West Indian, to understand the we have to get them to understand the how we got to where we are, and therefore to be just have our young people aspiring to migrate to another country in order to make a living. How that is really an atrocious thing based on how many people died and suffered and were butchered and brutalized to get us where we are. Dr. Fontaine, as we continue our conversation, as you said, you were a history teacher, you were a math teacher, but you approached this book from just doing pure research into a subject that interested you because you wanted to know, connect back to your ancestors. In your book, you say that you're writing this book about 100 years. Your grandparents were born about 100 years after the abolition of slavery, and so you wanted to make that connection. I want you to walk us through, although you touched on the edges of it, how you went about doing the research, so that if there is someone who has a similar interest, can understand that it is possible, that the information exists, and I was even surprised to hear you say that it's on the internet. So let's talk about how you went about getting all of the information that you have, and getting it into that wonderful book of record of our people.
There were basically Yes, you're right. There were basically two main sources of that research. The archives, the United Kingdom National Archives, that gave me the records of the governors of Dominica, the countless letters back and forth between Dominica and the colonial office, different accounts of individuals, but a large part of it came from the newspaper accounts of the day. And I was very fortunate in that I was able to access a source online that's called newspapers.com. But what they've done is that they went back and they literally scanned all of the news, the physical paper newspapers of the day. They scanned those, made them as PDFs, and put them online, but in a searchable form. So you're able to go in there, type in Bala Dominica, and all these stories of Bala comes up and you see it as it was on the original paper. Okay,
wow.
So they have kept the papers as they were. They have just scanned them, but they made them searchable, so you can search it. So a lot of the information, Philadelphia Inquirer, even papers that survive today, like the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Times of London, the youth source of the most prestigious paper in the US today. They were existing even then, 250 years ago, and you have the Gazette, the Scottish Gazette. You have all of these different papers that are there on the internet with the information. So I was extremely fortunate to be able to utilize those sources. And then, although I was not a historian, but what I think helped me a lot was I've always been interested in writing. So even when I was at the Sixth Form College, I was the editor of our newspaper at the time at the Sixth Form College. So I've always had an interest in writing. And then a few years later, many years later, in fact, I started the Dominican.net, which I managed and wrote for over 12, 13 years. I would do constant writing and research. So I knew how to write in terms of being able to communicate to the public, but I also had the academic aspect of research, how to research material and how to make sure you quote and you don't plagiarize and all the rest of it. So I had that, and I was able to use those skills to really put this all together. And then not only that, put it together, but looking for a story within the story. So I was asking myself, what made these young men tick? Because remember, these guys came into Dominica as young men in their early 20s, some of them even in their teenage years, right? But even then, they were thinking of freedom. Some of them chose death over life. You know, there is one very, very interesting case of a guy called Kwashi, one of the leaders called Kwashi. A judge put a bounty, and it shows they could read as well, because the judge put a bounty out on his head. I can't remember the amount, but then the following day, Kwashi put out a bounty on the head of the judge and his wife for double the amount. And someone was able to get that information out, you know. So you were dealing with a group of highly intelligent individuals that knew how to strategize and were fighting tooth and nail slavery, you know, and the injustice that was slavery. And they found a home in Dominica, and they were able to exploit. And even, you know, and I also tell the story as well. Even the slaves, the Negma in Dominica, even when they went out, because one of the things was when they started going after them actively, because they started issuing bounties for the arrest, they started paying people, even slaves, to tell them, or to, you know, they would pay them money to give them information as to where they were. And sometimes they would catch some of those runaways, but they would not keep them in Dominica. They would send them out to neighboring countries. And I got this very interesting newspaper account of a runaway slave who arrived in Antigua. He was arrested in Dominica, and as his punishment, he was sent to Antigua, out of Dominica, sent to Antigua. And within a couple of days of arriving in Antigua, he entered the home of a planter whilst he was sitting at breakfast with his family, and held them hostage and was threatening to kill every single one of his wife and his 3 children and the planter, and the white planter. And guess who delivers a death blow to this guy? The slave that was working in the house of this man, who came up behind him and struck him down. And then they ended up cutting both of his hands, his legs, and just brutal treatment that he got. But that was a slave, a Negma from Dominica, who had ended up in Antigua, who was not going to just sit with the rest of the Antiguan slaves and work on the plantation, but was determined to do something. So it seems they had a different mindset about how they were going to approach this whole idea of slavery. And they were actively waiting to rescue people, to get them out. And they were very lucky in the sense that, you know, they found very early on, they found the babule, the wild yam, that we still have in Dominica today, up to this day. You know, that was a major source of what they think. And that's the whole idea of, that's when the dash and all the rest of it came in. And very often when they would go after them, they would organize those search parties to go after them. They would find those gardens of yams and dashin, you know, that they would know that they have slaves close by. But they had all kinds of ways of disguising it. They would plant their gardens miles away, sometimes, from where they were living. So even if those soldiers came upon the garden, they would not necessarily find them, unless they happen to be working on the garden on that day.
At the time, right.
You know, at the time, but they come so well hidden, you know. So just the guile that they use, and I mean, you're talking about 1716 to 1763, that's 37 years, plus another 54 years of constantly fighting, constantly bringing attention to the plight of the slaves, of the enslaved people in the Caribbean. And they almost succeeded, you know. in the book again, we have this very interesting uprising that was supposed to happen in conjunction with some of the resistance from Martinique, and the Maroons of Dominique as well. They were in high demand in Negmawa, because even in Haiti, some of them left to go to Haiti, and they organized to take over the estates. They were going to liberate all of the estates. They were going to start in the estates that was owned, interestingly, by the Sorendos. The Sorendos in Delices.
In Delices,
Yes, the plan was to start with that estate with the help of a guy named Apollinaire. Apollinaire was a French. He was one of those French Creoles who was a freedom fighter in his own rights, and he came to Dominica to help mobilize the Negmawa to those uprising, and they enlisted the help of a guy by the name of Facel. You may have heard about Facel. Ali Claza wrote a fascinating book, fictitious but based on the life of Facel, the slave, and the Negmawa. Facel, because he was living in the Collio area. But the idea was to organize the slaves to have an uprising. They would begin in Delices, and they would come up the coast. They would wipe up all their estates. They would go across to Boudica, liberate Rosalie, and then go across there and liberate all of the slaves. And Apollinaire was able to come, but on the day that they were supposed to raid the estate, Facel was a no-show. Facel was supposed to mobilize some resources, mobilize some slaves, and they would go and free that estate. So they had their plans well laid out, and that's where the history gets very interesting, because a lot of people have Facel as a huge hero. He was at one stage, because we have accounts of him where he was seen with Bala and with Jacko and so on. But later on, people felt that he may have sold them out, because when he was supposed to have showed up in Delices with Apollinaire and the other slaves to liberate that estate, he was a no-show that day. And there's a lot of conjecture as to why he did not come and why that whole plan fell through. And they were able to suppress them. And that was the end. But that was a potential time. And you're talking about, that was in the year, it was well before the abolition of slavery. That was right around 1801, right around the time there were the crumblings of the revolution in Haiti, and they were already mobilizing for revolution in Haiti. We were planning our own here in Dominica with our Negmawa. And it did not succeed, because they were able to bring it down brutally. But the story is told in the book. The whole history of that episode is also in that book, because it captures another element of the struggle to free Dominica, to free the country from slavery, involving people from Martinique and from Guadeloupe, involving them in that, But these are some of the stories that we have, and these are some of the things I think that are just so exciting, and to bring that perspective, and that is what I was able to get, just not being a historian, but looking for the story within the story, and that's the other reason why I paid close attention to Wilberforce, because I learned about Wilberforce in history.
Yes, in our history classes.
History, right? You learn about the great liberator Wilberforce. What I did not learn was that Reverend Charles, who was a rector of the church in the Methodist Church in Roseau, he was the one who provided Wilberforce with a lot of the material that he used to argue in Parliament. He smuggled documents out of Dominica and met secretly with Wilberforce in London to give him the information and the material that he was able to use to convince and to debate, firstly for the end of the slave trade and later for the end of slavery. But I never knew about this reference until I started the research in this book. So all of that information is there, but it has not been told, and to be able to discover that, and to get the diary of the Reverend as he describes his role, and to be able to verify it with other newspaper accounts, it was just really, really, really fantastic.
So, Dr. Fontaine, the cover of the book, the photo of the cover of the book, is actually a monument that has been erected in remembrance of the great um, heroes, the warriors for freedom. Your book says resistance, rebellion, and freedom from slavery. I know you were very instrumental in getting that monument erected. Let's talk about that journey a bit.
No, I was not involved. I
You
was
were
not
not
involved in
involved.
that. No, I was not involved. In fact, that particular picture there is a picture. The guy, the one in the center, is the actual picture on the monument.
Uh-huh.
But Giftus John, a photographer, was able to take the picture and manipulate it in such a way to give us those free images, which is really, really. From the time I saw it, I was like,
Yeah,
that is
this is
what I want.
magnificent. Yeah,
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 the
yeah.
only thing I would have liked one with the women, because
That was going to be my next
our
question. So we
women
can.
were our man. I'm telling you something. The story of the women leaders, they were not, again, coming from an African culture where the women are second class, or they're not as forward as the men, but the women played a significant role in support of the movement, and some of them were actually executed. There is a particular girl, I think her name was Rachel. She was found guilty of being a runaway. She was pregnant. She made the child, and the day after she made the child, she was executed. So the women, they were just as engaged, they were just as stubborn as the men in resisting slavery. And we have many stories of them, of different women in the book, especially towards the latter part of the book. We have the stories of the women. And the other thing that we have in the book, and I thought it had to be put down in detail, is the names of the people who were caught and killed. Name of the slaves, over 500 of them, over a 2-year period, and every single name is mentioned. But these are just like one names, right? It's just like, you would have, for example, the runaway slaves that were captured. One guy by the name of John. He's a male. He belonged to Mrs. Nibs. He was a slave of Mrs. Nibs. He was taken on 14th of July, 1813. How he was disposed of, he was sold. We have another one, Samson, who was banished. We have Hippolyte, who was killed. We have many of them banished. A lot of them were just banished. As I said, some of them were sent out to the neighboring islands. But in there, you have a number of women. You have Bella. Then you have Kuti and Child, who were taken in that year, and how they were disposed of, executed. You have Hector, who was executed. You have many of them, when they were caught, they were sent back to their owners, and that is recorded. So you have those details there of the names of these individuals, the names of these women. You have the women, sometimes they were taken with their children. Sometimes the children were kept and they were killed. And all of that is given. And I've been able to put it there, because I wanted us to remember the names of these people, like Angelique, like Flore, like Louisiane, Dorinda, Belinda, Oko. So we know the names of the leaders, the Jackals and the Farcels and the Ballas, but these individual people who suffered for being Negmawa when they were captured, many of them lost their lives. This individual there, Martin or Martin, he died in jail on 24th September. And the list just goes on. You have Conde, Priscilla, who was sold back to her owner. And the other thing was, as you go through that again, is the brutality of the treatment of the Negmawa. So the story is told of this bloodthirsty Governor Ainsley, who 1 year, he was the one who issued the proclamation to kill the men, women, and children. And what it did was, like before, they would try the slaves and they would probably keep them in jail, where they would banish some of them and so on. But then he built, and that's where the gallows were built in the market in Roseau.
Right.
So he built the courthouse in the marketplace. They would try them in the morning, and by 4 o'clock they would be executed. So there was no chance of them escaping. Try them in the morning, and he would make sure, he would sign to make sure that they are sure and truly dead by 4 p.m. that day.
So that old market square is sacred ground. There's a lot of warrior blood.
Ground, a lot of blood was shed there, a lot of innocents, a lot of women were executed there, a lot of men were executed, number of them by hanging. They had a very famous way of doing it. When they execute them, they would put their pole, and that happened especially in the Hillsborough estate. They would cut their heads and they would put the heads on a pole as a warning for others, you know, and just the barbarism and the brutality that all people suffered. I mean, when you read this book, you cannot help but cry at some point, because it goes into very graphic detail of some of the pain and the suffering that the people, our forebears, went through. You know, it's just incredible when you read those different accounts. But one of the things I'm really proud of and very happy about is that the story of the women who fought so bravely alongside the men comes out very, very powerfully in this. You know, and in some cases we go into detail talking about them, talking about their story. And how we have that is because of the transcripts. They would keep very detailed notes of the transcripts of the trials. So during those trials of these women, those stories would be recorded, and we'd be able to extract from that to put out in the book.
So, Dr. Fontaine, that brings me to a question that I have that's been bothering me. You were able to go back hundreds of years and get clippings from newspapers that tells the story. I know right now in Dominica there's the Sun newspaper, probably the single newspaper in print. There's also Dominica News Online. There's some stuff with MO News. But I may be wrong, but I have the sense that in Dominica right now, we're going through a period where a lot of things are happening in Dominica that's not being recorded. And I'm putting it out there. I don't know what, it's not really a question, but I would invite your comment as somebody who has benefited from from people writing stuff down that is available hundreds of years later. That period where a lot of statistics are not being kept, a lot of records are not being written. We're going through maybe a period of very, very low accountability, and probably where there are things happening that people would rather not be recorded. It's amazing that these folks were being so brutal and still recording it, right? I think now we might be going through a period where folks have they're aware of what they have to lose, and therefore they're avoiding recording a lot of what's going on. As I said, it's not really a question, but if you had to talk about that kind of environment, you know, and what in August, we don't have a theater where it can be captured in plays. I guess where I'm heading with it is the importance of the book, not only in doing the research and putting it in one place, but just the fact that that book exists. So maybe one day, maybe 10 years from now, somebody will make it a textbook that is taught in the schools, that's going to give a glimpse of what is happening. But how about not keeping records, at least in an official way? What are your thoughts on that?
You know, I think it's a travesty. I think it's really of crying shame, because, as you said, you know, you need to record, and that has been a timeless tradition of humanity. Humankind has been recording the dates for many. That's why we're able to look back and reflect. and say, well, we'll not go down this route. We'll do differently because they behave in that fashion. That was the outcome. It is very unfortunate that we are running away from that tradition that we had of newspapers is no longer there. Dominica had just a number of newspapers in the past: the Dominican, the Herald, the
Chronicle,
of course, the Star. You had a number of newspapers. In my own research, I've chronicled quite a bit of papers from Dominica. That was a staple of the country at the time. We moved away from that tradition, but I think that is a loss to us. As your greatness is measured in how, and that's why I guess that's why the British excelled in it. They were at that time the predominant power in the world, and they recorded every single thing. They recorded everything. They arrested a man. They had to say how long he was arrested for, where he was put, what happened to him, who owned him. They kept those meticulous records. And in this day and age, we have moved away from that, and that I think is really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, and it certainly does not help us.
All right. So the book that we're featuring, folks, is a book written by Dr. Thompson Fontaine, The Maroons of Dominica, and he is the author on Showcase right now as part of the Write-Tukubuli Literary Festival. Get your copy of the book, Dr. Fontaine. I want you to take the opportunity to tell folks where they can access the books. They can get their own copy. I think every family, every household in Dominica, every Dominican household, whether in Dominica or outside of Dominica, should have a copy of this book, because it's a history book, it's a story book. There are stories in there. Time limits us as to the stories that I can ask Dr. Fontaine to recount. But there are stories in there that will make you cry. There are stories in there that will make you proud. There are stories in there that will get you frustrated when we see people, because of their circumstances, succumb to bribes and other things that affected or delayed the freedom of our people. But one thing I am sure it will do is that it will make you pause and wonder. In Dominica, one of our folk songs says, "Pa quite yo point Dominique hod nous." Do not make them take Dominica from us. And when you get to read this book, you understand that in that context, Dominica is a treat. It's a treasure that was handed to us by our ancestors. And maybe we will think twice about standing by and watching the gentrification that's happening in Dominica right now. Watching Dominica be governed in a way that it is to the benefit of almost everybody else but Dominicans. And so, Dr. Fontaine, there are a couple more questions that I wanted to ask you, but in answering it, I want you to, just talk about the whole concept of this book, the inspiration. We went through that a little bit, the inspiration for it, but we can wrap it up and summarize it. What it means to you. I am guessing here, but I'm sure if this book becomes the major part of your legacy, you will not be disappointed. Besides being a world-renowned economist, besides going to the far reaches of the world and working and so on, I am pretty sure that this work that you present in this book is part of one of the things that you're proudest of, because when you see the book and you see the amount of reference material in the book and the amount of detail, you understand the long hours that went into creating this work. So we talk about that and how we can, because I'm sure you have ideas, having been so immersed in it, how we can do better. At first, recognizing the people who struggled and sacrificed, and two, what can we do to make them proud that all of what they did not happen in vain?
Yes, indeed. Tony, when you read, and which is what we were exposed to some extent, was slavery in the Caribbean, and you read about the over 200 years of slavery in the British West Indies. For Dominica, it was much less than that. As I said, we only started in 1763. We were late on the scene. But when you think about it, and you realize that this book chronicles the role that it took Dominica, the last country to be colonized in that way with slavery. It took the actions of our forebears, our ancestors, to bring enough attention to the plight of the slaves in the British West Indies, that Wilberforce was armed with information from Dominica, that the newspapers of the day were reporting upon, so that the parliamentarians, when they were in the House of Lords or in the House of Commons in Parliament, they'll be reading the Times of London about a story out of Dominica. And they had this constant information that helped them as they went through the debate on the abolition of the slave trade and eventual abolition of slavery. When you consider the role that Dominica played in all of this, it gives you every sense to be proud, because you have to consider that slavery continued in the United States for further 40 years after abolition in the British West Indies. All right, so that tells you something. In other words, they were able to force that story of slavery on the conscience of the British people, so that more and more individuals, more and more parliamentarians began to take up the cause in the House of Parliament to eventually force its end. And so that gives you a tremendous sense of pride. What also gives you a tremendous sense of pride is the dignity and the way in which our people suffered, but did that with dignity. They were not afraid to die for their cause. They were not afraid to die. I mean, when you listen to the words of Jacko, for example, he called himself the tree. When he was wounded on the ground, dying, and the soldier reached out and actually poured, and he reports on literally ripping his heart out. Okay, I guess you wanted to feel the heart of the man, of a man who'd given them all that trouble for over 40 years. And you see the dignity and the pride that they showed in the face of death, in the face of mutilations, in the face of rapes of our ladies, the ladies that were raped by the men, by the planters or their owners or their appointees, whoever they left in charge of their estates, and what they had to endure, and how they went through it stoically and bravely, and having to work those long hours in the fields and doing it with a sense of pride and knowing that, probably dreaming that one day they would be free. Many of them not seeing it because they died before slavery could have been abolished. But it gives you a tremendous sense of pride to be part of that history, to understand that in your veins flows the blood of these individuals who stood up against the biggest abomination in the history of humankind, where one race was subject to another race to work day in, day out, so that one race could become rich at the expense of the other. It was done simply for economic benefit. It makes you feel proud to be a part of that. And that's what I like about this book, The Maroons of Dominica, because now we have something that tells us about our ancestors. And the stories will just lie in there, waiting to be discovered, waiting to be uncovered, waiting to be read, waiting to be revealed. And now it is there. It is in a book. It is featured in the book. It tells us. It names the individuals. It tells us of the Rachels, the Moniques, and the others who were just brutally executed because they ran away. And so it makes you feel really good. At least personally to me, it was extremely emotional. Even today, when I think of some of the stories, when I reread some of it sometimes, it brings a lot of emotion. I can tell you, a lot of emotion, because you understand the viciousness of the system of slavery, of this plantation system, and how our people were subjected for so long. But also it's a sense of hope, because it tells you the indomitable spirit of our Black ancestors, and how they were determined to overcome. They were determined to overcome. And in a lot of cases, they were prepared to do it with their lives. And that, to me, is a tremendous story. It's something that should encourage us. Even in our own struggles today, that should be a source of encouragement. We should ask the question, what would our ancestors do? Would they just back down? No. They stood up and fought. They escaped when they could. They killed when they had to, so that they themselves could be free. So they did what they had to do, and it's a tremendous story. I wish more people would get a hold of it and read it, more Dominicans, because if you're equipped, and when you're equipped with that sense of history, it changes your outlook in so many different ways. It changes the way you look at life. It changes the way you think of things, because when you look at the heroics of these individuals, and what they've done, and then just this, and at the same time the mindset of the masters, how they went after them. It's a tremendous story, and it's something that all Dominicans get a hold of. It's relatively inexpensive. It's just $30 EC dollars available at 35 EC dollars available at Jay's bookstore. So for those of you in Dominica, you can get it at Jay's bookstore. The other good thing is it is available at every major bookstore across the globe. So you can find the Maroons of Dominica in practically every major European country, in Japan, in the United Kingdom, everywhere. It's on Amazon, Books A Million, Barnes and Noble. All of these top booksellers have this book. It's also available in the Library of Congress in Washington, DC. So it is available. But if you want a copy, it's just $30 EC dollars, and online it is $29. So it is readily available, and people should avail themselves of a copy, because this is our history. It's a proud one. It's a good one.
Yes, I agree. Dr. Fontaine, that this book should be read by every Dominican, by every West Indian. I know it says the Maroons of Dominica, but it should be read by every West Indian, because a lot of times the history tries to tell us that our people just accepted slavery and had to depend on somebody from the outside to come and have pity on them and to plead and so on their behalf. This book totally throws that concept, that suggestion, out the window and into the trash bin where it belongs. It highlights the constant resistance to slavery. And in Dominica, we had the mountains and the rugged terrain that provided the protection, so we had the Maroons. But in the other islands where they didn't have the mountains, they had their own forms of resistance. They had their own forms of keeping themselves going. So before we close off, there's something that is curious, because I heard you talk about a Creole that came from Martinique. We had folks that came from different regions in Africa, and we know their languages were diverse. Plus, you spoke about them being able to read postings and whatever was circulated. So they had to, not only did they learn English, they also learned to communicate with each other. Did you find anything that sort of laid a trail as to, and we know we have Creole, and I don't, people a lot of times say that Creole is just a broken form of French, but to me it doesn't seem like that's a full story of Creole. But what did you find out? Did you have about the ability of these folks from different backgrounds, different regions, to communicate with each other? even if they had different languages?
Well, one of the things you would notice that the slaves, they would come from a particular region, so they had that commonality of language. But on the plantation, they were not allowed to speak the language, and French was the dominant one, because one of the things that happened, even when the French captured Dominica in 1763, the British started bringing slaves into Dominica. The French captured Dominica in 1778. So a number of the plantations went on the slave control in 1778. So a number of the slaves coming into Dominica, they were forced to speak that's where they had to learn. I guess they had to learn the language, some English, others French. So that now, even after the French, although the French lasted only, in that case, they conquered Dominica in 1778, took over. But 6 years later, or really 5 years later, in 1783, sorry, the British retook Dominica. But interestingly enough, when the British retook Dominica, they allowed some of the plantations, they allowed some of the French owners to maintain those plantations, to the point where later on they were accusing the French of colluding with the slaves to try to kick them out of Dominica. It's a very interesting dynamic there. But in terms of the language, and there is some debate, as you said, about the Creole language. My understanding is that the Creole that was being spoken in Dominica and in Haiti and so on, that is actually French, and that's the reason why you find the similarities in the Creole spoken in Haiti and in Dominica, because remember, the slaves in Haiti had French masters. The slaves in Dominica for many, many years had French masters, even when it was under British rule. You had plantations that were run by French slave masters. Okay? So that's the commonality of the language. And the reason for that is that it is not necessarily broken French, but that was French spoken in a particular region of France. Because if you know the history of France, they eventually were able to unite the languages into like one. But in the 1700s, you had different dialects being spoken. And the belief is that the Creole dialect that the French slaves and so on learned on the plantation came from individuals who came from that specific region. So that is one. I've not researched it fully enough, but that is one thing that has been put forward as to why it is. Because if you listen to the words, even when I learned French in school and I started studying French, the words were the same. The only thing that was different was the grammar. But a lot of the words are the exact same thing in Creole as they are in French. So it's not like you mispronouncing a French word. You are just not speaking it correct grammatically. But the words are still there. You're not conjugating as you speak. So that is one of the things that I think happened, and it's something that certainly would necessitate more research. But they were able to communicate with each other. Obviously, the slaves would have had their own means of communication, although the French and the British tried as much as possible to separate them. So they would move one family. If they took like 4 from one family, they would probably send one to Jamaica, one to the US. They would keep 2 in Dominica and so on. So they tried their best to separate them out. But at the end of the day, they would have developed these means of speaking and communicating amongst themselves, so that they could not be heard or they could not be listened upon by the owners. But it's a very interesting dynamic, a very interesting discussion as well, even in terms of how the whole language developed and what they did, to protect themselves. And also, you'll notice that the African language is completely gone.
Right.
After a few years, that the language of Africa, whether it is from that part of Africa, which is Nigeria, Guinea, in that area, what they call the Gulf of Biafra there, that includes Senegal, Gambia, Niger, that particular area there where a lot of our slaves came from, our ancestors came from, they would have been speaking a common language. And then that language would have obviously have died out over the years, and then they would have to substitute the Creole and in other cases the English for it.
Okay. All right. So I think we've gotten a very good discussion around the motivation, the inspiration, the content of the book. What to do. If I don't know if there's anything additional that
Yeah, I
you may
wanted
have
I wanted
wanted
to
to
read
make.
I wanted to read a passage, just a little
Sure.
bit, a little
So this
passage.
is the time to do that.
I think that captures this, and it's in page 217. And we're
Mhm.
talking about the heat of the debate in Parliament to abolish the slave trade, and that was in the year 1817. Slavery was eventually abolished in 1843. But see how Dominica comes into play. So they're before Parliament. All right. On this occasion, before Parliament in 1817, Romilly, who was one of the individual I quoted earlier, pointed to the quote several cases that had come before a grand jury in Dominica, and some of them showed that the greatest cruelty had been exercised against the slaves. The cruel punishment was not, however, limited to the slaves on the plantations, but was particularly severe to those Maroons who continued to take refuge in the forests of Dominica. One such case of cruel punishment meted out by the whites relates to John McCory, a slave master who had, with cords, whips, sticks, and rods, scourged and flogged his slave who was guilty of being absent from the plantation. Another was that of Genton, a female slave who had been assaulted by her master, and afterward he confined her in an iron chain by fastening the chain to her neck, arms, and legs with padlocks. She was further maimed, defaced, mutilated, and cruelly tortured, and her arms fractured. Both cases were brought before a grand jury presided over by W. Granville, who by now was the Attorney General of Dominica, after serving as the judge advocate during the court martials of the Maroons. Romilly maintained that, quote, neither the slave, nor his family, nor friends could obtain any redress against the cruelties of his master. The slave was cruelly treated, and the public sympathized with the master. The public, as in the British public or the French public, not the slaves. But that gives you another account. These are some of the discussions that were going on in the British Parliament. And it had to do with the treatment of the slaves, and particularly the vicious treatment that the Negmawa was receiving at the hands of the masters. Incredible. And but it's there. It's there in black and white, and certainly it's a fascinating read, and is something I believe that we really should catch on to.
Yeah, I agree that this book should become standard reading. I think there's enough material in there that could result in a few theatrical productions. There's songs in there, there's sermons in there, because it really captures a human condition in a period of time where so much inhumanity was allowed in the pursuit of economic gain. And so, Dr. Fontaine, I want to congratulate you on this book. Folks, I am sure that you enjoyed learning about this work as much as I did reading it and talking to Dr. Fontaine about it. Go out and get your copy. He said it's available practically everywhere. And if it's at 30 EC dollars, which is just a little bit, 30 EC dollars maybe is less than around $12 US. That's a steal with the amount of effort and diligence that went into this book, and all the sources are there that if people are so inclined, they can pick up any thread from this book and run with it and go deeper, and which is what I would encourage you to do. So get your copy. It's not too early to think of giving it as a Christmas gift. Certainly, as Dominica approaches 50 years of independence from Britain, this would be a wonderful gift to give throughout the year 2028. We don't have to wait that long, but if you read it, I'm sure you'll agree with me that every Dominican should have their copy of the Maroons of Dominica, because that tells the story of our people, not just as enslaved people, but as heroes. And let us think about how can we commemorate those people? How can we keep them in our minds, in our consciousness, and have their suffering, their resistance, their sacrifice become part of our decision making as we go forward, as Caribbean people, as Dominicans. Dr. Funkele, we're bringing this to a close. It's right around 90 minutes. I think it's a good place to close it off. I'm going to give you the opportunity to make some closing remarks, and then we'll wrap.
You know, I am extremely delighted to be able to have been able to do this work. Although as I claim I'm not a historian, has not claimed to be one, but just a desire to put out there the tremendous story, especially when I learned of Bala and the fact that he was from the Grand Fort area, and you know, somehow I felt a kinship. I felt, you know, almost attached to this idea, to this revolutionary, you know, and the way, and you know, when they were raiding the Rosalie estate, where, by the way, of the 5 white overseers who were on the Rosalie estate, they ended up killing 5 of them. Sorry, of the 5, they ended up killing 3 of them, including the estate owner. But they killed the son of the best friend at the time and the co-leader of Bala's group, which was Congori. They killed his son, and the story is told when he held the son, and then when he had a chance to execute during the riot, the owner, he said, "This one is for my son," you know, and that those words are there. And then he had this famous word, let it burn. And they set fire, they ransacked the estate totally and completely. And they were able to escape. But interestingly enough, the story of the ransacking of the Rosalie estate and what actually transpired was a slave that decided not to go with the party, but went to town to report on what had happened. And, you know, so whilst we have a lot of heroes in the book, you also have a lot of those house slaves that were quite willing to rat on their fellow slaves. And the behavior we seem to have with us up to now, you know, while some people are doing something, you have others who are not so minded and who, you know, it seems that you can trace the lineage, I guess, of those 2 different groups. But it's very...
That's an interesting comment, Dr. Funk.
You know, it is a good story. It is a good historical thing, which to me again confirms the place of Dominica in the scheme of things. I always believe that this country is a very special place, and reading that story, understanding our location, understanding how the whole country emerged and evolved over that period, tells me that this country is great, that we still have before the great Kalinago people.
Yes.
Tells me that this country is special, and we need to understand that we are not an ordinary country. And I believe when you read the history of Dominica, you will understand that. You'll understand why it was that the Kalinagos survived only on Dominica. Why it is that you had slaves who never spent one day on the estate and were able to live all their lives as free individuals, raise their kids. And one final note that we have, and it's something I've been trying really hard to do further research on. The son of Bala was actually captured by the governor, Governor John Ord, and he took him back to London with him. He took him back to London, and but this story goes cold after that. We have a record of him taking him back because I guess he was so impressed with the bravery and so on of his father that he wanted a piece of his son. So he adopted him. He actually took him back with him.
Wow.
To London, but we don't know what happened to him once he got there. You know, we don't know what happened to him, and that's a very interesting story. I would like to get, if I could get some information as to what became of him. You know, whether he was able to live long enough to have kids in England and so on, and his
Bala's bloodline continues.
Bloodline continues. Yeah, yeah. Very interesting.
But we're pretty sure that the Negbawan blood continued beyond that time. You know,
it flows freely in all of us now.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you so much
Yes.
for sitting down and having this conversation with me. I am pretty honored, and I'm really looking forward to just having that conversation continue, to have it blossom about our heroes, our warriors. We have a cenotaph which is erected in Roseau for the veterans of the World Wars, and we have Poppy Day where we go and pay homage to them. I think it's time that in Dominica we do have something similar we have something similar for heroes of the resistance, the fight for freedom, the fight for the resistance to slavery. We have to think about how we can go about having that be a significant occurrence in our country, the same way they have Poppy Day, that they recognize all of this.
You know, you're absolutely
foreign
correct. Tony, you're absolutely correct. We can do better than just this Emancipation Center, because we have the names of those individuals who were killed. They're all recorded. We have the names.
Yeah.
You know, and we have in most cases we have the estates that they came from. Okay. The only disadvantage is that we will not know who were the family, because at that time they only had one name.
Right.
Is after the abolition of slavery, we began having two names. You know, and a lot of the surnames were taken again, the surnames of the masters or the former. But at that time, it was just one name. It was Rachel or Thomas or Monique. You know, and
right.
Yeah, but then if you know what the estates that they came from, and we also have the census. We have the slave censuses. We have those information. Again, the one names, but you know those names of the individuals and what estate that they were actually from. You can't really trace the lineage, but you can erect something that would honor all of these.
I would honor these people.
Yeah,
because we owe what we have to them.
To them,
and as we said, until
and even the early abolition of slavery, I think, had a lot to do with what transpired in our own country.
In Dominica. So folks, as I said, it was a pleasure doing this conversation with Dr. Fontaine. Thompson, wish you continued success, continued energy in all your endeavors, all of them. We named a few of them: economist, consultant, aspiring political leader, writer, historian that you seem not 200% claim. But all of those things, because it seems that out of your efforts usually comes fruits that you get to share with us and we all enjoy. So thank you for what you've done so far and what you continue to do, and we can only wish you continued good health and energy and support and resources to help you to go forward. So all the best.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, though.
Okay. So the listeners and viewers and participants of the Write-Tukubuli Literary Festival, there was a conversation with a very accomplished gentleman, Dr. Thompson Fontaine, and he wrote the book The Maroons of Dominica, 1764 to 1880, and he tells the story, and it's brilliant writing. even if it is dense with dates and information and stuff, it's done in such a way where I don't think anyone can accuse the writing of being boring or tedious or any other of those discussions. I think it's engaging and actually enrapturing that when you pick it up, you just want to go forward, and it makes you cry. And as I said, it makes you celebrate. It makes you just feel as though you wanted to reach back there and grab somebody and shake them, or grab somebody and shake their hand or hug them. All of those emotions you go through in reading this book. So I encourage you to get your copy. And I want you to continue to enjoy the Write-Tukubuli Literary Festival, and to congratulate and to thank everybody who played a part in making this possible. Because when we went to grammar school, we did English literature and studied Shakespeare and Thomas Hardy and all of these other British writers. What about Dominican literature or West Indian literature or Caribbean literature, where because we have such a rich body of work, let us put that on the same or even a higher shelf than English literature. Let us look at Dominican literature. Let's look at Dominican writing. This is an example of nonfiction work. We have fiction as well. We have poetry. We have all different sorts of writing, and it's just packed with works from various authors. And so, on behalf of the organizers, I thank you for participating, and we look forward to your feedback and continued, moving forward, strength to strength, with the Write-Tukubuli Literary Festival. Good evening.
Hello viewers, I'm Alex Serendo. I'll be reading an extract of my story from the book Home Again, Stories of Migration and Return. This is my perception of leaving Dominica and going to England. My father gave me his blessing, but he and my mother were a bit apprehensive. I was the first one in the family going to England. I had never traveled away from my parents, and I knew no Dominicans in the area where I was going, Radford, in the north of England, where my fiancé was. I was also apprehensive about my fiancé. Will we have the same love for each other? Will he have changed? He didn't tell me much about his life in England, but he seemed comfortable there, and I figured I'd be as well. I guess I was a bit naive. I just got up to get married, and soon I would be back in Dominica. I had no thoughts about how long I would be up there. At that time, a lot of people were going to England. We used to go down to the bayfront to see everyone leaving, everyone crying, husbands, wives, boyfriends, parents. It was such a scene when the boat came. Some didn't know what they were going to, some just with one suitcase and very little cash. There were always lots of tears every time people left. Two of my friends were going up at the same time. One to go on holiday, one like me to get married. We went on the French boat, the Colombie. We shared a cabin and had a very enjoyable experience. I wasn't one to get seasick. It was like a holiday at sea. I didn't think of what I was going to face in England. The boat docked in Southampton. It was the 1st of April 1957, and I never lived that down because when I started working, All my English friends said, "Oh my goodness, you must have been an April fool to leave the sun and come to this country." When we stepped out on deck, the air was cold, and when we spoke, we saw this vapor thing coming out of our mouths. That was strange to us. And then we looked up to the sky, and what seemed to be the sun was just a little thing in the sky. In fact, one of the guys on the boat shouted out, "Mon Dieu, the sun's smaller than ours, eh?" And we all started to laugh. Our first glimpse of misty, grey, dull, wet, cold England, and we thought, "Oh my goodness, is that we had come to?" My fiance and I had to have special license to get married because I hadn't been in the country long enough. So I had to rush up north to Bradford, and I met what I must say that when I got off the train and looked out, I saw this great, I couldn't describe the buildings. I thought, "Oh my goodness." And I think I would have stayed on that train and gone right back. But I saw my husband to be at the barrier, and that changed my mind. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoy the festival. Bye bye.
I'm Kathy Casimir McLean. I was born in Dominica but live in the United Kingdom. I am the author of Black Man Listen, a biography of the life of my grandfather, Ralph Casimir, who was a political activist and campaigner from 1919 to the mid-1950s. He was a prolific poet and published the first anthologies of Dominican poetry. I am also the author of a short story featured in Montage Dominique, and I also write poetry. I am going to read to you an extract from Black Man Listen, which focuses on Casimir's poetic and literary career. In the literary history of Dominica, Ralph Casimir numbers among the generation of writers who were born on this small and little-known island at the turn of the 20th century. They include Jean Rhys, Phyllis Shand Alfrey, and Daniel Talley. Unlike Casimir, all three were from well-known affluent families. It is unsurprising, then, that their careers followed different paths. Even so, just as he did, they remained profoundly marked by the social history of their home island at a specific moment in time. While it is unlikely that Rhys would have known Casimir as she left the island some years before his arrival in Rosa from St. Joseph, we do know that in his later years, Alfrey became a friend and confidant, and that much earlier, Talley, who had wrote in French, had contributed to the anthologies of Dominican verse compiled and edited by Casimir. Ralph Casimir was a determined man who believed that against all odds, ordinary Dominicans could be writers and poets. His efforts in this were recognized and appreciated both in Dominica, in the wider Caribbean, and the USA. It is in this respect that Alec Lazar, Dominican writer and former leading civil servant, referred to Casimir as the grandfather of Dominican literature. Alwyn Bully, former chief cultural officer of Dominica, has also described him to me as the pioneer of Dominican literature. With a passion for the printed word and books in particular, he wrote poetry almost compulsively. He was an editor, a journalist, a book seller, a book collector, and critic. Casimir's schooling would have exposed him to the works of English poets, Francis Palgrave's Golden Treasury and Nelson royal readers would have been commonly available in West Indian schools at the time. It was a key pedagogical device for school students to be expected to memorize and recite poetry from such textbooks. In this way, pupils were introduced to Shakespeare, Milton, and the British Romantic poets. For Casimir, this fostered a deep appreciation of the English poetic canon, its forms and conventions. Although his formal education may have ended at an early age, he took every opportunity open to him to further his own education. Through self-education, he became a knowledgeable man. He also had some mentors to guide him. Among them was Randall H. Lockhart, a relative of A.R.C. Lockhart. Randall Lockhart was educated both in Martinique and in England. He went on to study law and was called to the bar in 1922, and subsequently returned to Dominica to practice law. In a letter to Casimir in 1924, he writes, "I did not lend you the Longfellow. I made you a present of it. I think that every man of taste should have something in of a library, and I have no doubt that you have already got together a few books. I'm afraid the Longfellow is not too presentable, but it is worthwhile your having until you get a better edition." Lockhart offers some Shakespeare plays of which he has duplicates to enrich Ralph's poetical feeling. Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress and 2 anthologies from amongst the best-known English poets. He also offers to go through some of Casimir's poems and give some help with rhymes, as he thinks that Casimir needs guidance with that aspect of his work. "I will go through them and work the imperfect rhymes." He then goes on to discuss the importance of prose and to recommend a course of reading following up the development of the English novel. Included in the letter are a list of authors and publications. The 5-page letter ends with some advice on the source concerning parody, which he believes might be helpful. No doubt Casimir found such guidance useful, and the tone of the letter suggests that the two men must have spent time together discussing literature and their love of poetry. He would also have been appreciative of the gift of books to begin to build his own library. The first evidence that we have of him as an independent writer is in 1919, an impassioned political piece entitled Race Prejudice, in which he asks, "White men, give me your reasons, if any, and if you can, for being so hateful to the Negro race." From this point, he not only writes letters and submits articles to local and regional newspapers, but as we have seen, becomes a regular contributor to Marcus Garvey's Negro World. It is likely that he was inspired to try his hand at poetry through the influence of this newspaper. The Negro World was much more than just an organ for the rallying cry of the UNIA. The paper published poems, short stories, book reviews, and articles about works of literature. It was also a forum for literary critics such as Zora Neale Hurston, Arthur Schomburg, and Alan Locke. Who were well-known figures who wrote for it regularly. It was also a space for aspiring writers such as Casimir from the African diaspora, where they could publish their work. The Negro World ran literary competitions, and readers were encouraged to send in essays, short stories, and poems. The judges, Garvey himself and William Ferris, a Yale graduate and author, who was literary editor of the newspaper, were insistent on the importance of literary excellence when awarding prizes. This plethora of Black writers of the time, through the medium of the Negro World, helped to usher in the Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s with an unparalleled promotion of African conscious literary activity. Garvey defined the aesthetic of this literary offensive in his essay on African fundamentalism. In this manifesto, Garvey established the philosophical foundations of his work, in which the first principle was rooted in the dignity of Africans and New World Africans. This was founded on his belief in God and the people of African descent as an expression of the divine that could, out of our own creative genius, we make ourselves what we want to be. Casimir's writings for the Negro world would have placed him at the hub of Black literary life at the time, despite his geographical isolation. Indeed, Tony Martin, the Trinidadian-born scholar of African studies who died in 2013, described him as being one of the most prolific Negro world poets. Casimir produced and published poetry for more than 7 decades, from 1919 to 1995, both locally and internationally, sometimes writing under the pseudonym of Civis Africanus. He published 9 anthologies of his own work and also edited and contributed to 4 anthologies of the writing of Dominican poets.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Theodora Toussaint. I am a member of the National Executive of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, a retired school principal. I will first read part of the introduction of my writing, The Society of St. Vincent de Paul in the Commonwealth of Dominica. In this chronicle, I will try to give a concise account of the development of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul in the Commonwealth of Dominica from 1994 to the present 2025. Part 1, 1973 to 1993, was written by our stalwart brother James Rowley, deceased, who was the very first national president. It is on his advice that I decided to do the second part, 1994 to 2025. I accepted the challenge because I also have embraced the Society of St. Vincent de Paul as my calling, my passion, my vocation. I believe that the documentation of our work of charity in the island is of paramount importance. In that way, those who come after us can consolidate on the past so as to redirect the future. It is also essential that the wider community be aware of what we do and why we do it, and to know of the various works of charity undertaken island-wide voluntarily, no wages. I will now move to the body of my writing and read a few excerpts from it. The Society of St. Vincent de Paul in Dominica is organized in 25 branches called conferences throughout the island. It is part of an international Christian society, Catholic in origin and character. It is always to be the voice, the hands, and the feet of the weak and the poor. The members reach out to those who struggle to live with dignity, those who are lonely, those who have no aim or goal in life, those who are depressed, those who are homeless, unemployed, single parents, the orphaned, the elderly. Membership is open to anyone who respects the principles of the faith of the society. There is no discrimination, and we work to change attitudes of prejudice towards the weak. Our main focus is visitation, establishing a good relationship. Members are very sensitive of the feelings and dignity of the poor. The bishop is our spiritual advisor. Our national council forms part of the Americas, spearheaded by a regional coordinator. Members follow in the footsteps of our founder, Blessed Frederick Ozanam, and our patron, St. Vincent de Paul, a priest. To love God our Father by the sweat of our brow and the strength of our arms. Our revised rules were accepted by government in 2007. Our 23 conferences are spread from Pennville Vickers in the north to Soufriere, Point Michel in the south, to Casabros, Saint-Sauveur in the east, and Mao St. Joseph in the west. Dailies runs a home for mentally challenged, House of Hope. Others run feeding programs, delivering grocery hampers. The National Council runs a thrift shop in Roseau and a scholarship program called the Happy. All 23 conferences are twinned with a conference in the USA and Canada, and there is a great collaboration between them. We pray the good Lord continues to shower his mercies on our members, our benefactors, and our work, and will help me publish this chronicle. I thank you.
Hello, my name is Christine Similda. Born in the U.S., I'm an author, editor, and publisher who has lived on and written from the Eastern Caribbean island of Dominica since 1994. I have published 7 novels. In chronological order, they are A Face in the River, 2015, River of Fire, 2016, which is the sequel, Nobody Owns the Rainbow, 2018, Back to the River in 2019, Rise Up Sister in 2021, and Rainforest Redemption and Blessings on Blessings, aka Climbing Jacko Steps and Bring Blessings Home on Amazon in 2024. All are Caribbean themed, and 3 are geared toward young adults. Except for Rise Up Sister, which was launched by Touchpoint Press in the US, they were all published by my imprint, River Ridge Press, Dominica. But that's not the end of the story, you know. Waiting in the queue, I have a second memoir, a collection of Caribbean short stories, some of which have been published in regional and international journals, and a book about ridgeback dogs set around the world and throughout the ages. For creative types like me, there is no hard part about doing the work you love. Sure, it takes dedication and perseverance, but I consider expressing myself literarily a blessing and a privilege, even when I'm immersed in very dark themes. Completing a manuscript brings satisfaction and a sigh of relief, but proper publication and promotion can be daunting. Okay, You've already shown us that you have true grit by typing "the end," but be prepared for rejection as you reach out to traditional publishers. Above all, don't get discouraged. The good news is that these days it's possible to see your work come to fruition through self-publishing and various social platforms. Thankfully, I have a very talented team at River Ridge Press Dominica to guide me. Dominica is my muse, and I'm fairly certain I'll never run out of things to write about while living in such a paradoxical place. When I first arrived on the island, I had a sweet little cafe on the West Coast. Crystal tells that bittersweet story in A Face in the River, a novel soon to be republished as a revised second edition memoir. For the past 25 years, I've lived off the grid in the mountains on the edge of the rainforest, where rivers, waterfalls, and the pandemonium of parrots shape my environmental reality. Of course, Hurricane Maria was an eye-opener, from the terrifying event to the back-breaking aftermath. It took years to return to so-called normal, and then COVID arrived to make sure we didn't get too cocky. So many lessons to learn here on the Nature Island, not true? Fact informs fiction. That's an axiom I always bear in mind as I do my research. It's important to get the surroundings right. And although I've spent 30 years exploring Dominica, I tend to set my stories in familiar places: forests, seaside villages, old estates. Naturally, I use dialect and patois when writing local dialogue, but as an expat, I must tread very carefully. Cultural appropriation is a delicate issue. In the upcoming historical novel, Riverdale, A Tale of Two Sarahs, one of the protagonists is an enslaved African woman. I knew it was inappropriate for me to write her narrative, so I collaborated with a very talented Dominican author, and we're both pleased with the results. Over the years, I've felt the sting of race and class discrimination regarding my lifestyle in my writing. Sorry, but I'm an American, so freedom of expression is an ideal I will defend to the end. As far as I'm concerned, censorship is completely up to the individual, you know? The reality of my situation is that I am a Stone Age woman. I live off the grid, so the challenges of writing and publishing in Dominica are manifest in unreliable internet and mobile phone services. It's really a pain. Fortunately, I have a fantastic team at River Ridge Press Dominica that helps me get the job done. The obvious advantage for a writer living on the edge of the rainforest is that it rains a lot. It's the perfect excuse to settle down at my desk with a cup of cacao tea or a glass of wine and get on with my work. A Face in the River, soon to be republished as a second edition memoir, has always been my bestseller. Female readers seem to love conflict and drama, haha, and the feisty protagonist, Crystal, stars in the subsequent River novels. If you're looking for an authentic island experience, Nobody Owns the Rainbow tells it like it is from a roots point of view. Book 1 and Book 2 of the Maxine Alexander Mystery Series, Rainforest Redemption and Blessings on Blessings, aka Climbing Jacko's Steps and Bringing Blessings Home on Amazon, are suitable for young adults and are based on true life kidnappings in Dominica. The most challenging book that I've written is A Face in the River. Revisiting bittersweet memories of love, loss, and survival was both gut-wrenching and enlightening. Island living has taught me so many valuable lessons. over the years, and I hope I was able to convey the importance of cross-cultural awareness as a necessary component to enduring happiness. The greatest joy. Well, I love music, all kinds of music. I also love tough yet vulnerable women. Rise Up Sister is a tribute to a Jamaican reggae artist and a British rock and roll icon who greatly influenced international social, political, and cultural vibes, and somehow managed to stay friends for over 50 years. It took 3 years to complete, but I enjoyed every minute of the research, negotiating the twists and turns of the storyline, and celebrating every triumph right along with Annabelle and Mercy May. Gratefully, the novel has been reverted to me from Touchpoint Press and is presently searching for a new home with a more dynamic publisher. My hope is that the really real vibe that first attracted me to island living will remain intact despite the convenience of AI-generated content, which is boring to read, sorry, and even worse to behold on book covers, sorry. Call me old-fashioned, but I'm proud that all my cover art is created by local artists and that my publishing team is made up of Dominicans, not robots. My advice to all writers, whether they're Caribbean-born or transplanted, is to stay focused and write about things that matter to you, whether they are mainstream or not. Your voice comes from deep inside you, so don't worry too much about fitting into a particular niche. The literary wheel of fortune is constantly turning, and one day the arrow of fate will point south toward the magical islands we call home. In the meantime, in between time, enjoy the carnival ride.
Hello, and welcome to Author Showcase, a production of the Write-Tukubuli Virtual Literary Festival. I'm Nicole Georges Bennett, and on this edition of Author Showcase, we'll be talking to not one, but two of Dominica's giants on the culinary scene, Daria Eugene of Cooking with Daria fame, and Mima Raphael, aka the Dominica Gourmet. So we'll be talking to them about the writing process behind their published cookbooks and why they're on the forefront of championing Dominica's cuisine to the world. But before that, let's get to know these two ladies a little better.
Officially christened as Marie-Josée Daria James, Daria is popularly known as Daria Eugene. Formerly trained in information technology, management information systems, and computer programming, she worked in corporate Dominica in areas of information technology, management, and marketing for 15 years before beginning a new career in the tourism field. Her legacy remains as team leader in charge of automating the Dominica Water and Sewage Company, DOWASCO, from manual to a fully computerized system. Daria has always prided herself in the numerous varying interests that have occupied her spare time. She says, "I don't know what boredom is. I consider myself a jack of all trades and a master of none, and I get involved in anything my hands tell me to." Daria comes from a large family of 7 siblings, along with her parents, a cousin, and a niece. Of the 12, there were 8 women, and like all Caribbean girls, Daria was expected to spend a fair amount of time in the kitchen. While she says her mother was not the most creative cook, her meals were always tasty and nourishing, and she taught Daria invaluable skills such as being organized and tidy and ensuring that every dish was presented and looked the best that it could in order to entice anyone to dig in. Daria says her eldest sister, Amarette, however, could make anything taste good and never lacked creativity. Daria remembers their father buying Amarette a very big, expensive-looking cookbook with large, glossy photos and interesting recipes. He could also get her the ingredients she needed to try out. Daria said, "I must give Amarette credit, for she took me under her wing." Daria attained a grade B at the CXC in general food and nutrition, meal planning, and food preparation, and once out of high school, she added catering to her list of interests. "This was the foundation I needed to launch my Cooking with Daria brand," she says. Cooking with Daria is a hands-on, fun-filled cooking experience for cruise and stay-over tourists and local guests that has since 2005 been featuring the best of Caribbean cuisine. Cooking with Daria's shore excursion has consistently maintained 5-star ratings for almost 2 decades. Over the past 2 years, Daria has added traveling to cook to the list of fun things that she likes to do. Last year, she did a week's immersion French pastry course in Paris, and in the summer of 2025, she completed a week's immersion course in Italian cooking, followed by a week's immersion course in Greek dessert making in Greece, all with a view to expanding her repertoire to offer new options to our locals. Mayma Raphael is an accomplished author and senior content designer whose work bridges culture, creativity, and technology. Born in Dominica, Mayma's early life was steeped in the vibrant flavors and stories of the Caribbean. She later moved to Canada and then the United States, experiences that have enriched her perspective and inspired her storytelling. Mayma is the author of 2 children's books and the celebrated Dominica Cookbook, which highlights hundreds of delicious Caribbean recipes with a special focus on Dominican cuisine. Through her writing, she shares the rich culinary heritage of her homeland, inviting readers to explore and celebrate Caribbean culture. In her professional role at Meta, Mayma serves as a senior content designer, where she plays a pivotal role in humanizing the Meta family of apps, including Facebook and Instagram. She crafts thoughtful, user-centered content across push notifications, email, SMS, and other communication channels. Beyond writing, Mayma develops comprehensive content guidelines that drive quality and consistency, ensuring Meta's communications are clear, engaging, and aligned with the brand's voice and tone. Her work helps define how Meta and its family of apps deliver meaningful, seamless experiences to billions of users worldwide. Mayma's unique blend of cultural storytelling and strategic content design reflects her passion for connecting people through authentic narratives and exceptional user experiences.
Thank you very much, ladies, for providing me with your bios. I do have to make a point of correction. So I apologize to Daria because her name is actually pronounced Daria and not Daria. So Daria, please accept my apologies and welcome, ladies, to the show. We're so thrilled to have you. Please feel free to say hi to our viewers and our listeners.
Daria, and it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon.
My name is Mayma, and I'm so grateful to be here with you this afternoon to chat more about my book, as well as Dominican culture and cuisine.
Ladies, thank you so much. So first of all, congratulations to both of you for joining the culinary archives of the Nature Isle. We are so thrilled to have you here, as I mentioned. And I have to say that I remember that my first cookbook was The Art of Cooking by Caribbean Cooking. That's right, by Yolanda.
Who doesn't have one, right?
Oh, well, you know what? My mom gave it to me when I was a young bride because she knew I was going to need a lot of help in the kitchen. So I'm sure a lot of people have a similar story. So you have now joined that noble tradition, and I want to congratulate you on doing so. And I just want to also take a moment to introduce my co-host, who is Sam George. He's also the producer for the show. So Sam, why don't you say hi to the folks?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nicole. And it's always a pleasure working with you. And so let me say also good afternoon to our guests, Miss Eugene and Miss Raphael. Thank you for joining us here on Author Showcase on the Write-Tukubuli Literary Festival. Let me just take a moment also to acknowledge those of you who are watching and listening via TDN Network and as well as the Write-Tukubuli YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/@Write-Tukubuli and TDN Network on YouTube, TDN Network 1 on Facebook, TDN Radio Caribbean and TDN ENT, and on Instagram, TDN Radio Caribbean, and of course, TDNTV.net. So I know that's quite a bit to remember. So when I get an opportunity, we'll remind you. But thank you once again.
So maybe we're going to start off with you. So you mentioned in your bio that you grew up in Dominica. I'm wondering, is there a food memory that you have from growing up there, from being a child? Is there a food memory that you have that is really significant to you, something that's influenced your path?
Sure. Thank you for this lovely question, which is certainly going to have me go down memory lane. I do have a wonderful memory of growing up in Dominica that's emotionally tied to food. I grew up in the scenic village of Tebow. That's in the north of the island. It's between, I would say, Portsmouth and, Vacaz and Peebush. And it used to be a fisherman's village when I was growing up. And something that I connected with the most in terms of food was sauce. Yes. And not because I love to eat sauce, but also because my mom was considered the sauce lady of the north. She made the best sauce. She made foie chine and also pig feet. And we would have to sell sauce every weekend. That was our chore, because it was, my mom would get the pig feet from Roseau or Portsmouth and, have it put in the pressure cooker the night before and get it tenderized. And then she would make her water. It's a whole process. And I think being on the front line of that experience certainly heightened my interest in food and connecting with people, because as children growing up in the village, this was one of the chores. It was a high level chore that we did, and it allowed us to, communicate. It gave us the experience of entrepreneurship. It also humbled us, because this lasted until our teenage years when we were even going to school in Roseau, and we had to go back to the country and sell sauce to ensure that we had spending money, which would support our academic, experience in Roseau. So sauce was a critical part of growing up. It brought in that connection, like I said, between the community and my family, as well as allowed me to to see how my mom crafted her sauce production and emulate it. And I think this is one of my strengths when it comes to cooking. And just people love my sauce. And I have to say, I have to give a lot of credit to my mom.
Wow, that's fabulous. And I think sauce is a childhood memory for a lot of us. So Daria, I'm going to come over to you. So in your bio, you mentioned that your mom and your sister Amaret were really key in influencing your your culinary journey. How do you think their influence helped to shape you to be the chef that you are today?
Okay, well, like, correct, my mom was not the greatest cook, but she had so many other wonderful skills. Like I said, teaching me how to present my dishes nicely and beautifully so that anybody would be enticed to begin. Being on time and being neat and tidy. So these were valuable skills, although it was not culinary. So that was good. But Amaret, my sister, oh God, she could cook. And I always wish I could cook like her, you know? But strange enough, though, she was not my very first memory of actually cooking was I was about maybe 5 or 6 years, like standing on an overturned bucket to reach the counter. My two other sisters, Hortensia and Marvelyn, we were frying fish and I was making the salad at that age, at very young age. So I was standing on that overturned bucket and with a knife and they would tell me, well, hold that knife properly, don't cut yourself, don't put any blood in the salad, you know, cut the tomatoes this way, no, not this way, but that, you know, so these were my very first memories of cooking. But coming back to Amaret, oh my goodness, she could cook. I mean, she could bake, she could make ice cream, she could make jams, she could, you know. So from her, I got the zeal to begin to try, you know, to make. And then sometimes we would go into very friendly competitions, you know. So I would make something and she'd say, oh, how did you make that? And I would say, oh, I did it this way. You know, so we had a very nice bantering things going on in the kitchen. So it's from there my love for cooking actually started. Then I had two brothers who were, I'm sorry, I don't think they'll be listening. I can call them annoying. So they were very annoying. So I would be cooking and they would come out, what are you making today? It's either two things. It's either slow poison or certain death. You know, those were the words that they would use to describe my cooking. But again, it's in a very friendly way because, of course, they would always enjoy what I prepared, you know. So growing up in the kitchen among a big family, like I did mention, my family was very big and friendly bantering and arguments and everything else. So it's not just Amaret, but it's a family thing. Great.
Wow, that's so wonderful. Ladies, thank you so much for sharing those childhood memories with me. Maybe I'm going to jump back to you. So it's a big step, though, to move from, you know, growing up in a household where cooking is such, you know, an integral part, but then to decide to create a cookbook. I mean, that's quite the journey. So what motivated you to write a cookbook about Dominican cuisine in particular?
Yeah. No, I guess I've always been interested in cooking. In Dominica, my mom used to create a lot of events. She used to have a lot of events, host events. Also, whenever anyone would come into the village, my mom was a designated cook. So I have been very close to that experience. And it's something that I appreciated. When I went to Ottawa to school, I became a designated cook as well, cooking for students, having 3 events a year that I called Whispers, one at the Chateau Laurier, and not being able to bring food there, but also cooking at other places where the students knew that, you know, Mama's house was the house to go to or the place to find the Caribbean meal, because in Ottawa, we didn't really have, back in the day, we didn't have a lot of Caribbean restaurants. So I kind of feel that void. And it was a privilege, you know, and being the last in the family, certainly I wasn't the one that would be given the knife in the first instant, you know. I was the last to learn to cook, but I would say I was the most interested in the process and in learning and experimenting. So that gave me it empowered me to know that I can do this. And then moving to New York, I was always the entertainer. I had a home where I entertained for every occasion, be it the holidays or Easter or Thanksgiving. And my home was a warm home where people could come and fellowship. So it was a natural transition for me to, you know, experience that level of cooking, and at the same time understood that it wasn't only the delivery of the food, but there's always stories behind it, you know, because with our Dominican culture, cooking is not just the process of putting the ingredients together, it carries much more weight. It carries a historical context that needs to be captured. And when I moved to California, I basically ate a lot at my work. We at work, they feed us 3 meals a day. So I really came home to prepare, long thought out meals for my family. And when the pandemic happened, it was an opportunity for me to kind of take a step back and then to kind of reevaluate my my relationship with my kitchen. And with that process, I identified certain groups on Facebook that were engaged in sharing and connecting, because we became so isolated, right? And everybody was in silo during the pandemic. And there was an opportunity for people to come together. And surprisingly, or not surprisingly, the community came together through food. And I have to tell you that I felt the most welcome, the most connected in those groups where I was just sharing my foods, and people were always so impressed with my presentation and the recipes that I presented, that I was encouraged to create a cookbook. I started with a blog, just sharing Dominican recipes and the stories behind them and my personal journey with the dishes. And then it's kind of transitioned into something bigger, where I felt that I couldn't keep all this information to myself. I wanted to ensure that we had some type of historical context attached to all the recipes, and something that was nostalgic. And I think with writing, and when we're doing some kind of historical type of writing, it's really important, it's essential to ground the context into something that can make it more tangible. And the food felt so tangible. When I talk about double point, gel cochon, or again, sauce or pilau, I think people have memories of those experiences, and I wanted to help trigger those memories. And so the book didn't really become part of my journey, but it became a journey for Dominicans. And that's why I called it Dominica Gourmet, because I wanted to hone in to the wording that it wasn't the Dominican Republic. This was really about Dominica.
How did you balance honoring the traditional methods of cooking Dominican with catering to a more modern international audience?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, because currently I live in a city called Palo Alto, which is right next to Stanford University. And it's a very eclectic mix of people from diverse backgrounds, from different cultures. And the surprising thing, well, not necessarily surprising, but the pleasant experience that I'm having is to highlight our Dominican cuisine in an environment that is just not even, like, Dominica is not even fully on the map in terms of people recognizing our food, and they're driving it more in the context of Caribbean food. So sometimes I want to make sure that I allow our Dominican food to be stars. Like I have done Tonton, because I catered some events here, some faculty at Stanford and some other folks here, have invited me to their homes to prepare our Dominican, and they want the authentic thing. They want the real, true Dominican thing. So what I tend to do is to understand what the community likes. Like, I know they love a lot of great appetizers and, very aesthetically pleasing. And then I try to translate our foods into accommodating that physical look and feel. But then being true to some of the recipes, like I would still use my mutter and pong my tonton. I have done dashing tonton for breadfruit tonton, just to ensure that I'm still keeping true to the origins of the recipes, and at the same time elevating them to a space where I feel like when we're looking at an international stage, our recipes can shine.
Wow, that's amazing. So, Daria, I'm going to come over to you. So you've had a really interesting career path. You moved from IT and corporate management, and then into tourism, and now into food. what inspired you, first of all, to make that sort of transition from IT into cooking?
Okay. After 15, 20 years of working for someone else, it gets boring, and you kind of don't see a future. It happens for some, but maybe not for all. But at least for me, I did not see a future working for someone else for the rest of my life. Okay, and so I was IT in IT. Yes, I did go into sales and marketing before I came out of that into tourism. So yes, for a number of years I worked, and going to work was fun because at the end of the month, you could get paid and you could pay your bills and whatnot. But generally, you're not very happy, especially if you see I have 3 kids and I don't see a real future. And so my husband and I were looking for a way out. Okay. He was also in project management at the time, although he had a background in chemical engineering. So we had very different backgrounds, but then we had to bring it into one. So working for someone else, he was in the same predicament as I was. He did not like having to work for someone else all the time like that. And so we decided to break away into tourism. At first, it was like, oh my God, what have we done? It was not anything viable at the time when we first started, but we decided to stick with it. And it was a very good thing that we did. So when we first started, it was not into culinary as yet. We were doing culture tourism. We were actually the pioneers of community tourism, eco community tourism. So we started as that, and it was doing very well. And it was upon a trade show. My husband did attend a trade show that 1 year, and one of the presenters, he was like, I'm so sick of everybody doing this and that, everybody doing the same thing. Why don't you break out into something different? Do something, sewing, cooking. And my husband said, okay, my wife can cook. So he came home and very excited after, I think, a week out. He was very excited that we're going to do this. So we went into culinary tourism. Again, it did not start off very well. Our numbers were very, because we have contracts with the cruise ships, okay? And so you have the contracts. They sell your excursion. They tell you how many bookings you have for the day. Okay, our numbers were like 2, 3, 0, 0, and we were canceling until one day he said, you know what? Let's not cancel anymore. Let's find a smaller kitchen and let's work with the 2 and the 3 and the 5. Well, the 2 became 4, the 4 became 6, and then it began to exponentially just increase. It was a very good thing that we decided to do that. Up to now, we get maximum numbers are 25 for each group. So we get 50 people most of the days that we work. We get 50 people in our kitchen and we do our excursion then. Now, we used to work, yes, with the cruise ships, but then there were private groups that we contracted with us as well. So one of the groups that we did was a group from England. I don't remember the name now, but they would send us a group of 20 people every month. So every month, I did not want to do the very same dishes or recipes that I was doing for the cruise with the stakeholders. And so I wanted to do something different. So over time, I began experimenting, most of the times they loved what I did. So I began doing that. And as time went by, I began adding to it with no intention of creating a book, no intention at all. And it was during the pandemic that I figured I have time because we're not going anywhere. All cruise lines have canceled for the next, we don't even know how long. So I figured I have time. And it was from there I decided to go into the cookbook. But the question was, how did I transition into tourism? So yes, the tourism aspect came in when we decided to break out of corporate Dominica and to start working for ourselves.
Amazing. So the pandemic really seems to have been that catalyst for creativity for a lot of people. But you're a creative person in general, and you obviously have a very adventurous spirit. So how do you think your spirit influences your cooking style, or does it influence your cooking style?
Yeah, well, yes, I am very creative. I'll claim that. And then I try to present in the same way. So my style of cooking, basically, first of all, we started with using dishes that were contemporary, Dominican. And then we decided to do our own, break it out into our own. And then to make it different, to make it memorable, which is what I can say we are 5 stars at what we do. To make it memorable, we had to break it down and to add creativity to what we do. So to presenting, we would use, you have not been to my places yet, but we are surrounded by nature. And the guests come and all they see is green and flowers and a beautiful garden and everything else. So I had to incorporate that from the outdoors to the plate. Okay, so we would use edible flowers and leaves, and fruit, and do it in a very different way to present. So we would garnish using what we have readily available from our environment. I mean, doing it, our guests are mainly Americans. So using what they already know would be nothing new, nothing different. So we had to make it Dominican. We had to use our own, So using the hibiscus and the sorrel and using the leaves, the flowers in our garnish, in our dish, making sorrel not just a drink, but a dish, And so we had to be creative. We had to be different. We had to stand out. I must say, when we first started, people thought we were not saying we're going into culinary, but who does that? And when they now see what we do, you're like, yeah, you're good at what you do, So yeah, the environment plays a big role in how we present and what we present.
Wow, that's amazing. I think that it is so important that the food has context, which is what it seems like you're discussing, right? It's that you're not just creating a culinary experience, but it's a holistic experience because, they get to absorb nature as well as to use it and to consume it. So that's wonderful. And we're going to come back to that, circle back to that in a bit. Mima, I just wanted to jump to you before we get down into the nitty-gritty of writing, which is what this show is all about, the writing of the cookbooks. I was wondering if there's one recipe that is in your book that that stands out for you personally. Do you have a favorite child? Is what I'm asking from your book.
I know I talked about this before, but I have to go back to South. And it's one of my favorite recipes because, of course, I lost my mom a few years ago to pancreatic cancer. And this was something that she did religiously every single weekend. And I just feel that sense of connection to her and identifying her as a South lady. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you so much for being transparent with us.
So this is one of the recipes that it's not only, a classic traditional Dominican recipe, but something that is very dear to me. And I love the ingredients in it. I love, using our lemons or lime and, with garlic and onions and making it very spicy because I love pepper. So my sauce is usually more on the spicy side than on the mild side, and my kids love spice. So for them, it's also something that they have adopted as one of a favorite recipe as well.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, and we feel your heart. We feel your heart on that. So before we go on, I'm going to give Sam an opportunity to jump in because I've just been going on and on. So Sam, I'm sure you've got some questions for the ladies as well. Our chefs.
I do. Thank you for that, Nicole. I certainly do have a few probing questions. But I'll begin with you, Daria. Writing a cookbook. What kind of research went into your book? Did you rely on, say, mostly family recipes, community recipes, the ones that you heard your elders talk about while growing up and so on? And or did you create dishes from your own imagination and get started that way?
Yes. So as I said, I serviced, I hosted a group from England every month, like I said. And that went on for about 2 years. So I had 2 years of creating authentic area recipes, you know. So yeah, I did that for a while and presenting it again creatively. So it looked good, it tasted good, and it felt like real home. So that's how I really started. I started with my own recipes for, let us say, 50% of the book was mostly my recipes. And then I had to include, because the idea was to do both traditional and my own dishes. So I had to use traditional dishes as well. So the mastiff bread and the pilau, I had some of those again in the book. So it began really with my dishes, which I did not want to just forget about, And so having done all that I could from myself, then I went into the traditional dishes.
All right, thank you for that. Mima, how about you?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, growing up in Tebow, it was really, you grew up with the community. And some of the fondest memories that I've had is eating and food, and borrowing from some of the food, or I wouldn't say recipes per se, but the dishes that were prepared in the community was critical for the book, in order to be an authentically Dominican book. But I also do have quite a few of my own recipes included in the book, which were inspired by Dominica, as well as a lot of the travel that I do around the world. I see opportunities where we could inject some of our Dominican flavors into it, and I certainly grab those moments. So writing the book, really, it was centralized around Dominican cuisine and the traditional recipes that was handed down from my parents, my grandparents. And I went more by, when I was writing the book, trying to recreate the authentic taste, so we have that authentic taste, and I wanted to mirror those tastes, and transitioning over to my recipes, as well as a combination of recipes inspired by my travels.
Yeah, which brings me to another question. How did you decide which recipes to include, which ones to leave out, and was that a difficult process?
Yeah, well, it was a very challenging, because I consulted with a team of Dominicans and said, hey, I have this book and I have 1,000 recipes, 1,000 ideas for dishes. And it was mentioned to me that you can't have every single Dominican recipe. So, and I was like, why? I want to have my cake and eat it too. I threw a tantrum, and then it was impossible, because of course, if you want to create a book that's substantial with hardcover, as well as full bleed with 4-color printing, then you can't really have all the Dominican great recipes. So I kind of had to narrow it down to some of the most popular ones. Sorry. So some of the most popular ones. And then I also had to further narrow down to the ones that I could actually recreate. So I tried to recreate, authentic crab backs. However, I didn't have the real Dominican crabs to sample with, and perhaps I could have improvised, but I decided not to. And another one that I really wanted to include was coconut cheese. However, I tried multiple times and I just couldn't get the version that I was trying to create correct, and I abandoned ship on this. So it was really, the ones that made it were really well curated, and we felt that it was representative of our culture, as well as other ones that I could kind of inject to show kind of inspiration.
All right, thank you for that. Sounds like that was a fun project.
It was.
And Daria, same question. Was it hard to leave out some recipes, or did you know from the start which recipes you were going to include in the book?
Okay, most certainly not. I did not know exactly which one to take, which one to leave. It was again during the pandemic, and we were all confined to our homes. Nothing to do, so I went into this. So I started off with what I knew that was easy to create, easy to get the recipes, the ingredients for, because again, we could not go out and shop as we wanted, and it was not very easy. So I began with the easiest ones, and then as time went by, again, we did not know what we were really doing. I must say, when we got, all we were doing at the time was just cooking, garnishing nicely, laying out, presenting, taking photos. That's all we were doing. And so every day, cooking 2-3 dishes. And then when we decided, okay, let's meet with this person, that person who had already presented books, not cookbooks, but books in Dominica. So we spoke to the different people. I don't want to call names now, but different people who had published before. We went on to them and we asked just how do we go about doing this? And then we got to our publisher, and then he said, okay, you need to have X amount of pages and X amount of, photographs. And okay, so now we're counting how many recipes we have done and how people do. Of course, no real idea, but getting a sense of what is going on. And then we sent some photos over, and then they sent the what they call dummy. Is that a word for it? Anyway, like a draft. Sort of.
Yeah.
And then we had an idea, and we were, okay, we have too many recipes. So now we have to cut back. Which ones do I cut back? Oh, it was really hard. It was really hard.
Okay.
And then like, no, this one cannot say, oh no, this one has to come in. And my husband is, no, you have to stop now. You have enough. You have to stop. So you know what I did? When I sent the first draft, and I said, now this dish has to go in. So I circumvented my husband. He inserted himself as the manager and the boss, which was fine. I needed a boss at the time. And I went directly to the publisher. I said, you know what, on page number, whatever, we have a full page, a full photo, cut it in half. So I can insert another. He said, are you crazy? I said, no, I need this recipe in. Okay, so this one had to sign in at the very end, and then I had to look at the others that did not make it on time. I'm so sorry. It was hard. It was hard. But yeah, at the beginning, we did not know what we were doing. We were children playing an adult game, and then in the end, we had guidance of our publisher who really helped us very well, and in the end, we were very happy with it.
Sounds like there's room for a book number 2.
Indeed.
Mema, I want to come back to you for a moment. Food writing often, it requires balance, balancing precise instructions with cultural storytelling. Do you include storytelling in your cookbook, or did you include storytelling in your cookbook? And how did you approach that balance in your book?
Well, the good thing is every single recipe in the book has a story behind it. Be it a story about growing up in Dominica and experiencing this specific dish, or my family's vacation and encountering a dish that I felt could possibly be converted into a Dominican dish, or it was just, being inspired by going into a store or the people around me. So it was a really good, I think the book is more of a storybook than a very solid cookbook, because the stories help drive like the narrative, and it brings it to life. It brings the narrative of the recipes to life. And people actually reach out to me a lot, via social media, telling me how they connected with a specific recipe because it was nostalgic for them. It brought back memories of growing up, of having to experience like tambourine ball at school, or something like tablets and, or being able to identify with having pilau on specific days, Hello? So you do have that connection that's built into the book. I wanted to drive the stories. I wanted to be more of like a Dominican legacy of what it meant to have Christmas and how we celebrated, and when we had cows being killed and having to make fourchine and black pudding, and what that really meant for the community. So I really hone in on those lived experiences throughout the book.
And thank you for that. And were there any skills from your background that helped you with the writing process?
Yeah, so I do have a master's degree in sociology where I'm very versed in cultural identity and being able to connect with communities. And I do understand the cultural significance of food, right? So that really helped me try to be authentic to that experience, in the fact that where I represented the Dominican food value really well in the book, as well as having my background in writing. I mean, I have written two other children's books where I felt the process became a little bit more viable, considering that I had gone through the process already. And writing is something that I'm passionate about. The instructions in the book, they may not, I tried my best within the time frame I had to ensure that I did fidelity to the process. But of course, no one is perfect, right? So it might not be fully representative of what I exactly wanted to do at the moment. But having a book that's 320 pages, it's a lot to condense into such a short period of time. But having the background with the previous books, having the sociology context, having the Dominican experience, and on top of that, being a content designer at Meta, where what I do for a living is write. So that kind of put everything together and created this little ecosystem that made it so possible and so like, I wouldn't say successful, but it drove a lot of the success that the book has had so far because of all those things coming together.
All right, wonderful. All right, now Daria, I want to jump back to you. Did you find yourself learning new things about Dominican cuisine while researching your cookbook? Of course, even though you grew up with Dominican cuisine.
That's a hard question. I would say no, no, I would say no. There was nothing new that I learned in that process. I honed in all my experience, my background, my family, the surrounding, and I put it into the book. But honestly, at the time, again, researching during the pandemic was not. And first of all, we did it on our own. That's my husband and myself. Putting it together. The proofreading came afterwards, and we had to include the wider family and the wider community. So no, the research part was not. No, we used what we had, what we already knew. We put it in, and then we included the community in the proofreading part of it. But no, I can say definitely no.
All right, thank you. All right, and for now, I will jump back to Nicole and see, what if she wants to continue this very interesting discussion.
But thank you for remembering me. So, Derry, actually, I wanted to ask you the same question that he asked Mima, which was about the storytelling. Is storytelling an element in the cookbook?
I'm happy you asked me the question. I was actually anticipating the question from him, but not anyway. But thanks for asking. Because when we again put out the first draft, there was just the story. I'll come back to the story. but the guy who did the layout, maybe you know him, Paul Crass. He is, well, used to be a writer and a publisher um, um, for Dominica Tourism. And he said, you know what, Daria, let's do a little more. You already have the story, but I think every dish should come with a story. And so he said, just one line, don't do too much. So every dish that we do, what we did in the book, has a little line of a little background of the dish. So yes, and then I had written a story that everybody always told me, you write very well. And I have not really done much with my writing skills. I could do more, but that's another story for another day. I had written a story. It's called Creole Cooking, How It Must Have Started. Okay, and I used my mother and my aunt, my mother's only sister, as the children in the book. And then, of course, my grandmother, their mother, and uncles and aunts, and their brothers and sisters. So my whole family on my mother's side, they are named in the story. Okay, and so the story is, I had to condense it. It is like 3 pages double-sided. Okay, so it starts with can I just show a photo? Can you see a photo of my grandmother's house in La Plaine? Okay, so I set it in La Plaine, Dominica, 1920, in the year 1920. Okay, so that's how far back I went with the history of our local foods. It is a story of my mom and my aunt as children preparing or cooking their first meal for the family at a very young age. So that is the setting, and all of Dominican life on the east of the island in that era, you know. So it is included. And when I wrote the book, the story. Again, that was long before pandemic. Long before the pandemic. And it was sitting on our computer for the longest while. Don't know what to do with it. And my husband said, so you're going to include a story in the book? I'm like, oh my God, yes, you know? So the story is in there, and everybody who has, honestly, my book, I'm glad Mela's book is doing very well, and I'm happy to say mine is also doing very well. Everybody who has bought my book and read the story, and not just Dominicans, I sell a lot to the tourists who come. He's like, this is interesting. And then want to ask me questions on the story. I'm like, yeah, that happened many, many, many years ago. You know, so this is a story that I included as part of, because again, it's a whole culture thing, you know, so I added the story and it just adds some more value to the book, to our culture, you know. So yeah, the answer is yes.
Wow. So, this is an excellent segue into my next question. So maybe I'm going to jump to you. As Daria has just sort of been describing her storytelling and mingling that with in the process of writing, I think cookbooks are about voice as well and style. And would you say that your voice comes through your cookbook or your style? Did you have to develop a voice and a style?
No, it absolutely does. Every single page kind of features my experience with the foods. So in the beginning of the book, there is a historical background of Dominica and our food culture. I talk about the Kalinago people and go into a little bit more detail about our way of cooking and our way of celebrating with food. Then further into the book, I go into like I mentioned, all the personal stories, and those stories are personal to me. So if I didn't really experience it, it's not in the book. So on every recipe, there's at least a few paragraphs of my storytelling, which is more engaging the user or the reader with the recipe and how I connected with it. So I think my voice is, it's throughout the book. You could see the transitions from the breakfast foods to the appetizers, and then the meat courses, and how that plays into the historical context of my upbringing in Dominica. So most of the food recipes anchored into childhood memories, where even talking about, eating stew pork, what that meant in terms of the villagers, gathering, killing pigs for a certain ceremony, a celebration, or during the holidays, right? So every single recipe allows a preview of what my life was at that moment when I experienced that food.
Were there any particular ingredients that were hard to sort of explain, keeping in mind that you've got an international readership here? Were there any dishes that were challenging to sort of translate into a written recipe?
Yeah, no. When I look at some of the recipes like Dumbwe Point and Gel Kosher, or we in Dominica knows it for its pet name, and I had to translate that into trying to be authentic at the same time, knowing that the ingredients may not be accessible to readers. It may not be accessible because we have gel cochon, which is mainly found in the Caribbean. I can't even find gel cochon here as much. I find pig's tail, but I can't find the nose or nostril of the of the pig. So what I tend to do was did some substituting. Like I would say, hey, you can have smoked meat. Call it like you can have a substitute for smoked turkey or something along those lines. And I felt like the same for callaloo, where I did highlight that you can use spinach, knowing that a lot of folks might not be able to access callaloo or even the cheddar sheen, like what I mean? So had to make the recipes a little bit more mainstream, and identifying substitutes that could stand in authentically for the Dominican version. So yeah.
Awesome. So beyond obviously the recipe side of it, there's sort of a cultural continuity, I think, that cookbooks bring. When, for example, I mentioned The Art of Caribbean Cooking by Yolande Kouslati, Daria immediately knew what I was talking about, because that's become part of our culinary heritage. And is that your opinion? Do you see your work as preserving Dominica's cultural heritage for future generations?
Oh, great question. I see the book definitely adding more of a historical context, because the recipes are grounded in the experiences we had. And those experiences are not unique to me. They're unique to a lot of people in my generation, right? That have experienced like a Christmas or experienced black cake in that context, or experienced soup in the context, or pumpkin soup, especially between Christmas and New Year. You know what I mean? So it is, I see it as a cultural, like a continuity of our food history, because it captures those moments, especially for kids who are transnationals or people who are not who do not have a daily life in Dominica, where they may be a little bit removed from that experience. They can connect using the book and identify perhaps what their parents experienced. I know when my kids read the book, when they read the book, they were impressed with some of my childhood and what that meant, how I connected to the foods, and having the appreciation for the food itself, I think is critical for our future generations to identify, okay, where did this come from, or how did we experience it, or what did it meant to our families, having to experience the food in such a specific way. Like I talk about the snacks we ate during recess, right? That's not just unique to me, but a whole lot of kids in Dominica had experiences with the recess people who came to the school to sell, right? So I wasn't selfishly trying to make it a MEMA experience, but certainly a Dominican lived experience that anyone can appreciate. And it might even be a Caribbean experience.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. So Sam, I'm gonna throw it back to you.
So I'm gonna come to you again, Daria. How much testing, retesting of recipes did you go through during the process of putting your book together?
Okay, again, I have a very vibrant audience on almost a daily basis throughout the cruise season. So whatever I present has to be already tested. And so I did not do it just for the book. It was already done, you know? So every day I have a group coming and we're doing, let's say, 3 or 4 dishes, 5 dishes. They have gone through the process, you know? So it was easy just to take it from the script that I had already prepared, you know, in saving the recipes for future use, just taking it from there and bring it to the kitchen, getting the ingredients, preparing it, photographing it, and setting it aside for the book. So I didn't have to go through another testing phase. Okay, that had already.
Okay, thanks. Now, looking back, what would you say was the most rewarding and the most challenging parts of turning your love for cooking into a published book?
Rewarding. I am every time I look at the book, I'm happy. It makes me happy. So I feel good at what we have done with such limited resources, you know, limited help as well, because just the two of us in the kitchen. But to me, the result is, for me, is not just me. Everybody has got my book, even the good bad. This is really good. So it's been rewarding. The challenge, again, working through the pandemic with limited resources, I guess. So there was a challenge and there's a reward at the very same time, you know. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, there is a reward in looking at what we created with such limited resources. But actually doing it with the limited resources was a challenge.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. All right. So, Mema, coming to you, what did you enjoy about the process of putting your book together, and what most challenged you? What frustrated you? I think is, you know.
Yeah, no, those are great questions. I would have to say the most rewarding, because sometimes when you're working on the book, you work in silo. You know, you're working and you're hoping that the results will be what your expectations are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just going through the process, and I took all my photos. I staged all my food, and I had been doing it for a while on my blog as well as sharing on my Facebook page. So I did have those images already, but just having to curate all of them and having to write all the stories that connected to every single recipe for 320-page book, I think it was pretty challenging because I did it all on my own. You know, I was the photographer, I was the cook, I was the person who did the layout in terms of, you know, how the food was presented. And then I had to write all the stories behind, and then I had to write the recipes, and I had to also test the recipes that I wrote. Because in my head, you know, when we're cooking in Dominica, it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And you know, I mean, Daria is lucky that she had that process built into what she already offered. But I'm a home cook. So what I normally do for my family is just sprinkle a dash of love, and bam, we have food. But then I wanted to ensure that the taste was what I was remembered in my childhood. So for instance, when I did the potato pudding recipe, I just thought about this woman from Tebow that I mentioned in the book, and her name was Makato. And her potato pudding brought back so many lovely memories that I still to this day just mention potato pudding. And I remember the exact experience that I had in Tebow, bringing my 25 cents to get my potato pudding, right? I'm sure now it's more expensive. And I wanted to recreate that experience when I tasted my very own potato pudding. So I did do a lot of trials to get the texture correct, to get the consistency, and to ensure like the color, everything was what it was meant to be. So I find that I went through the process of, triggering my memory and trying to ensure that I did due diligence to that process. So the most rewarding of all this, I have to say, was the hundreds of people who reached out, just expressing their love for the book and how they connected to it. It's not really about me. I feel like I was doing something bigger for the community, because I have to tell you, the book is priced so low. It's only $25 US for 320 page of hardcover full color book. I mean, that's a steal. I've been told that it's too cheap, but I did it for the culture. I did it for the community. And I'm not going to get rich on the book, definitely not. But I know that many years from now, my kids' generation will look back and realize that there was something that was truly unique to Dominican cooking experiences. And hopefully they can get that feeling from reading my book.
Yeah, I have to agree. $25 is pretty cheap for a book that size and with all the color and everything. So at Meta, you work on humanizing technology through content.
Yes.
So do you see a connection between designing digital user experiences and crafting a cookbook?
No, absolutely. I think once you're in that field of design, you have that aesthetic eye that you want to ensure that the user has a good experience with the book. I mean, from the book itself, just touching the book, I'll just show you. The book is pretty big, right? And it's textured on the writing, like Dominica Gourmet, there's a texture to it, right? And we have a jacket because I wanted to bring that aesthetic feel to it. And the jacket is pretty thick. It's not just a very lightweight. And then, of course, the glossy cover of the cookbook. So the book does lend itself to that aesthetic feel that, like it could recreate into a digital component that makes it very viable and on an international scale, where when a user interacts or a reader interacts with the book, they have that same experience that we would perhaps have on the platform. So that was critical to me. And I do have a very creative mind, and I've been creating stuff from a very young age, with my hands. So the book is just an extension of that creativity and ensuring that, I'm authentically Dominican in that process, as well as bringing something that a wider audience can connect with.
Yeah. All right, cool. Very cool. And looking ahead, do you see yourselves blending your culinary storytelling with your work in technology even further, and perhaps through digital cookbooks, apps, or interactive experiences?
Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the things that goals that I set for myself, which was supposed to happen last year, was to create a digital version of the book, because a lot of the younger generation is certainly wanting something like this. So I've been working on this, and it should be ready by end of year, or within the next few weeks or months. I also see myself lending an eye to ensuring that we're represented in AI. I do work in AI as well for my company, and I think that there is a huge gap within how our recipes converted into AI, into technology, right? So driving that authentic recipe and driving the authenticity of the book will certainly help it scale better when there's data engineering done within the context of books and storytelling. Because what's the bigger picture here is not just a book that is accessible through like an Amazon storefront, but also a book that's accessible through different online channels, and being able to convert from one medium to the next, or to convert from, just having the data inputted into our LLM systems is critical for us, ensuring that even within the field of AI, we do have representation, and we do have authentic representation. So when someone searches on ChatGPT or any of the other AI platforms out there for Dominican cooking or Dominican cuisine or whatever that is, we want to ensure that we are well represented and our books actually do show up and our recipes on the front line of telling our story.
Very good, very good. And so let me jump back over to pass it over to Nicole, and then so we can continue. Nicole?
So yeah, so we're wrapping up right now, but Daria, I do want to come back to you. So you've run Cooking with Daria food experiences for about 2 decades, right? And I'm just wondering, how have you maintained that 5-star rating over such a period of time? What do you think what's the key to your success?
You know, when you do things over and over again, you get good at it, right? And so from day one, like I said, my mom was not a great cook, but she taught me very good, very important lessons of presentation, the way I present myself, the dishes, the way you speak, the thing. I remember my mom telling me that everything that passes through your mind that should come through your mouth. You know, some things you hold back, you know, so the way you speak and the things that you say. So we get groups that are very diverse. Some groups are very loud, some people are very chatty, some people can sing anything they want to because they're on vacation. And I have to remember, okay, everybody's on vacation, but we're at work. So, you know, to maintain some professionalism. So we do that. Maintaining 5 stars is everything combined. Okay? Show up for work. For example, if there's a party the night before, I do food. Okay? I want to look fresh, I want to look bright, I want to look clean and nice, you know. So I can't show up looking sleepy. I can't. All right, I can't be looking tired. I can't be dragging myself to work because everybody's on vacation and they were drinking the night before. I cannot do that. So everything that I do has to be the best that it possibly can. My father was the first person to tell me anything that has to be done, do it well, do it right, do it 100%, get full marks. He was a school principal, so topping the class and everything else was him. Okay, that's what he wanted, excellence in everything. So I tell my staff the very same thing. If a guest is asking something that sounds ridiculous to you, you don't tell them no. You tell them, speak to Derek. Okay? And I will speak to them in a way that, you know, you sure you really want to ask for that question? You know what I mean? So you have to keep the guests happy, but you have to draw a line at professionalism and when you cross the line, let them know that you're nice. So I only got 4 stars, I think 1.5 stars on one day because one person went around and pricking the roses before the classes started. You know, I allow my guests about 5-10 minutes go outside, take some photos, get used to the elevation, and get, you know, enjoy the garden for a little while before we come in, we wash our hands and we start. And he went around and pricking the roses, pricking the roses, but pushing his hand against the thorns. And then he comes to me bleeding. And I said, but why would you do that? I mean, are you looking for a reduction in price? Are you looking for a refund? Why would you do that? I'm seeing him doing that, you know. So on that day, I kind of not lost it, but I was not happy with him and he knew it. I think he gave me 4.5 stars. So in my almost 20, I'm thinking 18 years, that was the only day I did not get 5 stars, you know. But I had at once a form that I would let everybody sign at the end. You know, did you enjoy it? You know, what grade you give us? What recommendation would you give for a suggestion would give for improvement? And everybody would say, oh, please don't keep your thing. Everybody has to 100%, 100%. I said, no, I really need to know if we need to improve in any area that we do not like. Let me know. Area, stop wasting our time. Everything is 100%. Tick, 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 tick. You know, and that's how my guests respond when I ask questions about our performance on that day. Okay, my staff, again, cleaned, well uniformed. Everything is, you know, everything I do, I try my best to do it as good as possible so that I maintain the 5 stars. I'm proud of my 5 stars and I intend to keep it.
But congratulations on achieving it, especially under those kind of odd circumstances. And
that was all.
It just goes to show you how great the experience was that he still had to give you 4.5 stars. You know, he couldn't go any lower than that. So,
very good.
So when they come to you, what what do you want them to take away from the experience when they're, they're returned to the cruise ship, when they're back home and they're telling friends? What is it you're hoping that they really gain from the experience of cooking with Daria?
Okay, first of all, we try to use as much local as possible. So if there's probably one or two ingredients, for example, milk would be the one ingredient that is imported, and sometimes tomato paste, because sometimes I make my own tomato paste. And so I try to make everything 100% as much as possible local, okay? And then we present it in a very different way. So that is one thing that the Caribbean cooking, I always speak about Caribbean cooking, not just Dominican, but Caribbean. And then, so that is number one, that our food in the Caribbean is not just, I don't know how they see us on their end, but when they come here, certainly, I want to change the mindset to a very positive one. Okay. Then I try to do our culinary excursion in a very fun way. Yeah. So we have a lot of jokes. We do a lot of storytelling too. They ask me a lot of personal questions that I answer. So the intention is that they go back and then they bring in the whole family. So they may come as a couple or a solo traveler, which I do. And the intention is they go back and then they return, and I get many returning guests with their family, so that the tradition continues, that the numbers are always high, and the fun and the excitement and the love for Dominica on a whole. We don't only do the culinary tour, we do other exhibitions as well. And so I don't just speak about food, I speak about Dominica. And so I send them, happy. I send them back. Oh, I come back with my family because the last time we had such a good time. I did that all the time. So yeah.
That's wonderful. And it's when they come and you have a first-time guest, is there a particular dish that you always sort of start with? What's the first dish you recommend to them?
No, the type of cooking that we do is like a communal thing. So we all participate in presenting a meal for the day. So it's not like just separate dishes scattered all over the place. Everything comprises the meal. So we begin with a welcome drink, and it's always local fruit grown on the property. So you would have the fruit, the drink, you serve the drink. This is what you're drinking. So we show them. Sometimes we blend different fruits. These are the fruits that comprise the drink that you have. So to me, the response is always, "Oh my God, really? It tastes so good," So it's not just separate dishes all over the place. It is like tailored into one experience. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Mame, I'm going to come over to you because I want to congratulate you on being asked to create a culinary feature for the 25th anniversary of the World Creole Music Festival. So I'm gathering that this is not the first VVIP experience that you've curated, but I mean, certainly it must be very significant to be asked to do this one, which is the 25th anniversary. Can you give your fans sort of a hint as what they can expect in this very important section?
Last year I had the honor of doing just that, and I guess every year it changes. So the first year they did it, they had a pig. The second year there was sushi. The third was different cuts of meats. And last year I did a grazing table. So that grazing table included cut fish balls and cheeses and fruits. And so it was an eclectic mix of local and international flair to create more of a, heightened experience that everybody could kind of engage in. I also had mastiff bread, which is really good because I got it from Suki's, which is like, renowned, mastiff bread producers on the island. So that was kind of nice. This year, it's a little bit of a secret, unfortunately.
Oh, come on.
But I have to say, I'm going to be leaning into the Kalinago people for support for this one. So,
wow.
Yes. So, because, it's 25 years. It's something that is like a huge milestone, for the country and for the folks who put on this experience. So I wanted to ensure that our idea for this was aligned. I brought the idea to the team, and they first off just loved it. And we're rolling with the idea, and I'm praying that we can execute this grand idea because it's for 500 people plus. So it's there's a lot of pressure there, you know, to ensure that not only it looks good but also tastes good as well.
Well, it sounds very intriguing, and I certainly hope that for those of us who won't be there, that there'll be lots of pictures and videos and things so that we can get to appreciate the experience too. So
Yes.
congratulations again, and yeah, can't wait to see what that looks like. So Sam?
All right, Nicole, thank you. So final question, Daria, you get the final question this evening. Looking ahead, what's next in your culinary cultural adventures or creative adventures? You know, what can fans look forward to from you?
Okay. If you were to ask my husband that question, he'll give you a very different answer than I'm going to give you. He has an idea that maybe we're not really aligned as yet, you know. So I just came back from my travels, my vacation. Well, it's a working vacation where I did a week in Italy and a week in Greece doing the culinary, Italian and Greek culinary dishes. So I want to do something to allow my Dominican folks to savor those different the dishes from different countries. You know, I have ideas on how I want to do it. I'm also working with the chefs I work with in the two countries. They have ideas, and so like I said, I just came back. But ever since I was there on the territory, the ideas came. And since I got back, I'm thinking about it more. I'm seeing how we can do this. Like I said, it's still in the thought stage. It's not really nothing yet concrete. So, but this is where I'm leading to do like a Greek night or an Italian night or a French night. You know, since I've been on those three and done a week course in each of these countries. So that's very really a lot of thought has to go into it to make it a bang from day one, you know, and because it will not be just a one night only, we will be, I'm saying it's an evening thing, you know, so that's where I am for now. What my husband is saying is going back to Zoom cooking and not sure yet.
Well, it sounds like you have a couple of different things to work with, and I kind of like the idea of broadening the Dominican palette, you know, introducing the people to different types of foods from international recipes. So again, thank you. And I will jump back to Nicole. And
well, ladies, Daria and Mayma, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and thank you for sharing your gifts with us and being so open and transparent about the cookbook process. We know it could not have been easy, but you both have produced cookbooks that you can be very proud of and that are now part of Dominica's culinary heritage. Thank you, both of you, for promoting Dominica's cuisine to the world. And of course, now after all that talk about South and Toto and Dumbwe, everybody is hungry and drooling and wabbing. So I think it's time for us to kind of wrap things up now. Thank you so much for being with us, ladies. Any final words? Mayma, we'll jump over to you.
Sure. No, I just want to say thank you so much. And to the Dominican literacy community, I appreciate the work that you guys are putting in and trying to ensure that we do have a voice when it comes to literacy and book publishing and writing and reading. And I wish you guys the best success with your festival. And I do hope someday, you know, we can have this festival live where we can all gather and do a panel discussion. And I would love to be part of anything that you were doing. And now that I know that you guys are fruitful and you exist and you need the support of the diaspora, I'll be more than happy to connect with you folks. And thank you for having me on the show. And Daria, it was so nice getting to know you. I've just seen you on Facebook, but I have a totally profound, respect for what you do, and just keep on doing the hard work on the ground and highlighting Dominican cuisine as much as you're doing, and continue to do your best. And Sam, all the best to you and your family. And Nicole, thank you so much for reaching out and for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And of course, if we ever did, take this virtual festival to Dominica on the ground, we would love to have you both cater. So, Daria, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. It really was a pleasure. Really was a pleasure. And remember, I must tip my hat to you, because I don't know how you do it, catering for so many people. Because that's something I always said when I went into the culinary field, was not to cater for so many people. I just don't know how you do it, but you do it very well. And I must say congratulations to you and to Nicole and Sam. Thank you for having me. Yeah, you had me a little nervous for the whole week.
It wasn't so bad, right? It wasn't so bad.
No, but really, I had fun. It was good. But just the anticipation of, okay, that is not me. This is just not me, so it really was not so hard. So, thanks for having me, and all the best to you in your future endeavors.
Well,
thank you, everybody. Thank you. And thank you, listeners and viewers. And on behalf of Sam, final words.
Let's eat. You'll have me hungry. All this talk about food.
Have a great one, everybody. Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
Go eat.
Hi, my name is Fran Clark, and I'm an author of emotive women's fiction that spans generations and crosses oceans. My titles include Lovers, Holding Paradise, A Prayer for Junie, The Long Way Home, When Skies Are Grey, and my latest novel, Wherever You Will Go. Thank you.
My name is Angela C. Charles. I was born in Dominica, and I am a former head girl and teacher at the convent high school. I now live in Ontario, Canada. I have published 4 Christian fiction novels. My first book When God is Silent deals with faith, hope, and second chances. My next book, Sissy's Journey, tells the story of a young Kalinaga girl who moves from Dominica to Canada. This book was shortlisted in 3 categories for the Word Guild Award in 2022. My next book, His Perfect Timing, is a romance and was also set in Dominica and Canada. It won the 2024 Word Guild Award in 2 categories. The next book, Hope Relinquished, was published in 2024. It is a true story. It is inspired by a true story of hope and resilience. It is currently shortlisted in the contemporary fiction category for the 2025 Word Guild Award. You can purchase a copy of any of my books at Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Indigo, or via my website, angelacharlesauthor.com, or on any online digital store. Please get a copy of my book at your local Dominican library. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Author Showcase. This is a production of the Write-Tukubuli Virtual Literary Festival. I'm your host, Nicole Georges Bennett, and today we will be featuring author and academic Dr. Anthony Frampton. So before I welcome Dr. Frampton officially to the program, I want to let you know that Author Showcase is a way that we can deep dive into the writing processes of our different authors of Dominican descent and learn a little bit more about what inspires them and how they came to write our favorite books. Now, Dr. Frampton is a researcher, teacher, journalist, and development worker who has held different professional positions in broadcasting, corporate, communications, higher education, and community development for over 20 years in the U.S. and the Caribbean. In 1991, he received a diploma in television production from the Caribbean School of Media and Communication at UWI in Jamaica. In 1998 and 2000, respectively, he earned his bachelor's, major media criticism, and master's, emphasis media management degrees in communication from Ohio University. In 2014, he completed a PhD in media and communication at Bowling Green State University by researching cross-border film production. He has taught 10 different courses in communications at universities in Jamaica and the United States, and has authored several research articles and 2 books. So I'm going to pause right here because I would love the opportunity to welcome Dr. Anthony, or as I know him, Bernard Frampton, to the program. Welcome, Dr. Frampton.
Nicole, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. I hope that we can have a useful and fruitful discussion. Look forward to it.
Awesome. So, of course, you are an academic and you have produced many academic papers. Is there a particular paper that you would like to sort of highlight before we dive in? I just want, in case there's anyone who's read these papers, one that they might recognize.
Yes, actually, we have been working on a project to highlight the contribution of the first Black full-time broadcaster of the BBC, who happened to be Jamaican. And she sort of spearheaded the evolution of Caribbean broadcasting at the BBC. So what we know as the BBC Caribbean Service, and some of us would readily recall the Caribbean Today program. And she was actually the pioneer of those programs, and her name is Una Marsum. And we have we've written a series of articles, one already published, the other one in the works. And we are basically lamenting how she has been misremembered, forgotten, displaced as an iconic pioneer of broadcasting, not only as a colonial subject who had migrated to the UK, but also as an international broadcaster. And interestingly, following our first paper, when we started working on that paper, there was nothing available. And following that, the BBC actually did a documentary series, a documentary on her, recognizing her. So our work has already done quite a bit in terms of raising awareness about Una and starting a process by which she can be given her due recognition. And we have received calls from universities in the UK asking us to participate in intellectual exchanges on Una and so on. So we are continuing that process, and that's the work that I think we want to leave behind in terms of contributing to Caribbean history.
Very important work indeed. So, as we can tell, you are an academic by profession. You produce academic work, research. Now, however, Bare Attitude, which is the novel that we are going to be discussing today, takes you out of that nonfiction world and into mystery, into romance, into genres that we would not typically associate with an academic by profession. So what inspired you to take that leap into fiction writing with Bare Attitude?
That's an interesting question. I mean, if you look at my career early on, I started off very early on in theater with the People's Action Theater, even before I got into broadcasting. And my career in broadcasting started off straight out of high school at Mapping Television, where we would produce a documentary sort of news program, which is very unique. I say that to sort of emphasize that there may not be such stark boundaries or differences between journalism, film, and television and fiction. And so, because if you look at it, the work that we were doing back then with News Focus on Mapping Television, we were actually sort of subverting the traditional notion of journalism as being purely objective. I mean, we were infusing our personalities, we were infusing a type of cultural aesthetic that was sort of new for the Caribbean. And in its sense, it was truly Caribbean because the Caribbean people we have a sort of flair of doing things. And we tend to infuse our personality, our style into almost everything we do, even if it may be a sort of an importation from the West that is telling us that we have to be objective. And so early on, and I'm going somewhere with this, so just bear with me a little bit. So early on, when we had this type of journalism, what I would consider a type of literary journalism, and I use the term literary journalism to mean a type of journalism that doesn't only subscribe to a notion of objectivity, because we do know objectivity in its sense is a sort of loose and unattainable sort of objective. So with literary journalism, you sort of accept the subjectivity, you accept the persona, you accept the messenger as much as you accept the message. And it's similar with new journalism, which was introduced by the famous American journalism Wolf in the 1960s. And so I'm saying this to say that we have come a long way into recognizing that journalism is purely objective. And so the connection between art and journalism is more fluid than we're likely to believe. And so the trajectory for me, therefore, made sense. If you saw that I came from theater, moved into television journalism, and broadcasting, and we can see broadcasting as another type of literary journalism because the persona and the personality sort of foregrounds the message as well. And then you see I come in, and then I decided to write a novel. So it may not be such a stark departure from what I have developed as a career. And just the last thing I want to say on that is that it's also not that uncommon. I mean, a lot of academics and great thinkers dabble and sometimes even double up in literary works as much as in academic work. For example, take C.L.R. James. A lot of us know C.L.R. James as one of the most profound Caribbean thinkers. C.L.R. James actually wrote a novel, right, called Mint Alley, and it was the novel that propelled him into that level of academic and intellectual recognition. Let's take, for example, Aimé Césaire, the Martinican intellectual thinker, poet. He's a poet, a writer, politician, and one of the most profound thinkers, and certainly from the Francophone world. He wrote a novel, Tempest. So I'm saying to say that it's sometimes thinkers, and I would say not just academics, thinkers and intellectuals. Sometimes they are preoccupied with ideas and they're curious about certain ideas, and for them the most fascinating way to explore them is through their imagination. And by exploring it through the imagination, they're not constrained by the evidential protocols that sort of dictate how you present information as an academic in that type of setting.
Because I was going to jump in here and say there must be sort of a juicy creativity that really appeals to an academic who, as you said, it's all about the evidence, it's all about research, it's all about facts. Whereas there is so much room for your imagination to bloom when you're writing fiction as versus nonfiction, which has to be within certain parameters. So is there sort of a temptation to cross that boundary because it looks so much more appealing on the fiction side? Does it kind of take you away from sort of the gray halls of academia to those lush green fields of fiction?
Yes, I certainly, and certain ideas are more attractive if they're explored with a certain level of freedom. And we must also consider that fiction in itself is a form of knowledge, that it is not in contradiction to objectivity, or it is not trying to fit itself in an oppositional way to the knowledge that we consider to be academic knowledge. It's a different type of knowledge that becomes useful. If you consider Aristotle, that notion of verisimilitude, we explore ideas, we explore the human condition in fiction as well. And through the exploration of the human conditions, we are able to discover certain things about the world, about experiences, about our own selves that we may not be able to discover in a sort of academic protocol. So there are advantages to looking at certain ideas and fictions, ideas and experiences through fiction. And some of the greatest thinkers use fiction to help us to understand the world better. I mean, think of Wole Soyinka. I mean, think of Derek Walcott. I mean, just think of some of the ideas that came out in their novels, and they themselves can posit a certain level of truth that, again, may not necessarily be in opposition to what we consider to be academic work, but may just be a cousin to or partner to that type of knowledge.
But did your academic background stand you in good stead, so to speak, or did it actually help you when it came to approaching fiction writing? And I'm thinking in terms of because the structures are so different, right? In terms of storytelling and character development, the structure of a novel, it's very different from writing an academic paper. Was there anything from your academic background and experience that actually helped you when you began to write this work of fiction?
Yes. I think that one of the things that that helped my development of Bare Attitude, and sort of encouraged me to work on it in a more sophisticated way than what we would probably be accustomed to in terms of Caribbean fiction. I was driven by a certain type of preparation that I had in academia, and that was discipline. Discipline in terms of actually ensuring that I paid attention to details, that research, that I did proper research, so that I could, again, follow that verisimilitude that Aristotle guides us to. So yes, it wasn't an easy project. I spent, I think, an entire year just doing research. For example, I had no knowledge about how the medical world works, and I had to ensure that I represented Natalie's condition while she was at the hospital in a certain way that would be profoundly convincing based on the story I wanted to tell. And so that took some work. I didn't know much about the legal, how the courts work at the time. And so I had to do a lot of research in that area. So similar to academia, where you are driven to ensure that you are providing something authentic, something well researched, something that can be defended, something that is credible, something that is apparent. All these things sort of, they drove me to work on their attitude at a particular level. And I don't think I would have done it that way had I not been exposed to that level of academic preparation.
Well, I think we've whet our viewers' appetite enough now that if they are not familiar with Bare Attitude, now seems to be a great time to actually tell them what's the synopsis of the story. How would you summarize the story, the plot?
Well, Bare Attitude is basically a story about love, romance, betrayal, and tragedy. And it explores a lot of issues related to the Caribbean experience, migration. It focuses on corruption, the elites. It focuses on the rural versus urban dynamic. It focuses on the sense of ambition that drives Caribbean life. So Chester is a lawyer who just happened to come across Natalie by chance. They fall in love. Natalie had migrated from Haiti to Dominica to have a better life for herself. And she is a very sophisticated woman, a very attractive woman, a very classy woman. But the struggle to survive in Dominica traps her into a type of life that she can't escape from. And while she tries to help out her family, her ailing mother needs help financially. And so she has to subvert her own values to do what she can to help out her mother. And so she is torn between this existential reality of need versus your own beliefs. And that struggle sort of drives her into a chain of events, some of it that she had never envisaged she would have to encounter. And through it, she has mixed feelings, because while she encounters love, she also encounters tragedy that leaves her in a perpetual state of uncertainty.
Right. And it is also a murder mystery at its heart.
Well, yeah.
Well, I know we don't want to give away too much. Okay. So, but what I'm struck with is that you were able to layer in so much about the societal, demographic state of Dominica at the time that you were writing. I'm sure things have probably changed a bit now, one would hope. But you delved, you dived right into that issue of Haitian migration, Haitian immigration, and Haitian assimilation into Dominican society, and the conflicts and the tensions that rose out of that dynamic. And in case, we have, I'm sure we have viewers who are probably not as familiar with the situation in the Caribbean, but there was a time, I believe, following that massive earthquake that Haiti experienced, that we did have an influx of Haitian refugees into Dominica. And because they also speak Creole, which is a language that we speak in Dominica, they were able to sort of mesh into the societal fabric. However, of course, as with any migrant group, I'm sure, there were tensions that came up. Now, Bare Attitude does deal quite a bit with those sort of social tensions. And I'm wondering, when you sat down and you started to make your main protagonist a Haitian woman, was this something that you were looking to use to address what was happening in Dominica at that time? What was the motivation for including that dynamic of Haitian migration into Dominica?
Interestingly, most of it was just listening to what Natalie was telling me. I basically was just following the character, and based off the experiences that she was having, tried to feed off out of the energy that came from the previous scene. So part of it, of course, there was an underlying politics for me to sort of unearth some of the contradictions in Dominican society. And I was particularly, I think, deliberately trying to make a statement about how we become very complex when we are dealing with certain conditions that we consider to be threatening to us. I mean, look at Dominica. There's a reasonable suspicion that there are more Dominicans outside of Dominica than there are in Dominica. Then we also have this other factual statement made by the government themselves that the country is underpopulated. So there you have a country underpopulated, you have a society that has a culture of itself, its people migrating to other people's territories. And yet we will have this very virile tension about Haitians coming into Dominica. And I remember at the time it was very sharp and poignant, to the point where people were asking for some sort of blockade of Haitians coming to Dominica. I thought that quite interesting. I find it's a statement about the human nature, but also a comment about our post-colonial identity and how our colonial heritage continue to feed a lot of our fears, anxieties, and our own reactions to things that we ourselves don't fully understand. And so I was searching for a very sophisticated way to comment on that dynamic. And, you know, there was a deliberate attention paid to presenting Natalie in a certain way, because there was the stereotype of the Haitian migrant that we were feeding off, which is really sad, because all migrant populations in all different ways are very multifaceted, very multivariate, and themselves multidimensional. And so there was a reason why Natalie was presented as this very stylish, chic, very poised, very demure sort of woman, so that we could sort of see ourselves and the limitations of our own imaginations and shock some of the stereotypes, some of the preconceived ideas we had about Haitians and migrating Haitians.
Do you think attitudes have changed since you wrote that book? It's been what, about when was the book first published?
Off my head, I would say the first edition probably came out in, was it 2015 or 16, somewhere around there.
So enough time that you've had to observe and probably to research how much has changed from that initial publication to now. Have things changed? Is there more acceptance for the other in Dominican society?
I don't know, and that's an interesting question, and it would be very irresponsible of me to make a sort of informed comment on that, since I haven't studied it. But I suspect that there are other factors that may have sort of influenced a sort of turn of opinion or attitude towards migratory patterns and coming into Dominica. For example, now we know that we have, I think, more than 10,000 people, based on the numbers counting on the sale of Dominican passports, that we have Dominican citizens outside of Dominicans, and many Dominicans don't even know their original nationality. So this idea of Dominican being this sort of very homogeneous society, we need to revisit that, because
sorry, not to cut across you, but even on island as well, that the look of society has definitely changed.
Right, and even from government policy, there was a statement on changing the demographics of the country. And you don't just give people passports and think that they will never visit the country or they will never claim their rights as citizens of the country. And so that alone is a statement on whether we like it or not, things have changed, right? And then you also have to look at the reports that I'm hearing that many of the small businesses in Dominica are now owned by Haitian migrants. And so you would see that there's a class sort of adjustment that's being made, where traditionally we would see these people are coming in as needy people. Now they may be straddling the higher levels of the class hierarchy in Dominica, and therefore perceptions and stereotypes will naturally have to be adjusted to accommodate that new dynamic.
So it's fair to say that you see your fiction writing as a tool for social critique?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I didn't just set out to just write because I wanted to tell a story that I found interesting. You know, there were deliberate scenes placed into the book to sort of highlight some of the tacit, unquestioned aspects of Dominican life that are integral to how we see ourselves as a nation. For example, when Natalie recovers at the hospital and she is sort of cordoned or surrounded by this group of students who are themselves being trained, but at the same time providing care to Natalie, and Natalie herself is exposed to that type of intrusion. That also is a question about how we are straddling the line between traditional values and the need for to accommodate new developmental models, right? Because we had a history of having medical schools on the island. Well, how did these medical schools impact the life in the country? Right? So before we had Ross and those things, we didn't have to worry about having to have probably 20, 30 people you don't know examine you while you're at the hospital. But now we have to make all these accommodations because we are embracing a type of development model. So people think it's just bring in Ross, bring in medical schools, but these decisions have profound impacts on the way we live our lives as Dominicans, right? Yes. And how the cultural milieu begins to transform.
And it also, I think, shows just how or how not adaptable we are as a society and as a people.
Right.
To these changes, right? Yeah. So we've got about 10 minutes left, and I do want to make sure that we bring the focus back to Bare Attitude, because that's really what this is all about. So I am going to take a few minutes now, with your permission, Doctor, to read a little bit of an excerpt from the Jamaica Gleaner, which reviewed Bare Attitude. Congratulations on that. That's quite the coup. And I'm going to just read a few paragraphs here. So unfortunately, I'm not able to see the author of the particular review, but just to give you a brief synopsis, it says, Anthony Frampton's debut novel, Bare Attitude, is a page-turner and is sure to keep you riveted. Action-packed from the very first page, it is filled with intrigue, romance, power, authority, and deception, never slowing down or skipping a beat. A gripping romantic thriller, it tells the captivating story of intra-regional migration in the Caribbean through a Haitian's bold quest for economic independence and the happenings of an unlikely romance. Set on the island of Dominica, Bare Attitude highlights the experiences of the people who live there while creating a sense of native genuineness that follows the legacy of some of the best Caribbean literature. With distinct and memorable scenes, Frampton plays on his Dominican roots, taking the reader to core institutions on the island while projecting quaint fantasy, but with rich and audacious character interactions. The extreme opposites in the main players, Judge Chester Detouche, a renowned jurist, and Nathalie Etienne, a Haitian migrant in Dominica, who is humble yet trying to evolve, makes for an interesting love story between the two. With less than favorable conditions in Haiti, Natalie moves to the island of Dominica as a migrant worker under the sponsorship of Miguel Joseph, an unscrupulous lawyer who exploits her. Natalie, a talented artist and an unconventional therapist, smart and stunningly beautiful, becomes trapped under the clutches of the sleazy lawyer. Well, folks, if that does not make you run out and buy this book, I don't know what else will. So that was quite high praise indeed. So Bernard, when you read that review, what was your initial reaction?
I was a bit stunned.
I can imagine.
Because it was coming from someone who had very little direct sort of context of the Dominican society. And they were able to appreciate so much of what I was trying to tell in the story just from reading the book. And I felt like just from that, the book had achieved a certain level of success. So I was humbled, but I was actually stunned. And I remember going back to my room and saying, wow,
yeah,
it's worked. Because when I wrote the book, I wasn't really thinking of it in terms of being transformative. I was just writing something, and I wanted to write something that I could be proud of 20 years later.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I haven't marketed the book. I haven't done any marketing of the book. I think I've had 500 books sold, and all of them have been through word of mouth. And
wow, that is very impressive. Congratulations on that.
I remember reading that and saying, "Wow, Jamaica, cool. That's kind of cool."
And I want to, and of the many accolades and words of praise that you got from your readers and from your fans, I wanted to just pick this one out. This was in the Bare Attitude Facebook group that you put together when you first started sort of publicizing. And it comes from Maria Hernandez. I'm not sure if you were actually personally acquainted with her, but she said, the book was like a travel back in time. Love Dominica and the time I spent there. It reminded me of places and people. I think I'm the first Cuban reading this book. And with the background I just explained, it felt like a wonderful experience. Loved all the character, but mostly Kyle. Needs a sequel, I think, which would be the cherry on top. So, is there a sequel? I know that you had started on another book. I think you call it Shangri-La, and you made mention of that, but I'm not sure if that was a sequel or that was another standalone novel. So, what's the story, Doc? Are we getting a sequel? What's going on?
Yes. I have been hounded about this sequel for quite some time, and there's some actually fans of mine who would not take it too kindly for me saying I'm not so sure.
Oh.
No, I just haven't. The thing is, when you are straddling academia, you're straddling the literary work, and you have existential commitments with family, with just survival and so on, things are not as clear-cut in terms of a plan for what's your next project. Sometimes you're so preoccupied with trying to meet certain deadlines for things that are inescapable, that time just flies. And then you build a career, and then you sort of conditioned by the demands of that career. And you move on to something else, and then you have family needs coming in. And so it's I'm sure you know that as an artist yourself. Since art in itself is not as financially compensatory as we would like it, especially when you're a budding artist, when you're even sometimes the people who are well known sometimes struggle even to make money off their work. So for me to, for example, go into a sequel now, I have to actually get rid of a lot of things I'm doing. I'm very preoccupied now in doing academic research, and that would have to take a back seat. Do I want to put that project on the back seat? That's a question.
So your friends are just like, yeah. Is there going to be another? They just want the bottom line. Is there one in the future, even if it's the distant future? Is there a sequel coming?
Most likely, yes.
All right. So fancy there. I have secured a tentative promise for you. So I hope you're happy. So that is our author showcase for today. So Dr. Frampton, I know it's gone very quickly and we could have delved into so much more. So maybe we will have to have you back for a part 2. But I just want to thank you so much for sharing of your work and of your brilliant mind with us. Thank you for taking the time to be with us on Author Showcase.
Anytime, Nicole. Thank you for having me.
All right, folks, so look out for Author Showcase coming up as part of the Write-Tukubuli Virtual Literary Fest. We will be on YouTube. Dr. Frampton, where can we find Bare Attitude for purchase?
Bare Attitude is actually available on Amazon. You just type in Bare Attitude and it will come up. You'll also see the reviews and the blurb is there. You'll be able to see whether you want to purchase it. And yeah, it's available.
All right. Of course, they want to purchase it. So buy your copy today, folks. You won't regret it. It is a fascinating read. And as much as I read it I guess it's about a decade ago, it stayed with me. The characters, the plot, and of course, it is about my beloved Dominica. So I guarantee that you will enjoy it. So make sure you pick up your copy today. Thanks, everybody. And stay tuned for the next Author Showcase.
Welcome, everyone, to this very special edition of our Author Showcase for the Write-Tukubuli Virtual Literary Festival. Today's guest is extra special to me, not just because he has had an inspiring journey, but also he happens to be my uncle-in-law. And so that means two things. One, I get to brag about having a published author in the family. And two, I have to behave myself. In addition, he is also a pastor. And so, because he's a husband, he's a father, a former youth development officer, and of course, a gifted author. So, Uncle Jules, I'm glad to have you with us today.
Well, it's a pleasure and a privilege. I believe it's an honor to be on the show tonight in the program because not often one gets those opportunities. So I cherish that one. And you being the host, of course, makes it extra special.
I appreciate that. I mean, of course, for those who don't know, I grew up actually calling you Mr. Pascal, and that name just stuck. So everyone else calls you Uncle Jules. I still say Mr. Pascal. So anyway.
That's okay.
I know, right? So it's been interesting, knowing you growing up knowing you, and I can tell you, if I never told you before, I'll tell you now. I've always admired you, always admired your determination, your hard work, your work ethic, and your commitment to serving the people, serving the people of Dominica, serving a community. Let me just say that I remember you guys' days in Oblivals. To this day, I still talk about that was the greatest cultural group Dominica Grand Forks has ever seen.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
so
there's a lot of potential that was in that group, and we could have gone very far, but I guess opportunities did not come by then for advancement.
Yeah. But as I said, this was one of my inspirations, looking at you guys growing up and your willingness to serve and so on, which actually makes me want to change the first question I had, because when I told a cousin of mine that I was going to be talking to you, she was like, "Oh, Jules, really? That is so cool." And she said, "I have a question I've always wanted to ask him."
Mhm.
And so I'm going to start with that question instead of the first one I had. She said, um, you know, she always wanted to ask you how you decided on your career path. You know, how, was it intentional? The paths you've taken.
Well, it was not intentional. It was, I guess, through inspiration and through divine direction.
Right.
Because I was actually getting into a lot of youth work, a lot of group work, and this was the sort of thing that motivated me a lot. And because of my involvement and the opportunities that working with young people presented in leadership development and skills development,
Mhm.
I was able to grow a lot in that area, and they saw the potential in me, and so I was drawn into the division because having been working as a teacher, primary school teacher then, and being involved in community groups, and also in every, I would find myself involved in almost all the activities that the youth division
Mhm.
organized in the district. So as a result of that, I became someone that they looked at for potential development, and whenever the opportunity came, they took it on to invite me to be part of the division on a temporary basis.
Mhm.
And I was told that I should not fear having to leave my teaching job and get into something and then I have to go back, because there would always be opportunities for me to act as a youth officer, because that was what I was called in to do, an acting period for a few months, during which time one of the officer on the district was on leave. And so when that time expired, I was asked to hold on and act in another officer's position. But I was still located on the east, and I worked from Dailies right on to the Carib territory, the Kalinago territory.
Mhm.
So that was the whole district in which I worked. So that led me into full-fledged youth work, and it was no turning back from then. So it was not, it was not something intentional. So I guess it was by design.
Mm. So that's essentially how you. So in that regard, then, what do you think, or what do you consider were your most pivotal roles, and then we can get into the writing. So, and how those roles shaped your writing?
Okay, one of the key things was that you had to be engaged with young people in a lot of discussions, discussing issues, discussing leadership functions, and training was a very integral part of that. So I found myself performing leadership roles and engaging with young people in leading them in the direction that we were preparing them for, to be full leaders within the communities, not just leading the groups, but to be leaders within the communities which they exist. And that function would spread across to many areas. And so it was while being engaged with young people, having to write reports, having to write programs. I got involved in writing. Also, during that time, I found a lot of inspiration by observing the relationships, observing what was happening, and I always interested in nature. I had a love for nature, so that was when my first published poem actually came out while I was on a journey to one of the communities where I had to supervise a group meeting. So that in itself propelled me into writing. And as I said, I always used to write little scripts now and then,
Right.
get involved. And one of the groups I was involved in was a drama group, which we called Mabuya, named after the the Maroon chief who was established in the Upper Grand Tour region
Right.
on the way to the Lake Road.
Yeah.
So it was where he had his camp. So his name was Mabuya, and we had a cultural group named after him. And I was engaged with other persons in the group in writing scripts for drama pieces, So all that helped to develop. And again, the group you mentioned of Evils,
Yeah.
I was involved in writing songs for the group. So all that propelled me into really writing. And so my love for writing was increased in that during those times.
All right. So we're gonna have to find some of those old writings and do something with them. I think it would be interesting to read some of those old scripts and
Yeah.
the older poems. But I want to ask you about your book, "The Ravages of a Monster Storm on a Tropical Island," which you published after Hurricane Maria in 2017. For those who
Yeah.
don't know, what made you say, "I'm going to write and publish about this particular storm"? I mean, you've experienced other hurricanes in
Yeah.
Dominica and so on, but why this particular storm?
Well, the truth about it is that that was the worst experience I have had. And I felt no, I had to document something about that because I had experiences in after Hurricane David or during Hurricane David.
Yeah.
And I think I only wrote a poem about that. But I realized that there's so much that should have been documented. And so when Maria struck and what I went through, what we went through during that time,
Mhm.
I felt led to really put pen to paper and record what the experience was all about. So that was the the experience I had after David combined to what I went through in Maria. And I was making a comparison because during that time I really looked at what we went through and the impact the both of these storms had on the country as a whole and on people in general. So I immediately began writing. That was what motivated me.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, and you are so right that we in Dominica, we do not have enough of our history and our experiences documented in written form. We have a few, but we just do not have enough of our history written down. Trying to do research about Dominica is like
Yeah.
you're ready to pull your hair off your head because it's just so much. It's so difficult getting data and so on, being able to find writings. Obviously, there are people like Dr. Honeychurch and some of the others but that's a drop in the bucket, compared to what we need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so just to to ask you, with everything you've done before, you've worked with the youth, you've worked in the culture, now you lead a church.
Mhm.
Um, so that gives you a really, I would say, a really unique and interesting path. So as a pastor, you have to write every week because you have to write your sermons. Your job is really to share wisdom, encouragement, and lead people to Christ. How do you carry the same voice from writing sermons onto the pages of, say, the ravages of a monster storm? Did that get transferred over, or did you do a completely different thing?
I think it's a combination, because you definitely have to carry over some of the experiences, some of the skills. For example, when I wrote about Maria, there are lots of things that I learned. And again, in discussing with Dr. Honeychurch, you get from people who have had that kind of exposure, and you begin to tap in those resources. So I'm saying that it is also something that you would have to carry over, right? Because it is still what I consider writing, and therefore there are some of the basic things and the basic principles that would you just have to carry it over. So it is, while the subject matter may be different, but the procedure, the processes involved are basically the same, because you really want to get to your audience, or your clientele, whoever it is.
Your readers, yeah.
Your readers, you really want to get to them. You really want to bring a point across, and you want them to respond. Put it that way.
Right. Let me ask you something. And this is a question that I found myself. Both my friend Nicole and I, when we talk about writing, and as followers of Christ, we ask each other, or we ask other folks, do you think, or what do you think about Christians or followers of Christ writing on secular topics, and not necessarily nonfiction, but say you're writing a fictitious story? What do you think? And I guess you're probably one of the best people to ask this, is what do you think some of the areas we can touch on, or we should stay away from? What kind of if we're writing something, for the world, or for the general readership, what kind of areas would you suggest, or do you think we should keep away from? And that goes from anything from topics to language to actions that your characters may take on. What do you think about that?
Well, to tell you the truth, when I saw that as one of the topics for discussion, I smiled, because I realized, hey, this is something that I don't think people have really paid much attention to, and something that off the bat people may just criticize and begin to make comments, and people just get the impression that you should not be engaged in something like that. But last night I was discussing that very topic with one of my pastor friends, colleagues, and I suggested to him that he should be on the panel for that discussion. And he asked me, "What do you think?" So I told him, obviously, the answer is yes, you should. He said, precisely, because we live in a secular world.
Right.
And so therefore there are things that you definitely have to address. And you have to keep in mind that you are writing with the intention of correcting a wrong, with the intention of bringing across a point that would help to change the focus or change the attitude or behavior or practices of someone.
Mhm.
It doesn't necessarily have to be, how do you call it, drama in real life.
Right.
It doesn't have to be that. You can create a scene, you can imagine something, because I mean, we all have the power of imagination. So you can imagine something and write about it. And there are lots of areas that I think Christians or people who are professing Christianity should write about, even if it is not, even if it is a secular topic. And therefore, some people may think it's a no, but I definitely, because that's how you can influence change. That's how you can help bring about change,
Right.
right?
Right.
So you use the what is existing, and when I say what is existing, I mean the some of the areas that you can think about, that you could write a story about a young man, but your focus is on morality, but
Right.
you write that story with the intention, and so you tailor your language, you tailor your composition with that in mind. And so
Mhm.
you will not, you shouldn't lose focus, because one of the key things is that you're not just writing to please an audience, you're not writing um like I say, for the people to just to enjoy, but you want to bring across a point. You want to bring across a situation, and so
Okay.
you use the existing lifestyle, you use the existing what is before you to bring across that point. So yes, I strongly believe that Christians should engage, because after all the books we find on the bookshelves should not be books about how the world sees things, but we should have
Yeah.
about how the God sees things, you know?
Right, right. Yeah, I want to thank you for that answer, because that is my exact same answer for that question.
Yeah.
I believe that even if you profess Christianity, you should, even if you want to write a story, say, about violence,
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with that, as long as you are not writing it in a manner to glorify it.
Glorified and
However, you are
use it.
writing it as a lesson, or it
Yeah.
could lead to not just even a lesson, but also say to people that, it doesn't matter how bad you think you are, there is
Mhm.
still a chance for salvation as long as you are alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how
Correct.
I see it. So,
Yeah.
anyway, so we'll move on a little bit, but thank you for that answer. Very clear and
Mhm.
very, you know, um, at least it's what I believe as well. So,
Okay.
someone else might have a different view, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but you know, being being a husband, being a father, means you've had a front row seat, to all kinds of stories at home, in the community, um, you know, just all around you. How has family life influenced the kinds of messages you would want to leave behind in your books, your poems, what have you?
Yeah. Well, I write as I think, I write as I've been taught, I write
Mhm.
what I know and what I believe, and this is the basis for whatever I write. It could be a poem about nature. I'm a lover of nature and I appreciate nature. So when I write, I would bring out trying to bring out the best of nature, trying to bring out what is good in what we see around us. Okay, and so I would be influenced by my upbringing. So the questions of morality, the questions of um, appropriate having the right attitudes and behavior patterns. Um, so I never grew up in a home where there was violence. We grew up learning to have respect and for each other, respect for authority. So that's the kind of thing that would be expressed in my writing. You may not get it straight off the bat, but basically that is what would influence what I write. Okay, so my upbringing and what I have been taught to believe and what I personally believe is right and good and morally sound. So that is and being a servant of God, then I would certainly in my poems or in my writings make sure that there is something in it to represent the views of God.
All right. Uh, so staying on that topic for a little bit, do you, as a youth development officer, I mean, you said you started basically as part-time and you got all the way to the top as chief youth development officer. So I imagine this gave you a chance to see all and many of the challenges that young people face, rather up close.
Yeah.
How do you think that these lessons sort of make their way into your writing and in a way that makes them still feel uplifting and hopeful?
Yes, to a great extent. Sometimes I try to write based on what exists, what I see, what I hear, what I understand is going on, to look at the heartbeat of society. And sometimes it can be very disturbing and distressful if you could write. And if you have to write about all the negatives that you see and hear around you, certainly you may turn off your readers, and not get so much of a big reading audience or followership. But definitely, the writings would have to be focused on, as I said earlier, bringing about change, bringing about a difference, making a difference in the lives of those who read. So at the end of the day, somebody who reads a poem or who reads a short story or who reads whether it's an article you write or whatever, at the end of the day, you expect a reaction, you expect something to come out of what you have written. And so having worked with young people for all those years, and as you rightly said, going through the different stages, the process of becoming a youth officer, becoming until I became the head of the department, there are quite a lot of experiences that I have had in that field, and I've been exposed to a lot of different things because of working with young people. So this would help to generate the kind of ideas, the kind of um, issues that I would probably want to bring up in writing. And as I said, whatever is happening around, that's what would motivate the writing.
Yes, indeed. You know, writing and both writing and ministry, I believe, requires a certain type of discipline.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, what does your writing routine look like? Early mornings, late night, sneaking away kind of thing, or whenever it comes, or what does that look like? Or the typical.
All of the above. Because um, based on the daily activities, uh, you may need a quiet space, you may need a quiet moment to reflect deeply and meditate on what you're writing, and so that you can get the inspiration. So you cannot do that sometimes midday.
Right.
You have to do that sometimes early morning or late night. And as you rightly said, it's either early morning or late night, or sometimes the location has to be changed. For example, somebody can write, and I have done it in a very quiet and remote area. You can, reflect deeper and get a great bit of inspiration to write, because around the atmosphere is still and peaceful, and so your thinking is extended a bit.
Less distracted.
Yeah, because my most I wouldn't say my most famous, but my very first poem that I wrote, and I received the national award for it, the first prize in the national independence competition, was written in an area where I was in the forest, so to speak, in an area which was
Yeah.
I saw just the trees around me, the mountains, and nobody else. And that was where the inspiration came from. So it can be the location and the time of day, but as I said, it's all of the above.
Yeah. Do you consider yourself a planner or a prancer? Someone who where your story is going to begin and you know where it's going to end, or do you get inspiration and then where it ends, you don't know?
Sometimes it's like that. You're not sure you're not sure how it's going to end, and then while you are in the process, you begin to see an end coming up. You begin to see where it's heading to, and of course, it's like writing a script. You may have to write it, cross it out, write it again, cross it out, and till you're satisfied that yes, that this is what it calls for. This is what you really want, and we can make sense out of it, and we can see the end from the beginning. Yeah. So plan it as well as just not being sure of how it's going to roll or how it's going to end. Both of them.
Okay. All right. So I want to have a little bit of family fun. What would be one story from everyday family life that could end up in a book? And don't worry, we won't tell Auntie Maria if it's about her.
Wow.
And it's okay if there's none or you don't want it. That's okay. It's okay.
Well, one I sometime ago I was thinking about it. Growing up as a young boy, life in the village, and the sort of um, things that we were subjected to by parents who they meant well, but the way they went about it was I mean it's questionable, but they had a lot of good intentions,
Right.
and
Yeah.
so there's something that you can write about that, and there are stories that you can relate to write a book about that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're very correct. The upbringing in those days were not exactly. They might not have employ the best methods, but
Yeah.
the intentions were correct. And for most of us, I think it worked. Whether it scared us, whether it was the fear, or you just
Fear and respect.
yeah.
You know?
I
Yeah,
think that in that regard, it may have been well worth it. But obviously, times change and rules change, and we had to come up with different ways of raising our kids and still raising good children.
Yeah.
Our children will, as the Bible says, that if you train them up in the right way, when they are old, they won't depart from it. So I think we have to always remember that. And something I also say is that as the Bible tells children, obey their parents, and so that way their lives can be extended on the earth. It also warns parents not to provoke their children to wrath.
Yeah.
And so I always say that we have to look at the word, all of it. We can't take one piece of it and
Forget
then
it. Yeah.
apply it to other people and not apply it to ourselves.
Mhm.
So I really appreciate that about it.
Yeah.
Now, um, you know, I would say that next I would, and that's kind of the final question, and then you can add anything else you would like to add that I may have missed. What's next? We talked a little bit about the ravages of a monster storm. But what else can readers look for? Anything exciting that you have coming up that hopefully you know readers can get their hands on?
Well, coming up, hopefully in not too distant future, I am expecting to publish a history of Grand Fond. And that's what I'm working on presently, although it has taken a lot more time than I anticipated. Again, as I said, because of you have a daily routine, work this way, work that way, and in terms of time for writing, you really have to discipline yourself and balance your time and so on. And it calls for a lot because I realize writing the history, you have to ensure that what you have is factual, and you have to do research because there is not. I was starting to say you would want to find something, but it's not documented. So you have to do a lot more to get the information and to document it. So that has taken a lot more time than I anticipated. And so a history of Grand Fond, because I believe that that would be very important for people to know their past.
Certainly. Certainly. Yeah, and it goes back to what we talked about earlier, that we do not have enough of our history documented.
Yeah.
And that's kind of disappointing, but
It is. And in writing, doing the research and asking questions of the elders, there are lots of things that I found out that I grew up and I didn't know about and existed in Grand Fond. And one would realize that, hey, this community has produced so much and there is a lot of potential within the community that has not been tapped, and maybe people don't know.
Yeah.
So it's a good, I think it's a good, I hope it is a bestseller.
I can imagine. And yeah, that should be a bestseller almost instantly. It should be legendary. Because I mean, as you say, you found out things that the existed in Grand Fond you didn't know. And I am pretty sure most of us would be shocked to find out some of these things. So and I think you are definitely the right person at this time to do this, because you know, everywhere else people write histories about their own towns, they write stories about their own villages where they grew up, and I believe Dominica deserves the same kind of respect and the same kind of treatment, you know.
And I'm hoping that it will inspire other people to do likewise, you know.
To do the same. Yes, exactly. Now,
I'm also working at the same time on a book of poems, a collection of my poems. I have been writing for some time, and I'm putting together a selection of poems, and that has been a little challenge for me, because I have so many poems I've written, and I'm wondering which one should I put, which one should I leave out. So I may think of doing it as volume 1, and then
Right.
come up with a volume 2.
That I think is that's a good approach, because you find yourself challenged in terms of which ones you should publish, and especially when they are all good and you all wonderful poems, you definitely might want to consider doing it a sort of stage release and so on. So, you know, as we begin to wind down, what sort of advice, you know, and I know we ask these questions to authors all the time. I don't know why. I don't know if it's even a good question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. What would you tell, you know, young people who are interested in writing, and also what would you say to people who, or readers, people who read, love to read, but also I want to take it a step further and ask, how do you think we can do better in terms of attracting young people to reading, and not just reading their textbooks or reading a book to do their homework, but reading for fun, like it used to be back in the day. You remember our public library, right? I spent so much time in that place. You know, I can still to this day smell the books. We used to be in there. I still. So, what do you think? And so that is actually one of the reasons why I love writing and I love reading. I want to see our young people in Dominica, especially, go back to that, because that used to be, we had plenty of play, plenty of time running in the street, running sec and doing all sorts. But at the same time, we also made time for reading, and we made time for writing. So, what would you say to the young people? I suggest that they would, because you're an authority on the youth, because of so much work you've done with the youth, they would more listen to you than they would listen to me. So, what would you say to the young folks and the older folks, you know, who don't like to read it also? But just, you know, we always too busy. But yeah, I know that's a little compounded, but you know, I wanted to elaborate on that.
Well, it is a challenge, really a challenge, because we are not a reading population. We do not have a really a strong reading population, in the sense that you find people hardly read. Unlike some other jurisdictions, some other countries, so you would find the public is more engaged in reading. For example, I always admired, whenever I used to go and pass through Barbados, I would always see even some of the elderly men, taxi drivers, bus drivers, with the newspaper reading. And they would always be wanting to know what's in it, what's in there. So we don't have that kind of culture here, you know, to tell you the truth. Because books are published and you would hardly find the people wanting to purchase a copy or read it. Because as you rightly said, in our time, when we were exposed to the books in the library, they were fun to read, and there was always something you look forward to getting to know about the 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 storyline, about the characters, that were written about.
Yeah.
Always wanted to find out, and also there was a continuity. There was a link, you could follow, and you could already visualize and even come up with your own impressions. So all that helped us in terms of our own writing skills and composition skills.
Mm-hmm.
Today you have a different picture. I know it is challenging because you have everybody is glued to the cell phone, to the internet,
Right.
and so books on a whole are not as attractive, put it in that way, to the population or to the populace as in those days gone by, where you did not have the access to the internet, you did not have access to a cell phone where you could read, you could just browse and scroll down and get information. You had to go to the so that in itself is a challenge. So therefore, in writing, one would have to try to make whatever is written attractive as much as possible. You would have to use whatever means available to draw the attention of the reader, so that what you want to bring across, they can receive it. You would have to use some of the things that, especially to attract the youth, the young people, some of the experiences that they have, some of the very tools that they use, or gadgets that they use. You may have to use that to bring across whatever it is message, whatever it is you want them to get. And so the hard copy is not always going to be the thing. But I know there are people who say, I want my book, I want my copy, I want to have it physical, I can
Right. Right.
use it as against ebook or getting on the internet and reading something. So you would have to try to use those different means. So yes, in the bookstore you would find a hard copy, but also it can be available online and accessible. So then you have to think about making it as attractive as possible, because there's a lot of competition. You'll
Yeah.
be facing a lot of competition. So whatever it is you are writing, whatever it is you are publishing, has to appeal to the readers out there, and it's a challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. So you think we need things like more young adult, and when I'm really talking specifically about our society, the Dominican society, do you think we need a lot more YA, or as they call it, or young adult type material? Um, and I ask that because I've come to realize that a lot of our writing in the Caribbean is all too serious. It's all serious. It's all, well, not all of it obviously, but a lot of it is we're taking on serious topics, and we talking about sociology. We're talking about life and politics, and even religion to an extent. But we need. Do you think we need more books in the fun that the young folks can read, or that will make them interested in reading for fun? Kind of like when we had the the American books like the Hardy Boys and the Nancy Drew,
Yeah.
all of that stuff. Do you think that's something we need to focus on a little bit?
Yeah. I think some Caribbean writers have realized that and they are heading in that direction. But what I would say yes to that, and I would also add that we would need to encourage more young people to write.
Yeah.
Because if they do not have a love for writing, they do not sort of cultivate that kind of attitude to and love for writing, then it would be difficult because they would have to be able to appeal to their peers. They would have to be able to write to reach their peers and their colleagues. And sometimes the way I would express myself in a poem may not appeal to a young person of this day and age,
Right.
right? But a young person, sorry, of the same age group, sorry,
Okay.
would appeal to his or her peer, and you might find greater success there.
Yeah, telling their own stories, right? Yeah.
Right.
So I agree with that. I think that's a very good point. And I've kept
So,
you on.
so-
Sorry. Go ahead.
So that means in the schools, we'd have to try and generate that kind of culture, build that kind of culture, writing culture in schools, not just reading and so on, but we have to try and encourage young people to write, and that's where it's supposed to start, and
Very
very early age.
Very true. I mean, that's where it started for me, to an extent. I mean, like I always say, we had lots of books at home. Grandpa had plenty of books, and that's probably one of the few things he let us touch, or at least me touch. He didn't mind.
Yeah.
And the library, we had that public library as well, but we also had teachers who encouraged us, and every time we come back from summer holidays, you had to write a composition, how I spent my summer.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if these things are still happening, or if they even put priority on these things. So I don't know what we're trying to create, because I think we sometimes forget that we're not going to be there forever, and that the young folks have to continue. Because after we are gone, the country is going to continue until Christ returns. So
Right.
until that time, we have to develop our young folks with the skills that they need to continue on, to carry on.
Yeah, sure.
So I just think that we are doing them a disservice if we do not put these things in place, or we do not continue. So is there anything else you would like to touch on that I didn't ask, I forgot to ask you? Or
Well, I think you covered so many things.
Yeah.
I just want to maybe round up by saying that writing, you have to make it fun. You have to enjoy doing it, so that you can sort of bring across that kind of how should I put it, message or attitude or reflection. In other words, what you write has to reflect the enjoyment of the writer, the pleasure in writing. So you will also, that will be translated to the reader, and so the reader will begin to put himself or herself in the place of the writer, and begin to enjoy what he or she is reading. So it is an art, it is a skill, it is a discipline, and there are quite a lot of things that you can learn. There are different forms of writing, there are different manners or procedures in getting things done, but in all, at the end of it, what you really want is for the reader to enjoy, and whatever it is that you're trying to bring across, that you would have succeeded in doing that. It's like communication. Right?
Yeah. Well, profound words. And this is where we are going to leave it. This has been another author showcase. And this has been such a meaningful and important and fun conversation for me, especially. And so, Uncle Jules, Mr. Pascal,
Whatever.
thank you so much for sharing your journey with us as pastor, husband, father, and of course, as author. And, this shows that, your story shows how faith, family, and storytelling can come together in ways that inspire not just your readers, but everyone around you.
Yeah.
And, and for those listening, the book is called The Ravages of a Monster Storm on a Tropical Island. And, oh yeah, before I let you go, how could I forget? Just, tell folks how they can find your book and any other writing. How can they get their hands on a copy, especially those of us in the diaspora? How do we get a copy of them?
Well, that's my issue now because I'm going to try to get it done through Amazon because when I wrote it, when I got it published, I did all my sales. I got all the copies down to Dominica and I did all my sales and I sent some across to people in England, in Canada, and so on the local bookstores. And right now, I have none. Jay's doesn't have any more. So I need to reprint. I need to get some copies done because I realize that people have been asking about it, and I know that you and I have to have some conversation as to how we can get it.
Yeah.
Because not too long ago, I was looking at the manuscript, the whole thing. I say I need to discuss with you all to see how I can get it reprinted and published through Amazon.
Certainly.
So right now, it is not available anywhere. No, I don't even have more copies to sell.
Oh wow. Well, I guess that's a good thing. It says you have a bestseller on your hands. You run out of copies, right?
Yeah, definitely, it was good. I also did some work with the Write-Tukubuli writers where we published montage Dominic, a collection of short stories and poems. And I have a few poems in that as well. And we are presently working in the second edition. Also, well, I don't even think this is available now because I did my one of the first publications where I co-authored a book of anthology of Creole poems together with some other African writers. And we are supposed to. I am a member of KEC, the Community Poetry Creole,
right?
And we are supposed to be working on the second edition of an anthology of Creole poems, but that has not gone very far yet. Yeah.
Wow, that is.
So I'm still new in the business, you know.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Plenty of us have still just gotten our feet wet, but certainly, that's good that you are busy. In terms of the writing process and getting things done. And I myself, I still haven't gotten a copy of The Ravages of the Monster Storm and so on. So it's probably time to work on that. Of course, again, thank you so much for joining us. And to the audience, thank you for joining the special offer showcase. Until next time, keep reading and keep writing.
All right. It was a pleasure.
This poetry is titled Creativity. speaking about the Dominican creative experience. Creativity. Creation spiritually conceived for divinity. A Dominican king with strict proclivities. From the School of Hard Knock University, GPA 9.3. You're gonna need a high colloquialism verbiage expressed with local breeze. Cool like I Wayne life sees is the same way these people be. But don't forget the volcanic tendencies. If you don't understand the courses in the school of life called Dominican streets. Broken English shattered into conscious speech. I'm sure you heard of me through the whispers of the tree leaves. I'm sure you noticed me flowing through the rivers and salted seas. I'm sure you felt the serenity and the natural salubrity. All praises due to the heavenly. Versatility, a nerd speaking, observing the moments of reality, experience in a manner that angels record for hieroglyphics. Pyrolit a spliff with a reefer leaf next to a river stream in secret, deeply seen. Back when Baffin State Bridge used to have a red, yellow, and green stoplight and wooden beams. 90s, baby. Picturesque memories of an original Green City River Street General. But the botanic trees had more chlorophyll to chill the atmospheric temperament on a mental sector, a conscious stream. Streams of consciousness, first step, second step, third step, the festival city. Riverberry trees planted by river streets, not to be moved. I'm privileged to feel comfortable where the monsters rest. With the lower echelons of the capitalistic, narcissistic, closed-minded social bonds that have us blind to the fact that we have to fund but highly narrow breath. We breathe the same breath of life from the Creator's creative mind. Born and bred like Bodlame, Mabouche and Bordeaux back street and Tetlale from South City bloodline. I've been a professor born naturally with a conscious vibes. Geographically been all around this tall-bodied Write-Tukubuli bathed in sunshine. Created by Yahweh so Yahshua to come and enlighten me from a conscious rhyme. Biblic rhythmic rhymes, natural mystically slipping, dipping vibes. Astrophysicists can't conceive these cosmic times we're living in. So they settle for conspiracies from the intellectual minds. Meanwhile, I have 365 reasons why the natural I'll naturalize, non-neutral to all unnatural vibes. Creativity, creation spiritually conceived for divinity, a Dominican king with strict proclivities from the School of Hard Knocks Universities, GPA 9.3. You're gonna need a high colloquialism and a verbiage expressed with local breeze, cool like I Wayne life sees is the same way these people be. I paint pictures of subconscious society, the same difference we have in common with different societies. Dominican kings and queens strove in wisdom and symmetry that our ancestors felt for the pigment abundant in melanin. Creativity, creation spiritually conceived for divinity, a Dominican king with strict proclivities from the School of Hard Knock University, GPA 9.3. You're gonna need a high-level colloquialism and verbiage expressive local breeze, who like I Win life seeds is the same way these people be. Creativity.
Hello, my name is Kitwana and I am an artist. I paint, design, draw, fine art. I do a lot of graphic design as well. Been doing that for many years. And I also write. I'm an author. I've got coloring books online for children on Amazon. And I've also gone into poetry. I've performed a lot of it because I usually write it for myself and just leave it there. But recently, over the past few years, I've been performing it in different places, you know, at events. So I'm going to do one which has a lot of meaning. The name Kitwana, by the way, it's a Hausa name from the people of South Africa, and it means pledge to live. I adopted that name many years ago, and I use it in my work when I'm performing, things of that nature. That's the name that I use most of the time. Yeah, this particular piece I'm about to do is called Shades of African Black. Now, recently, my partner, who is, you know, fair-skinned, light-skinned than me, was concerned that people were telling her, oh, she's not African, she can't be African, and so on and so on, whereas she definitely is African heritage. So I decided it was time to write a piece on the whole issue of colorism and respect for our Africanness, and that Africa doesn't just come in just one type of black. There's different, but you'll see it in the work. I spent 30 years working in youth work in the UK, and I saw a lot of this type of thing going on. So I said, you know what, let me write something on this. So this is it. I'm gonna say it now, recite it now. So this piece, which I wrote a few years ago, is called Shades of African Black. So here goes. Deep within the void of its infinity, God created a color that's unique to you and me. Now try as they may, this color will remain sublime, despite the savage onslaught through the annals of time. For the white, there is no natural gene. It makes this creation more remarkable, more serene. The attempt to dilute was a matter of scientific fact, but only brought forth the many shades of African black. Dark, brown, coffee-colored, black to blue, black, oh so black, glistening in the sun, it gives off an Indus hue. Shades of pale, light brown, and even the albino too, only serve to show the African in you. For God knows what it gave us, so this color has got to be true. So deep is the mystery for him in this time, that this color, pure perfection, and no, it's not a crime. So why is it so easy to accept people putting us down? Creases in our forehead, bowed, reminiscent of a frown. Why can't we accept a simple reality that the world is trying to copy God's gift to you and me? You standing over there looking all bright, filled with glee, telling the world I'm not African. Hello, excuse me, can't you see? You say I'm Afro-Caribbean, mixed race, or proudly Black British. Dear young one, I reply, I think your mind is historically skittish. Did God really make a serious color error, which today when you are called African fills you with terror? Did God make a mistake when it colored us between black here and there, as you put on the skin lightener and throw back your artificial hair? But come what may, and no matter what anyone has to say, there is one simple fact they forgot to convey. That when God created the color that day, the black, brown, dark, blue-black is everywhere proudly on display. For what God creates from the depth of infinity is not there for debate. It's part of our destiny. So the next time you stand in the mirror, what do you see? Love your color. Say thank you, God, for that initial burst of reality. From infinity you came, and to infinity you will return. And the color of our skins will be a permanent burn. So the next time you get on the attack, or called to get online, or stand at the back, be proud, be resilient, and love the shades of African black. Thank you very much.
In